All right, all right, all right. Hey everyone, happy to see you again. I'm not sure if you can hear me and see me well. Is my stream good enough? So give me some sign in the chat. Hi Paul, hi Nika. This is our team. This is Geekle, and this is QA. Global Summit 2023 Volume 2. So we're closing this year with all these updates. Hey, Paul. Hey, Nika. How are you, people?
Doing good, doing great. Trying to make my camera do those things again, because previously when I would do the thumbs up, it would show the thumbs up, but it's not working. I guess they need to do some QA. I'll send them a message that my emoticons, they don't work like the automated ones. Yeah, amazing. Great event. Looking forward to hearing all the great speakers. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Nika, what about you?
Yeah, same here, same here. Doing great. Excited for the conference. We will have a 20 amazing speakers, and today we will have a 10 speakers, which is a lot. And I'm really excited to hear from their case studies, and I hope that everyone will benefit from their knowledge as well.
Right,
And
right,
I think
right. Yeah,
we're going to have even more. So we're going to have
today
Q&A
more than
panels.
10.
We're going to have lots of good stuff. No, not today.
Ah,
Not today.
no.
Tomorrow.
So yeah,
Only.
the totally we have more than 1,000 registrations for this volume two. We have 2 days actually. 10 speakers today, 10 speakers tomorrow, plus two awesome panel discussions. One panel discussion is about all this craziness of AI, what's coming up, and how we can manage it. Because we at Geekle believe that future of AI is people. Not future of people is AI, but future of AI is people who actually orchestrate those AI stuff. So we need to discuss how to do it, how to manage, how to not just survive, but how to lead all these revolution and shifts. And yes, 10 speakers today for junior track, 10 speakers for tomorrow. And yeah, what should we mention additionally to this information? Nika, tell us more, or Paul, about this event, if you would.
I'll mention, if you don't mind, Nika, I'll mention my usual stuff. So if you don't have your ticket for the day two yet, have a look at our website. Because we're gonna have some special promo codes for those who just joined, but they want to join for the second day also. Yeah, because we're gonna have some practical talks over there. We're gonna have some use cases, which basically can benefit your like day-to-day testing routines and everything. So we're gonna have some really nice managerial talks. So for those who lead the QA teams, and yeah, so we will have the special discount banner, discount code right now. So this is the banner. So you can use the discount code to join us tomorrow. And I have a like goldfish memory. So did you mention that we have two panels? One is AI, and the second one is trans. So we're going to be talking
Oh
about
no, I
the
forgot about
QA
the
trans.
second. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. So the second one is going to be about trans in QA, not only AI, but how it. So what's new? How you can step up your game and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes, and a little more about topics of today. We'll talk about model-based testing. We'll talk about Playwright, API testing, risk management. Also, someone will touch something about leveraging AI into all this stuff. And yeah, about managerial, some small managerial talk for today, and career talk. And uh, for tomorrow is gonna be more about automation, more about managerial topics, UI testing, and with I'm sure people will cover this new trend where we have this server side rendering and new challenges at all stages of development and production actually here. So yeah, it's pretty interesting event is as for me. And yes, thank you to every speaker who joined this initiative, who contributes your time and energy to this community. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for time of preparation. Thank you for your energy. Thanks to all team of Geekle who having these events, who work on that year by year, and we'll continue. We survived COVID. We survived the war in Ukraine. We will survive this. Slowing down of our market. We will survive everything together because we're the community. We support each other and we move on the top of technology. That's our strength. I don't know, Nika, should we mention someone or something else? Paul, maybe you'll tell us more about upcoming events, and then we'll go straight to our first speaker because I'm so excited. Yeah, go on.
Just a quick shout. I wanted to mention one of our great friends, one of our speakers and moderators, Sergey Rusinchuk. So big shout out to him. He's going to be speaking tomorrow, and he's going to be one of the moderators. So he and his CU Collaborate team, they basically helped us with the concept of the event and with lots of great stuff. Yeah. So thank you for your input.
Thanks him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Flutter, if you have some Flutter developers, is coming up next. One of our next events. Also Node.js, you can find on our website. We're working on the concept right now of cybersecurity. Yeah, here's the Node.js conference, so you can find tickets over there. So I understand you are not maybe a Node.js developer, but you could send this link to your friends or colleagues. And we'll work on cybersecurity summit. Work on concept right now because lots of challenges there with this AI stuff. So please follow our updates, that's probably it. Yeah. I want to jump to the first speaker.
Yeah, and our biggest mobile carrier, one of the biggest mobile carrier in our country, got hacked today. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Kyivstar is down. Kyivstar is down.
Yeah. Really? Oh my god.
Oh
my god. So we probably gotta work better and hurry on this cybersecurity event for our community. Anyway, thanks Paul, thanks Nika for joining us for this opening ceremony, and it's over now. I'm going to moderate the first block. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you about our first speaker. George Blundell from Curiosity Software, who will be speaking about model-based testing, generate the right tests in Sprint. Now I would love to invite. Yeah, I have on my backstage. Hi George, how are you?
Hey Ed, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, really good. Thanks for having me on. How are you?
Yeah, absolutely good. Where are you based? I'm in Nice in France, and where are you now?
So I'm in London at the moment.
Oh, I see. So it's probably cloudy and rainy over there or something.
Yeah, cold. We actually have some sun today, which is quite rare, but for December at least.
All right. Yeah, I was freaking freezing over there when I go there. Anyway, tell us more about yourself, your talk, why you decided to talk, to share about this with us, and I believe the stage is yours. So let's go.
Yeah. If I share my screen, I've got a few slides to go through as well. That's okay.
Yeah. I'll wait till you succeed and we'll leave.
Okay.
And here we are, right?
So thanks everyone. Thanks Ed for the introduction there. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about how I've used model-based testing in the past to generate the right tests in Sprint. So a little bit about myself. I'm a solutions engineer at Curiosity Software. I've been working on implementations of model-based testing solutions at a wide range of organizations, from kind of the financial sectors into a whole range of different areas. Sort of five or 6 years experience now. So during this time, I've seen teams kind of transform from very waterfall-based techniques to becoming much more agile and using model-based testing to not just create the right scripts, but also achieve full in-sprint test automation. So a little bit about my talk. I'm going to set out a couple of problems that we want to solve first, talking about how there is so much complexity within systems nowadays, and also talk a little bit about how requirements often actually introduce bugs and defects into the application. And then once I do that, I can set out modeling as a concept. I don't know how many people here would have heard of modeling or heard of model-based testing. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples about how that might be implemented. So I guess the first thing we're going to try to understand the problem. So why do organizations struggle to generate the right tests? Why do they struggle to scale automation? And what is the combinatorial explosion? So your test code is great, right? There's loads of good technology out there, whether that be open source technology, whether that be licensed tech. However, if you look at the industry standards, only 20% of all tests that are created are automated, which is, really quite low, I think. So why is that, right? I mean, that figure has actually remained consistent over the past 10 or 15 years, despite tech practice, agile, all of that improving. But why? So I think one of the reasons here is that there's actually more than we can script. What I mean by this is that as applications grow over time, there is an incredible amount of complexity within them. So let's take an example, right? So we've got 10,000 functional test scenarios, and we're going to run them on 472 different mobile devices. Within those devices, there's 700 different combinations that could be run. Then you've got those device features in there, like gestures, cameras, file uploads, things like that. Add on to that the localization, any network errors, any interruptions related to the system, and you get this combinatorial explosion where, as we add more and more layers of complexity, the possible amounts of tests you could run balloons into the hundreds of millions and billions. No matter how good your code is, that it's always going to struggle to scale this. So what this diagram is showing basically is that over time, the amount of features or functionality to test is always going to grow. And even if you've got a good base regression pack in sprint 1, as your application grows, that there's going to be an element of your system that is untested. You're also going to have to maintain the existing scripted tests, which is a problem that proliferates over all of the sprints, right? And often we find that there's not enough skilled engineers out there to be able to keep up with this. So there's a couple of solutions that I will talk about. I mean, the main one here is, I think, about utilizing the three amigos. So bringing all the stakeholders closer together. So not just have the testers doing the testing, but actually being integrated throughout the rest of the delivery lifecycle. Now, in addition to the complexity, we also see a lot of problems related to the requirements of applications. So actually, you'll find that a significant portion of application defects originate from the design phase. So we'll take a quick look at a typical software delivery lifecycle. So this is kind of more of a waterfall approach, I guess, where on the left-hand side, we have those BAs. They're formulating requirements. That can often happen in disparate formats. So, some BAs and some product teams might already be using models. drawing out diagrams on whiteboards and thinking about how the product should work. Another common format is just to write these down in big Word documents and big user guides, and even sort of within Jira tickets. So once those requirements are done, they get passed over to the developers. Now, the problem is that if there's a problem with those requirements, then the developer is going to be working with an incomplete design. So you almost feel like it's a game of Chinese whispers. As you get further and further along, the true state of the application moves further away than what the initial idea was for the application. Now, once it's been built, that can get passed over to QA and test, who can then start to design the tests. So we talked a little bit about the application complexity and the combinatorial explosion. That mostly, I think, impacts the test design phase. Often we find that we're just randomly creating lots of tests without really understanding what we are testing. They're often also mismatched against system designs. So, I can ask me as a tester, I can run a series of tests, but how do I know exactly what area of the application I'm testing if I don't have a holistic high-level overview of that application? And then automation engineers are part of that process, right? Creating and maintaining automation assets. But what we want to do is talk about the root cause of these problems right at the beginning of this workflow. And that's around the requirements. So if there are issues with requirements, as we see on the right-hand side here, a bug found in testing costs 15 times more to fix than one found during the design phase. And if we, on the left here, 64% of bugs actually originate from the requirements design phase. That's a huge problem, right? If we can work out and spot the bugs early, then that makes our lives as testers, as QA professionals, much, much easier throughout the rest of the workflow. So what is that downstream impact? So, within the 2-week iteration, the first stage is defining those requirements. So as we mentioned, most bugs actually enter within this stage. They can often be a relatively uncollaborative approach. So often these teams will operate in silos. So not actually talking, the requirements team not talking to the QA team and not quite talking to the testers. So you get these very siloed ways of thinking within a sprint team. Also, a lot of the current requirements formats are very static. So what I mean by that is that they're written once and then kind of forgotten about or not updated as the application evolves over time. A good example is if you draw a diagram on a whiteboard. Yeah, that's great. You've got a diagram on a whiteboard, but in 2 days' time, somebody's going to wipe that off and it's gone forever. Now, once we define those requirements, we can pass them over to the dev. Now, this is where those misunderstandings create, well, first of all, the rework and delays. If a dev picks up a requirement and it doesn't quite make sense, or part of it contradicts another requirement, that slows the developer down. And even if the developer doesn't pick that stuff up, then the bugs are going to multiply and get worse. Then we move on to test. So we've spoken a little bit about some of the combinatorial problems, but the bugs introduced in requirements, we should be picking those up in test. However, if there's a lot of bugs, then that's a lot of work and a lot of rework that everyone's going to have to do. And often, test isn't perfect. We're never going to pick up every single bug, which means that bugs that you introduce within the requirements phase will often leak through all the way through into a release, right? And you never want any bugs in your production environment. This gives basically late feedback. So because we're finding them too late, they become very, very, very difficult to fix. And finding them right at the end of the cycle doesn't give us enough time to react accordingly. So how can modeling help? So we're going to sort of talk about how we can use it to design systems, to test systems with greater efficiency and quality. So for those of you who aren't familiar with model-based test and design, it all kind of starts with a good question. So we like to say, be curious about your application. Often people, I think, will sort of assume what they know about the application is correct. Whereas when you actually get down and sit and get in a room together and start being more collaborative, then you actually find out a lot of things that you didn't know about the system behavior. So at its core, modeling is a systematic methods to create test assets and user stories, basically from these models of system requirements. Now, these models are essentially a visual representation or digital twin of the logic in your system, but in a different format that is more easily understood than a traditional requirements document. Now, one of the benefits here is that now once we've got the model, that can live with your application. So over the course of time, that will evolve and develop and give you the opportunity to create test cases, test scripts, test data, all from that one central model, which is essentially becomes your central point of truth. So there's a few key points. I mean, arguably the most important point here is creating the maintainable living documentation. I mentioned previously that you can have these dead documents or dead documentation existing on whiteboards or in Word documents. They are very difficult to maintain over time. With a model, it's easy to understand for a lot of people. And it's collaborative, so they're designed to be worked on by a lot of different people. Once you've got that model in place, then modeling and model-based testing actually allows you to automatically create test scripts, whether that be for Java, whether that be just manual test cases, all in one go. You can also actually focus in on areas of the application you care about the most. So I've said here, optimize coverage to target changes and risk. Not every release needs 100,000 test cases run. Some releases will need a set of test cases focusing on a new feature or focusing on a feature that might have been impacted by a change. That's what model-based testing will allow you to do. It also helps you to map automation to your system. So typically with automation, it can be quite difficult to kind of share that amongst the team. It's typically done by quite a highly skilled set of automation engineers. With modeling, you can democratize that and remove that barrier to entry. And then the last point here, we're taking away some of the application complexity. Well, not taking it away, but we're actually putting it in a format that other people can understand. So what I'm trying to say here is we're actually creating this collaborative source of truth where it's not just testers, it's not just BAs working on these diagrams, but everyone uses it as a central repository of information when they're building and they're designing their tests. So this is a nice little kind of iterative diagram where actually we're starting in the top left where we're creating the requirements. Then that gives us living documentation, clear, complete, up to date. We then refine those requirements as the group, build quality early, catch any bugs that are being caught, that have been introduced during the requirements phase. Then once the requirement is ready, we can then come in, develop the code, create the test cases, and ensure that we are releasing quality built software, faster feedback, fewer bugs. So I've sort of talked quite high level. I want to talk a little bit about a specific like an advanced implementation of model-based testing. So this was a project that I worked on personally. Everify is kind of an e-learning platform. They have hundreds of reusable course components that they use to design their training courses. Each one of those course components relates to a model in our model-based testing solution. So when they're developing new systems, they are basically picking from this library of their reusable course components and also the models in the model-based testing solution. So when they check in some code, it automatically creates a JSON schema that is fed into their homegrown tool that basically passes that format into an API REST call. What that does is that it takes and generates end-to-end models and optimized tests from the library of models that we have in the model-based testing solution. On top of these, they have overlaid some code templates to create Cypress scripts. So this is actually a pretty amazing process where they check in on their in-house tool. The JSON schema is automatically created, fed directly into their Modelo homegrown platform. It feeds the model-based testing solution with a REST call that then creates the end-to-end models and optimized tests. As I mentioned, they've also overlaid Cypress codes on top of these models as well. So then once those models have been built, we move on to the test execution phase, where they've overlaid Apply tools for visual testing as well, and Circle CI for sort of test execution. And all of that feeds into their kind of advanced dashboarding. So they get a nice holistic overview of, okay, what have we released this month? What were the test results for that release? Were there any passes? Were there any fails? And actually have that traceability all the way through the pipeline, you know, from the model up to the code check-in, out to the Cypress run in Circle CI. So this is a really nice advanced example. I'm going to now show you a little bit of what these models actually look like. Let me just play here. So I mentioned a little bit about how we can use these models to define requirements. So this one is basically a model of how account creation screen should behave. So you'll see that, you know, we've got some validation checks. You know, if we enter bad data, then the user should start again, and then they can either end up in a successful or unsuccessful end state. Now, I mentioned these models are living, so I can easily come in and add any new feature on top of any of these models if I want to. Once I do that, the model then reacts. So you'll see in a second here that, we actually have some traceability as well. So this model is actually linked out directly to just a nice and easy Jira story. So really what we're doing is kind of bringing that user story to life in a model-based format. Now you'll also see here that we've got some paths created. The model-based testing solution allows you to automatically create paths through the model. So when I've come in here and I've added the new feature, that new feature has now been considered as part of the path generation. The path generation is done using mathematical algorithms. So there's a bunch of different settings here that allow you to not just generate lots of tests or not very many tests, but generate a tailored set of tests and user stories for whatever purpose you need. This is a nice example, but this approach scales up. So what we're looking at here is an end-to-end process, mapping out how data flows through a CRM system. Now, what we've done here is actually collapse some of this complexity into subflows. And you'll see that we're actually getting quite detailed. This step specifically is looking at an API call into a SOAP API, for example. But if we want to, we can just get a nice high-level overview of what is actually in my system. again, we've generated paths through the system. I think there's 31 paths. Each one of those relates to a test case that we've created. I've mentioned tests a few times, but where we're actually defining some of those test details is down within the model level. So here I've got a data assignment for first names, last names. I've also got an automation reference here. So this just has a SOAP call to go and configure a SOAP API call. We also have in here got some properties related to if you need descriptions, expected results for any of your testing purposes. So now this actually sort of talks to what Everfi were doing in that now they have these models, they go away, they then generate the automation, and that automation feeds a dashboard. So here we got like a nice overview of that model. We can look at what runs we triggered, and also look at the the test results. So what Everfi were doing actually is that they have a third-party dashboarding tool that they exposed all of this information to. So now they actually are able, from a high-level perspective, show whoever is running the sprint. Okay, well, these are the amount of tests. This is the model it relates to. This is the story that it relates to, and provide that traceability throughout. So so we've talked about what modeling is, but how do we get into it? So I'm going to consider an example cycle. So bog standard, right? We've start on the left, create the feature. When we hit the iteration, we're going to select the user story, develop it, test it, release it. So there's a few ways, right? Now we can models can be created against existing systems. What that means is that we're starting relatively late and is used to build tests and automation quickly for systems that might already be out there. Perhaps they're legacy, perhaps we didn't have time to test them. This approach is good, but you've got to be careful about where to use it. So it gives you the option to get started quickly, de-skill, democratize automation. However, it relies on the system already being built. You then have to manually link it back to requirements. You risk silos. It's a place to start, but it's a good approach for paying off technical debt and building the models for existing systems. We can come in slightly earlier with the modeling process and actually model and refine user stories and requirements as they are being created and developed. So in this approach, we're actually taking the user stories and we're essentially moving them into a dynamic model. And then the user story refinement that often happens in big meetings, that actually happens on the model, which is a much easier format and provides better collaboration than kind of the written formats. So what are some of the requirements? So this allows us to shift left, build better requirements and reduce the amount of bugs coming in. That makes us, myself as a tester, that makes my life a lot easier. Less bugs making it all the way through. It's a fast way to learn and adopt modeling and improve tests and stories that are already there. Now, this last example is kind of the gold standard, where actually models are the requirements. You actually have a huge suite of models that over time are providing a digital twin of your system and the associated rules within there. The considerations here, this is our gold standard. You get to develop new systems much better. It fits in with agile ways of working. However, it does require a change in mindset and adjustments to the way of working. As I say, gold standard, but it takes a lot of time and willingness to get there. And really, that's what Everfi are doing. they're at that gold standard, that gold standard phase where the models, their system, the requirements are all synonymous. They all live and breathe together, and update automatically whenever they update a code check-in or they update a model. That is all linked together, and really this is a really good showcase of how you can use model-based testing and model-based design to seamlessly build, test, and release high-quality software. So I think I'm just about run out of time. So thank you very much for joining. Thank you, Ed, Nika, and everyone else for organizing. I'll be in the Q&A session later on. You can also find me on LinkedIn or send me an email if you'd like to as well. So,
yeah, hey fellas, how did you like it? I really love this talk. Actually, what I think now, well, all our industry shifts in a real nice direction, which is developer experience, and lots of tools and talks and improvements, even in new versions of programming languages, are all about this developer experience. And I feel like, George, your talk and your case and your platform you showed us is something that improves us, the developer experience a lot. And I love this, single truth source that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I really love this concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, people, how did you like this talk? If you really enjoyed and you feel like it's beneficial, put some plus in the chat. And also, I'm in France now, George in UK, in London. Just write us in the chat where you're based to know where you're from, because I missed this part on our opening ceremony, but I really love to know what audience we have today from. And next question. Yeah, thank you, George. I'm not going to hold you here. Yeah, thank you, and have a nice day, and join the Q&A. Oh, no, George, I have a question to you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I saw the generate button over there and kind of F16 or something on it. What is it about? What it generates? Is something AI magic or what?
So we generate paths through the model. So those paths really relate to test cases. So the example I showed that we were creating actually test cases and test scripts for a CRM application. It uses basically a mathematical algorithm, and there is some intelligence in there as well, but mostly based on maths and combinations of behavior. Cool. I think you are muted, Ed, actually.
I'm sorry about this mic again. Sorry. Yeah, I'll ask you about using Copilot, ChatGPT, and everything in your day-to-day work, but not now at the Q&A session, because we need to move to the next session. And by the way, people, thank you very much, George. See you later.
Thank you.
And by the way, we are here also in purpose of networking. So feel free to send your socials in the chat, because personally, me, I always go to these links and connect you guys. And you connect me, I just shared my link. So yeah, that's how it works. Usually when I'm moderating any conference, I go to agenda, open every speaker and follow them on their socials, because kind of these guys are top experts of this industry, or they always have something to share. And for me, it's a good idea to follow, and I share this idea with you. So please feel free to send your links and follow our speakers. And yeah. Okay, I will scroll up. Lots of pluses. George was awesome with his talk. And now Cardiff, Brazil, Egypt, oh my God, Macedonia, and Macedonia, Pakistan, Costa Rica, Germany, Costa Rica, Macedonia, Brno, Czech Republic, Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, Greece, Tallinn, UK, Greece. Lots of folks from all around the world. I can't see no one from United States today. That's weird. That's probably too early yet. But sometimes, but usually we have few folks from United States also. Even so early, yeah. Oh hi, oh yeah. Hello, Sharon. Um, yeah, and Macedonia, Cyprus more. Yeah, we'll go to our next talk. I really love this movement. I really love this community, how we move. And the next talk will be why Playwright is the right automation tool for you. That's pretty known tool, and I'm sure our next speaker, Sundaresan Krishnaswami, will be really his talk will be really beneficial for all of us, and no more words will go right there, and I'm disappearing for 30 minutes, and we'll get back.
Hi, this is Sundaresan, and happy to be here at this year's Geekle. I'm going to talk about automation testing with Playwright. Let's look at some of the advantages of using Playwright and why you should consider Playwright as your next UI or API automation tool. A quick comic relief before we get started. Of course, automation can be very resourceful in terms of saving time, but as well as it can also make you lazy, right? Whichever way you see it. About me, I have 20 plus years of experience in the industry. I was a test lead and an architect, and I have dabbled with various automation tools before I zeroed in on at Playwright. And I'm presently a director of engineering at Assembly. I love to watch tennis games and but not play. I would also like to read books and listen to music. So today's agenda is all about what is Playwright. Look at some differences between Playwright, Selenium, and Cypress. Do a quick features deep dive, and also look at a demo as to how Playwright is so easy to kind of get started, and a few tips on how to convince your manager and some learning resources. Playwright is built by Microsoft. It's an open source library and it's an end-to-end testing library. Basically, you can write your UI validation, API validation, as well as you can integrate with your JS or TS frameworks, which is basically like React.js, Angular, or Vue.js, right? And then it has support for almost all common languages like JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, .NET, and Java. And it supports all browser stacks, so it has its own driver for all the browser stacks, and it also downloads the browsers, so you can run your tests on Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, or any Chromium supported browsers, as well as WebKit supported browsers. And for mobile stack, there's only limited support. Basically, you can test on the Android browser. So this will be more of testing your responsiveness, your website's responsiveness, and things like that. Playwright's biggest plus is the test runner. Playwright comes with its own test runner, and it's inbuilt for Node.js as well as other platforms. And Playwright also supports third-party test runners like Cucumber, TestNG, or JRunt. So let's look at some of the benefits of Playwrights compared to Selenium or Cypress. So if you look at the locators comes with its own native weight. So it actually deploys auto weights on each element that you want Playwright to kind of look at the screen. Whereas in Selenium and Cypress, you need to add additional weights like implicit or explicit weights, right? But the Playwright intelligently selects its weights, but you can also add your own weight if you want to. It supports API testing natively. So basically, if you take Selenium or Cypress, of course, Cypress does support API testing, whereas Selenium doesn't support API testing, and you may have to use another tool like Rest Assured, right? Especially if you're using Java. And when it comes to screenshots and videos, it is supported natively by both Cypress and Playwright. Playwright is highly configurable in the way you want to actually select your screenshots and videos. And Playwright has its own inbuilt runner, whereas in Selenium, you may have to kind of use a third-party runner like TestNG or JN or Takukumba, right? Playwright uses its own assertion. In the internal assertion is either chai or just based, and it also has support for external assertion libraries. Whereas in Selenium, you need to use external assertion libraries also in Cypress as well. The stability of the test is highly stable because it has native weights and it is configurable. So if there is a locator that is slow, it can still fetch the locator, wait for it, and fetch it, and then validate it. Selenium, it depends on how you handle it in the framework. It's natively not stable, but you'll have to put some effort to make it stable. Cypress is stable as well. In terms of tech, Playwright uses a headless architecture, whereas Selenium uses JSON via protocol, and Cypress runs on Chrome Dev protocol. The other biggest benefit of Playwright is the parallel test. The parallel tests are inbuilt unless you configure it differently. By default, the tests are run parallelly. In Selenium, you'll have to use a Selenium grid, or based on whatever runner that you use, you'll have to kind of modify and run the test parallelly. Cypress, although has it natively, it must be turned on. In all three libraries, I mean, there is Docker support. I mean, in Playwright also has Docker support. So you can, if you want to run your test in isolation, you can always use Playwright's Docker images support. It comes with a bunch of debugging tools like Playwright Inspector, VS Code Debugger, Trace Viewer, and several other things. Whereas Cypress and Selenium are basically based on the third-party tools that are supported either by the IDE or whatever is available in a very customized fashion for both. So let's deep dive into the key features for Playwright. And like we saw earlier, it has browser support, but what you'll also have to remember is it can run multiple user contexts across different browser at the same time. So you can run or you can shape your test cases in a way that it can actually pick up and run different test cases across different browsers parallelly. That's the biggest advantage of Playwright. There's also another major feature, which is Playwright can actually store the state of your login. So which means that let's say you've logged into one browser context, the same login context can be passed down to the other browser context, especially when Playwright is running parallelly. And this ensures that Playwright doesn't have to log in to your system time and again for each browser context. And the Playwright also allows you to run your test cases on incognito browser if you want to kind of run each test in isolation without having to kind of bother about different tests getting intertwinkled together. API testing, like we saw earlier, is already supported natively. So there are two major benefits. One is you can write your hybrid API test, which is basically if you want to trigger a couple of APIs while you're running the UI test, this can be done using Playwright. But if you want to write your own separate API test suite, that's possible as well. You just don't have to kind of use another library to kind of write your API tests. Network monitoring and mocking, and this is especially useful if you want to write your test-driven development, or if you want to write UI tests that will actually run along with your UI frameworks like React.js. So in this case, you can actually create mocks, HTTP mocks, which can be very useful, especially when you're running your TDD test. You may not have a platform deployed in an environment, right? So in this case, it runs its mocks so that when your framework tries to request for an HTTP, it immediately provides the network. Provides the network response using the mocks. And Playwright, like we learned earlier, has auto waits. Auto waits can be set up in different states, like attached, visible, stable, receives events, and enabled. Enabled is the default option, and then you can attach an auto wait, or you can also like set an auto wait to wait till the element is visible. Although this will actually test your patience, but again, it's automation, so we do not have to worry. We can set these states. Receives event is especially useful when the UI is handled asynchronously. Let's say, for example, there is a field that changes over a period of time based on some other input or output. The auto wait for receive event is especially useful in that case. Again, it can run tests on mobile browsers, which is the biggest benefit, and also run all tests in parallel in different worker threads. So it is multi-threaded by default. You do not have to actually set up separate multi-threading. And it can test in, you can run tests in different orders or in the order that you wanted to run. And like we saw earlier, since it can also manage the state, it is especially useful when you have to log in for each and every test. So you can actually store that state and then pass it on to each and every test so that you don't have to log in. Rather, Playwright will take care of the logging in through the browser cache or cookie or whatever that is possible for that particular test or for the particular system rather. And Playwright also provides hooks before each and after each hooks, which I'm sure most of you will be familiar with. Now let's jump into a demo. Okay, so now have VS Code installed. So I can just try and start with installing TypeScript. So that I'll have to do is npm install -g ts node. This will install the transpiler for the node. Just have to type ts node, and yeah, that worked. Now let me initialize Playwright. I have to answer a bunch of questions. So I'm just going to leave it to defaults. This will install everything, including the browser. So this is the biggest benefit of Playwright. So you do not have to actually download, set up Chrome driver and things like that, which makes it very cumbersome for you to write and manage the tests. There you go. The tests are created, and you can see that Playwright has also added a couple of sample tests for you to look at. You can see that there is a to-do MEC app, which is basically the demo application that most JavaScript frameworks actually provide you with. So Microsoft has already installed one in their playwright.dev website. So that when things change, it doesn't affect your tests. So coming to the test itself, you can actually add a new to-do. You should be able to kind of add different items, and then you should be able to clear the text input field and things like that. So these are some of the tests that they have already written and gives you a sample of how things work. So let's look at the test itself a little in little detail. So if you look at it, there's a before each hook, which actually sets up the URL and also opens this URL each time you try to run the test. It also has a list of items that needs to be filled in the to-do box. The describe is basically used to group the bunch of tests. So if I kind of collapse this, right, you can see that almost all the tests are collapsed. And you can also see what each description does, right, which is basically here it adds a new to do, and the next bunch of tests actually marks all as completed and things like that, right? And below that, you can see the actual test that runs, and you can also see that Playwright uses a locator called get by placeholder. Placeholder is what you might actually see on the to-do MEC text box as to what needs to be done, where you actually enter the details of what you need to add. So yeah, this is a nice test, but will this test run if I execute it? No, because Playwright did ask us where to actually keep our test, and which is in the test folder. So if I want to run this test, I'm gonna have to move it to the test folder. So yeah, I move the test to the test folder. So yeah, if I want to run this test, for example, I mean, if I type npx playwright test, it'll just go about running all the tests. But I do not want to do that. So in the interest of time, I just want to run the test under the description new to do. So I use the -g argument in the command line, and then type new to do, so that it'll only run those tests with new to do. And you can see that it has actually started about 4 workers running 9 tests in the new to do group. Awesome, right? Yeah, and it also generated the report. So if I want to look at the report, I can let me just open a new window. Oh, sorry, I should have run this. Yeah, and then you can see how neat the Playwright report is. And this also tells you that Playwright runs this test with its native runner, and it generates a nice report for each locator that was executed and how did the test perform. Also, when we talk about performance, it also lets you know in each step how much time did it take. So this gives you a collective idea of how the test performed. Nice, isn't it? So let's go back. So Playwright also gives you an option to kind of what is that, installed extension. So let me try that. So I've already installed the Playwright extension, and I can actually see the nice grouping of tests. I can use the extension to play the test or to debug the test or go to a particular test item. So that's also a very cool thing. So if I want to run the same test, maybe I just run one quick test. Yeah, it just ran the test and then gave me the result as well here. And you can see instant report on the performance of the test right here. Yeah, Playwright also give you an option to generate code. So yeah, let me just open this. So I can just type npx playwright code gen and generate the code. While I generate the code, you can also see, I hope you can see this on my screen. Let me just close these notifications. When I click on this, I get a Playwright inspector, and then you can start seeing the code being generated. So let's say I click on a particular area, I can, sorry, yeah, it continues to actually generate the code for you. I can just copy paste this and run this. That's a very cool feature that Playwright has. So yeah, so that's really how you get started. You do not have to actually write your own framework. Playwright has its own framework, own runner. It has its own configuration. So all that you'll have to do is initialize Playwright in any directory that you want, and it will create a neat, folder structure, and it will also set up all the configuration that is needed. So you can use Playwright config.ts for all the configuration that is required for you to kind of run the test, and then just go about writing your test. So it's as easy as that. So now let's go to our presentation. How do you convince your manager? Always start with a sample. If you already are working on an application, start with an example with Playwright, and then give other organization examples. Personally, I use Playwright a lot for my automation purposes, as well as in our organization as well. So you can quote me or any organization that you think has been using Playwright for some time. It's pretty stable and it's very, very easy to use. And it's also kind of very nimble in its approach when it comes to running your tests as well as managing your tests. And talk about API and UI testing in a single library. Unlike Selenium, where you'll have to use REST Assured for your API testing, or you have to build your own framework and also integrate other tooling into your framework, where it has everything built in, so you don't have to actually have API and UI testing separate. You can do all at once in one single directory, in one single framework. There is a ton of help in Stack Overflow. There's exhaustive documentation. Playwright team actually releases one version per month, so there are a lot of improvements that keeps going on the Playwright front. So keep that also in mind, and you can talk to your manager about it. So in case if your manager is skeptical about support, there is a ton of support. You can also join the Discord channel for Playwright to understand how helpful the community is. If it's a greenfield project, start with Playwright. I would highly recommend Playwright compared to other testing automation tools. Playwright is really, really great in terms of how you want to actually write your tests or how you want to manage your tests. And it has support for all key languages. Let's say you're writing your tests in Selenium plus Java. Moving to Playwright plus Java is quite easy. It's not something that's going to be hard. And also for any brownfield project, any existing project, start writing Playwright in new Playwright tests in new modules based on the programming languages of your choice, and then move on the older modules back into Playwright. It has no code. We did see code gen, so it has no code generator as well. So it also saves you a lot of time. And the latest version of Playwright, as of this month, which is 1.41, the no code inspector or generator actually can also add assertions to your test. So which means that you will have to spend very little time writing your test and more time in executing and maybe debugging it. And of course, the execution speed is superb. You did see a bunch of tests, so about 9 tests running in like a record time. So the execution speed is also super. It is always limited to the amount of resources that you give for Playwright. And there is a ton of support for Playwright, like I discussed earlier. If you want to start with Playwright, head over to playwright.dev. It has a ton of code examples and documents for you to kind of dabble with. There are YouTube resources like Let Code with Kaushik and Cucumber and Playwright with Dali Barak. If you're a fan of BDD, then this is a very good resource to get started with. There's also Automate Together channel, which is also really, really great in terms of getting you started on Playwright. There's a Playwright cheat sheet by Nitya Narasimhan. Head over to this link, which will actually give you a good number of cheat sheets, not just Playwright, a good number of Microsoft cheat sheets, which you can use for your day-to-day programming or any other purpose as well. And Iron Routledge has a number of resources for you to get started with Cucumber and Playwright. So yeah, try that out as well. Once again, thanks everyone for patiently listening to this conversation. And thank you, Geekle, for providing me this opportunity to get everyone started on Playwright.
And yeah, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me again. And yeah, that was real broad overview of a nice tool. And if you're just starting, I'm sure it will be kind of something for you. Again, some plus or a smile or something in chat in appreciation to our speaker. And yes, yeah, I'm sorry we don't have in our chat emojis and nothing yet because we started in beta. I mean, our platform of Geekle, we don't have enough financing by now to fine tune it. But anyway, it's still working, and thanks God. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, I have lots of people from all around the world here, and I connected lots of you in LinkedIn. And oh yeah, I see more LinkedIn links. I'll go there. And questions, yes, please. Questions are coming up, and Argentina, UAE, and Paraguay, and Macedonia, and Ukraine again. Thank you for joining. And we're moving on. We're moving to our next speaker. I'm inviting here our friend and speaker, Gil. Hey, how are you? Nice to see you.
Great. How are you? Great. How are you?
Good. So I'm in France, in Nice, and you?
Israel, sunny Israel near Christmas.
Oh yeah. We are with you guys. That's great. What are you gonna be presenting about? Tell us. API exploratory testing. Why did you choose this topic? What is in it for you?
First of all, like API testing is something that a lot of people are doing, but I think we're missing out on what kind of exploration we can do with them. And we kind of think about APIs and automation, but not about the exploration part. So I think it's important to talk about that too.
Yeah, did you have a chance to see this fancy Open API, OpenAI API? Sorry.
OpenAI.
Yeah. Did you know? Not
No,
yet.
I'll wait till the movie.
I love this guy. Okay, I'm disappearing. I'm giving you the stage. Happy to see you. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm on. Hopefully people can see my screen. Not yet. Now you can see my screen. Excellent. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is Spock. He'll be with us to the entire session. So we're going to talk about today API exploration testing. And like I said, it's something that we don't really think about. A lot of us don't even think about the exploration, which I'm going to explain. But it's very a big, I think it should be a very big part of our testing work. And we're going to tie it to API testing, which most of us are doing because a lot of us are just developing APIs. Yeah, so a bit about me. I'm a trainer and a consultant on everything that basically ties into making software better. That includes development and testing and everything around that. I publish blogs, videos. I author 2 books. That's nice. Let's talk about testing. Not you. You. Exactly. So, testing. Yeah, I took this quote and like filled with it. Of course, software has to do with testing. Software is not perfect. We need to know about how it's doing. But I did want to talk about what is testing. And usually we think we have a kind of picture of our mind. What is it? But I think I kind of dissected it into a few things that we're doing as part of our testing activities. The first one is proving requirements. We get a spec that tells us that this needs to do that, and when you press the red button, an alarm goes off, and so on. So when we're testing, we're really checking, right? We're checking that the software that the developers built is doing what it is supposed to do, what the product imagined, and so on. So that's everybody knows that. Everybody knows something else, though, that when you're, I don't know, let's say you're building something like an Outlook or Gmail, a new email that is going to conquer the world, not everything is in the spec. So you have some kind of expectations. Like, for example, the spec would say you would write a mail, like 1 sentence, but then you understand that the mail has a title and a body, and maybe you can attach things in it. Not everything is specified, but because we have references to other stuff, when we're testing, we compare to these references, which again falls into the same bucket of I want to make sure something, as I imagine it, works. Another thing is the confirming assumption. So when I'm doing expectations, it's based on my former experience. But I have assumptions on things that work that again don't fit into the spec. For example, if in our email program, you wouldn't write probably that the email should arrive in less than 3 days. Why? Because we've all used email, and if an email doesn't arrive in 3 days, something is definitely wrong. So you don't expect to see that in the spec. But also, it's not just like any other email. It's something that is, you have an assumption, and you want to make sure that things are working against your assumptions. All these 3 things fall into that first bucket, that when we have something we think should work, and we're checking if it does in the same way. The final part that we're doing is exploration. We don't have expectations, we don't have assumption, we just want to see how things are working, and then based on that, we're learning, and we can make recommendations or suggestions on say, oh, this is great, or this shouldn't like crash after 3 minutes. So exploration is kind of the thing that, if you think about it, that's the most important thing in testing, right? Even more than proving that requirements work, because yeah, they work. Things, people, the developers, testers, they touch it all the time around this area of what it should do, but we're not touching the borders. The borders might be like very big, as you can see from the map. There's a whole book dedicated for exploration testing by Elizabeth Hendrickson. I really recommend it. It's called Exploratory. And she defines exploratory testing involves scouting around areas that the net doesn't cover. This is exactly what I said. When we're looking at things, we usually concentrated on this is how it should work, but not at how does it really work. So you interact with the implementation, the real software, and you design and execute tiny experiments, and we'll see what does this mean. But basically, feedback cycle is very close. So if you think about it, if you have like a test procedure, like a giant one with thousands of steps, you do this and this and this and this and this and this, but you don't react because you have a script. And if you're running the script automatically, of course, you don't get off the road. But the exploration part is looking at what you get and then maybe step off the road, maybe not, you decide. But it's based on smaller steps and you decide what to do next. And she talks about rapid succession, like step after step after step, using the result from the last experiment to inform the next. We'll see how that works. When we're going exploring, we need like a whole tool set for testing, for going off road. So I'm going to talk about two tools that we're going to use. Not like Postman stuff, like not technical stuff that I'm going to show, but another things in our tool belt. The first one is session-based testing. And session-based testing is something it's not new. It's the idea of doing a session of testing, which is time boxed, which is not long, which does not take 3 days. And this is very important. The first thing is that remember this test procedure, the giant test procedure that we talked about. It can be run by a robot, like do step by step by step by step by step, and it can take 3 days to complete everything on step, and it's okay. But what happens to us to us, the humans who are running it, when we're doing it? Well, we lose focus. We can't document everything. We don't remember everything. We're trying to reproduce stuff. We kind of move out. So testing procedures don't take into account that people are doing that. Session-based testing is different. They say, well, these are these puny brains that are going to work in that. They can't concentrate for a long time. They won't remember everything, and they can't document everything. Like imagine what you could document inside 3 days. That's a lot. So the idea is like take a small session and in that session work on something. We'll talk about what that something is. How long is that session? It could be like 15 minutes. It could be like 2 hours or 4 hours, but I really recommend 2 hours. Like it's a lot already. Think about how long can you concentrate on something. Remember, what you're doing here is learning. So you have to notice stuff and notice the important stuff and like filter it from the other stuff. So your brain needs to be working, and our brains cannot be like in full mode all the time. So session-based, that means that you're going to have a lot of these sessions, which is okay. And during this session, you can decide on what to do, not only in this session, but if you run out of time, you say, well, I'm going to dedicate another session for this topic. Up to you. The second tool that we have is the charter, and the charter sounds like very big word, but it's not. It's really a sentence, maybe 2 sentences. What we're going to focus on this session, and this could be like the login page or our home page or sending an email or variations of that, and whatever you decide, but something that fits in that kind of session. If it doesn't fit, like break it. That's okay. Or make the session longer, not too much, but something that will fit. But something that you do, and in your mind it says, well, I'm doing it. Wait a minute. I'm going off the road now. This is not my charter for this session. Maybe I need another one for the negative cases, something like that. And you can plan for that in advance. Or you can, as you go, decide, well, I'm going to need to work on that or dive deeper on these things later. Or everything's working, seems all right. Let's work with that. Okay, so that's the 2 tools. And let's talk about APIs. Most of us are either working with APIs or developing APIs or both. And how does this fit into the exploration part? So exploration means that we want to learn. And APIs are a great way to learn because they are so complex. We can do a lot of things with the APIs. I'm going to show you how most of what I do today, which is an actual session that I did, was around single API, just playing with parameters and stuff like that. But it also formats and different set of inputs. What you can play a lot, so you can discover a lot of things just by playing with API. And I mean exploration. It's not just the create user will create me a user. Well, what happened if I decide to send a very long username? Will it work? I don't know. We probably want to test that. And again, coming up with ideas is nice, but the more you play with the system, you know that you can come up with others. So that's the idea of exploration. You're actually engaging with the system, and ideas will come up and get into your brain actually as you're doing that. So I'm going to search for Spock. How am I going to do that? Well, first of all, there's a site. Where is it here? Called the Star Trek API, stapi.co. And it's a database, sits on fandom sites and brings a lot of information. It's on top of Star Trek. And when I do this, this is an API browser. This is a site. So if I search for Spock, I get 5 records here. Notice that the first one is Benjamin Spock. This is the child psychologist. I have no idea what he's doing here, but I don't know. It's not the real Spock. But it is interesting, though. Remember, 5 results, and you can see that they don't look all the same. They're different fields and stuff like that. And the reason is that what you're seeing right now on the screen is how the browser, what it decides to show. So I'm going to switch to Postman now. And like I said, what I'm going to show you, hopefully live, but also not, is basically, and you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, these are the steps that I take. And I use Postman. Postman is great for documenting my steps, because every time I just record the API call that I did. So a single API, as you can see, it's a post. Everything's a post in Stapi. If you go into the browser and see what actually was being sent, it's this. You can see that out of the API v1 rest blah 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 character search, you see that 2 parameters are sent: title and name, and both of them are Spock. This is the same as ID. Now it's interesting. Why would you need 2? And it will go into our exploration. So first of all, I want to see if they get the same thing. So click send. And I do get like 5 records, but as you can see, it has a lot more fields in it than the browser showed me. So this is one of the things that I need to think about. Like, APIs work in a certain way, but the user of them may not see all the information or be presented with all the information. So, okay, so I got 5 records. Benjamin Spock, child psychologist, is still here. Can't get rid of them, but that's okay. So the first question I had, well, that's interesting. Why is it sending title and name? Name means something. Title, I don't know. So what I did was basically did a search for Kirk. And the way I did that is the same API, but I kept the title with Spock and changed the name to Kirk. Remember, small steps, small changes, small experiments. Let's see what happens. So when I do that, I get 15 elements, and you can see that it's Kirk. So obviously, the name parameter impacts the things, and there is no Spock here. Okay, so if this works, let's try switching for them. So the next thing I did was searching for Spock in the name, but putting the title Kirk, and I wanted to see if there's some kind of impact here. And when you do that, you get the same 5 records for Spock. So you can learn from this that the title doesn't matter. So what does the title mean anyway? Well, if you can start digging into the documentation, you'll see that it's about the title of movies and stuff like that, which if I read the documentation at that step, would be redundant to do what I did. But okay. But the final thing that I did here was if title doesn't matter, I want to see that I get the same set of results only by sending the name Spock. Because I can do that, and I do. So if I do this, I had assumption. Well, I'm probably get the entire set of Spocks anyway. Excellent assumption proved. Great. Let's move on. I want to do a search for Spock from the Voyage Home. This is the 4th Star Trek movie. But I'm lazy, so I said maybe partial title works. So what I did is I said title equals Voyage. instead of the entire Star Trek for the voyage home, and the name Spock. And I want to see what happens. And as you can see, same results. Title doesn't mean anything. So I have a feeling here right now. The feeling is that title either needs to be either complete or partial, or maybe doesn't impact at all the search. So continue with that. And I put voyage home, and you can see that voyage space home, right? And I want to see if this works. It doesn't. Brings the same 5 elements. So I want to try the voyage home, and this is where I stumbled on something because I made an error. As you can see, I wanted to put a space here, but I forgot to put the 20. Okay, and let's see what happens. So when you do that, you break the application. You get an error, 500 internal server error. And that means probably that sending something that is not a valid character or something that the server can parse breaks it. And you get an internal server, and it's something that you probably don't want to do. But this is not the interesting thing. It is interesting, but it's not that interesting, because this is what happens today. And today we're working on a version that runs today in production. I want to show you what happened when I ran it the first time I ran it. And this was like, where was that? I think you can see the timestamp, March 22nd. This is the first time I ran it. Notice that this is different than the result that we got today. And here you get, apart from the error, you get an exception field. And the exception says it's a Java lang runtime exception. And now I know the server runs on Java. Now, is that important? Well, a lot of APIs think they expose the right amount of information, but sometimes, like here, they expose something that they don't need to. And this is part of exploration as well. What do we get? What do we see? Maybe what we see is not only what we expect to see, maybe something even more. It's maybe something that we're not supposed to see, maybe something that we're not supposed to use. So all this actually happened because I have proof. Excellent. This doesn't work, and I fixed that to see if the voyage home actually works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't filter. So I think at this point said okay, so let's stop playing with the title. Let's play with something else. You can see that. Let's show you from here, for example, that we have a field called year of birth for everyone. See, year of birth. And I want to see that if I can filter by year of birth of the Spock. So I give it find Spock with the year of birth 2269. It's there in the JSON. Yes. What happened? This is the part of the live show. Excellent. This is why I save everything. And the result that we get is the same 5. Okay, so it does bring me things that I didn't ask for. So filtering with year of birth doesn't work. Maybe with marital status. It has it. Thanks, we're back to live. We have married, but it still gets me the same 5. You can see that marital status, where is it? There it is. It brings me also nulls and stuff like that. It doesn't filter. So I said, well, what's happening here? Went to the documentation, says, well, you can filter, but not by everything. Okay, let's go back to the name, see what happens. So there is a Spock 2 in these 5. So I said, let's try. It's a name with a space in it. Maybe let's see if it works or not. It's interesting about the network today. Anyway, if I do by Spock2 with a space in it, it gets me 1 record of the right. Spock2, excellent. What happens if I'm doing like yes, there's a Spock space 2? Spock 2 without the space. What happens? Is it smart enough to do this? So, does it work? And when I do this, it gets me 0. Yeah, it doesn't find Spock. So I've learned that space is important in the name. You can't really drop it or omit it. It's part of the entire string when I'm searching for it. What am I learning here? So I have some kind of expectation that if I'm doing some search by name, of course it needs to be precise, accurate, but I'm looking for maybe it's smarter than that. Maybe some systems are smarter than that. Let's do another thing. Spock from the mirror universe, and I think at this point, if you have mirror true, at this point I went to the documentation so that the mirror flag, the mirror field, you can filter on it. So if you do, you see that it gets 1 record with the mirror universe. Where is it? Here it is. And I said, great, mirror, true, it filtered, excellent. Let's do the opposite. Let's see if I said mirror false, it brings me the other 4. And when I did that, you see, mirror false, I'm expecting 4 because there's only 1 true. And I do that, and I get 4. And I said, excellent. It actually brought me the right record. I said, well, it works the way I expected. And then I said, well, I want to try something. Everything in this HTTP world is text, right? So what happens if instead of the entire word false, I just send FAL on the mirror flag? So I did that. And it brought 4. And I said, well, excellent. How smart is that? It actually knows what I'm doing. It knows what I'm expecting. Wait a minute, I want to try something else. Let's try if I have, instead of the whole word true, what happens? So instead, I said mirror equals TR. And based on my assumption before, I expected the 1 true Spock to arrive now. It's the same 4 with the false. So what have I learned? I learned that if you don't put the exact value in mirror, it defaults to false. Again, this is a piece of information I can build upon. I can say, well, what does that mean? Is it a bug? Is it supposed to work like that? Will people be surprised when they see it? I was. So to finish what I did here, a couple of more cases that I did because my session was running out of time. I was checking lowercase Spock. Up until now, it was capital S. I want to see if it works. Yes, it does. Brings me all 5 Spocks. And then the same with uppercase. You can play with text as much as you want. And this works. And the final thing I did, well, this works with, because our post here always works with, how can I show you that? It accepts encoding, content like 0, and accept everything. So up until now, I said I accept everything, and it brought me JSON back. Let's say, what if I ask to send me XML? So same search, only this time on the headers, instead of asking for everything, I asked for application XML. And then what I got is nothing and not acceptable. Now, this is okay. System can decide that it doesn't work with JSON. Is this the right information? Is this the right response to what I need? Not acceptable. Maybe I should get some kind of message error to display to the user or something like that, because it didn't, just like this. And again, this is exploration. You find out stuff. Some of them you can decide if it's good enough, maybe not good enough, and you can explore later. So that was my session. Let's get back to our slides. And let's summarize what we learn about a system or API or a set of APIs. And you saw how much I spent with a single post query and just playing with parameters and maybe a bit with the headers. But you can play a lot with that. You can send like bodies with JSON or in XML or binary, or big bodies or small bodies, or bodies with giant fields, or you can play with everything because everything's text-based. And you can discover how your system works. And when you do that, you get more information and you can decide what to do with that. And that's what I want to share with you today. So do exploration in general. Exploration. And it's possible to do exploration around APIs as well, what we don't consider like our work. But yeah, it is part of our work. So thank you very much. This is all the ways you can get in contact with me. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to help. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you very much for presenting. It was really interesting, and I was waiting. Will this survey respond or not? What will give you back? Yeah.
It is
So
exciting.
thank you very much. Yeah. Well, that's a live part of the game. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for joining. I'm sure you people really appreciate this talk. Again, your plus is in the chat to support Gil and say thank you to him, and of course your questions. And I also invite here to speakers more of this block, and we will rock it here all together. Yay! Hello. Yeah, and George here and Sundar here. Hey, how are you? Thank you for coming to our Q&A.
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks a lot. It's an honor to be here.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
us too as well. Yeah. So, lots of interesting stuff I heard today, and the always indicator for me is questions, as always for every speaker, right?
Yeah.
So let's start from the first one. I think it's people, once you see the question is addressed to you, please read it and go on. And if someone has something to add to the answer, also feel free. So the Sundar is your first one.
Sure, yeah, I'll take this question. So BDD is supported by Playwright. So you can use Playwright in two ways. One is you can, create a framework directly using Playwright, as you would have seen in the previous demo, which will actually run with your Playwright runtime. So that is by default. Now let's take an example where you want to actually use BDD, and by BDD, I believe you might be using Cucumber, right? If you want to use Cucumber with Playwright, all that you'll have to do is set up a project that runs with Cucumber.js, and then use Playwright as your locator and your assertion tool. So that way, Playwright becomes a library for your project, but it doesn't become a framework in itself. So that can be done. And if you could actually look at the presentation, I don't know if you can see the recording later, but I would actually mentioned a link where there is this Cucumber-based project by Tarek, which has a very good resource on how to get started on Cucumber with Playwright. So it is possible. You can use Playwright out of the box on its own as its own runner and framework, or you can also use it with Cucumber, Mocha, or Jasmine, or TestNG, JUnit, anything that you want. That's also possible. All that you'll have to do is use Playwright as a library instead of a framework.
All right. Thank you for answering. Yeah, if someone wants to add something,
can I comment on that? Yeah. So first of all, the technical answer, excellent. Yeah. You're right on point. I want to talk about the methodical thing. About why would you want to do that? Why would you want to like add another layer on top of Playwright? And that's not just Playwright or Selenium or whatever. It's also true for APIs. And my experience tells me that it really depends on how your team works. Because if the product people or the QA people who are not technical will review the feature files and give you feedback and will continue to do that, yes, it will work. But a lot of the time this doesn't happen. So like the developers are kept to themselves and they're writing for themselves, and there's just another layer of features that invoke glue code, that invoke Playwright, and there's a lot of things can fail for the test themselves. So you should really think about it's technically, yes, it's possible. Is it right for your team though? Because you need to think about it, who will use these things and who will write them and who will review them.
Oh, well,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you for additional thoughts. And the next one is for George. George, please read this question and share your thoughts on what you think here.
I think yeah. So it's so it's broadly based on pairwise all pairs generation. The algorithm we use kind of takes it one step further. We basically consider all of the nodes and all of the items within the model, and generate essentially the minimum number of paths required to meet a specified level of coverage. So the short answer is yes, loosely, but we kind of take it a little bit further with some additional algorithms overlaid on top. We've actually got a good little explainer article that I'll put in the group in the chat for people to have a look at, that kind of shows some examples of what I mean by the pairwise all pairs, and then kind of taking it one step a bit further.
All right, I'm not sure if it was my internet logging or George's, but let me know if the answer is clear or not really. Yeah, we'll go to next one probably, and then I'll check out your answers in chat. And next one is to you, Gil. What are the key differences between traditional API testing and exploratory testing?
Yeah, the tradition is like how we've been testing APIs for the last 200 years, right? What's traditional? Think about it this way, like what's all the big deal about APIs? It's like APIs been here like from the 60s. It's one computer talking to another. The explosion is basically 30 years old. Once everyone started talking HTTP, it was okay. It became easier to talk to each other. Now, how do you test that? Same things that we did like 30 years ago. We check things like what we're sending, and this is how we're thinking, like what are APIs? They are parts of a discussion between two computers. So I want to do something to achieve some kind of result. So I send a post, and then I do a get or something, and then another post, and maybe a delete, like a workload, a call of APIs. And this is how we usually think about what is traditional API, right? I call this and call this and call this, and I want to see the result at the end. So the way to think about it is like user needs to do something. This is how we break things up. And if they work in sequence the same way, we expect to see some kind of results. And you can break it to more, I wouldn't say edge cases, but like splits from the road. Like if something doesn't work here, I expect something to happen, and I can't continue on my road. So this is basically the traditional API testing. But for the questions, I'm taking it to regular testing, which is usually what we do, we expect to see something, and when we don't, we say it's a bug, it's a surprise, doesn't need to work that slow, or something like that. But we have some kind of expectation. With exploratory testing, two things happen. First of all, we should clear our mind of what we expect. We can't really do that. But the more the mental thing is about not proving things, but rather looking at things and say, this happened. What does that mean? And sometimes it will be with our expectations. Sometimes it will be against our expectations. But it's more of a learning mode. And I think we usually don't do that a lot because of time pressure and so on. We need to fit all this work just proving the requirements that we don't get time for exploration. But I think the more interesting things, and I'm talking about errors, and I'm talking about exposing information and maybe hacking into a system or something like that, is on the exploratory side. The other thing that is different, and again, it's from regular testing, is that on a regular testing, it will be you'll get a map and a travel log, and you say, I'm going to do this, and I don't get off in any stage, because otherwise everything breaks and I don't know how to continue from there, and what does it mean if I continue from there. An exploratory, you get a starting point, a direction, and you go towards the sun, and whatever happens, happens.
All right. Thank you very much. It's quite clear, and I have to remind that this day is more kind of junior day. So the next question is: can we automate mobile application test? So can we automate both React Native and native apps? It's not specified who actually expected to answer this. So any guys, any of you who can do that? Okay, have any experience with React Native automation, test automation or something? Or your thoughts on that?
Maybe I'll just answer in the context of Playwright and also React Native and native apps, and then the other experts can also answer as well. So Playwright Playwright cannot automate mobile application tests at the moment. It can only test the mobile browser and from a mobile browser context. So you can test progressive websites for its responsiveness. And nothing more than that. But when it comes to, let's say, if I can take the next question as a generic one, can we automate both React Native and native apps? It is possible. It's possible using different libraries. If you use Android, then Android Espresso lets you to kind of automate this. But the question will be hey, what are you going to use to actually build your React Native or native apps? If you're going to use Expo, then it'll be very tricky to use Espresso. Then the best and easiest automation tool for you to use is a black box automation tool like Appium, which can be used to kind of automate your React Native and native apps. But if you have some coupling with the Android Studio, then Espresso is a very good option to use. But it's very, very tricky and very nasty to kind of even automate using them. So yeah, Appium will be the first choice for any such automation, especially when it comes to mobile apps, both on iOS and Android, whether you're built with React Native or with any native programming language.
So maybe if I add on that, a modeling perspective as well. So for when we look at models, they are essentially technology agnostic. So they just describe what an application should do, whether that's mobile, web, API, it doesn't matter. Sundar, what you were saying there around Appium, that's for me, that's where the most used mobile application, mobile automation framework. But on the modeling side of things, once you've got a model, You've got all the things that you need to automate, whether it's mobile or web or whatever.
All right,
Plus,
cool. Thank you.
I want to add that the question leads to automation from a black box point of view. We still have developer tests and web tests and DOM tests that we can actually use in order to build component tests and stuff like that outside the entire big system of running with Appium, something like that. So we need a balance.
Yeah, sure. And next question is to you, Sundar.
Sure. Yeah. Playwright supports almost all common languages, JavaScript or TypeScript. It also supports Python, .NET, and being a Microsoft, open source library, it does support TypeScript and .NET for sure. And then Python and Java are also supported. There may be some differences here and there when it comes to the libraries because Playwright keeps releasing libraries month on month. They keep updating, and it's very hard to catch in some sense. But the benefits are immense. My language of choice will be TypeScript. Playwright works really, really well with TypeScript. So if you want to start fresh, then I would highly encourage everybody to learn TypeScript and then start with Playwright using TypeScript.
No, that's nice suggestion. Learn TypeScript, guys. Thank you. All right, and by the way, we have some questions from chat, but I have mine question to you guys. Do you use Copilot or ChatGPT to write your code? And especially as Sundar mentioned, to learn TypeScript, and I saw lots of people saying that they can write code on different other languages they're not really familiar with, just using Copilot. What do you think about all this? Sorry about the shifting from the your topics to this, but I feel like it's the right time for now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think.
So I personally. Sorry, please go ahead.
Sorry.
I'll go next.
Okay. Let's do the judge first, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I mean, I think AI is going to touch everywhere. Every industry, everyone is going to be using copilots. I think from my perspective, it's always going to be an accelerator. I mean, I use it when I'm writing emails. If I'm writing a slide deck and I need some a nice piece of text to prove my point, and in code, right? So if I'm writing custom methods for I was doing some C# Selenium automation the other day, not my strong point, so I went over to Copilot and just asked it to build me a base class, and that got me going, right? And then in the modeling side of things, I mean, it's a similar kind of concept, really. I showed some model building examples. AI can be used to help build those models. So, for example, right, if you go into ChatGPT, you can ask it to build a JSON representation of a workflow, or a BPMN flow that can then be passed out and set up in a visual diagram, for example. That's roughly what we kind of do in terms of the AI. But in my personal career, I sort of have it open on my second screen here, basically all day.
That's yeah. Thank you.
That's awesome. So I use, as in our organization, we encourage everybody to use GitHub Copilot with our VS Code IDE. Interestingly, I had to shut off GitHub Copilot when I was recording the session earlier, because it was giving me a lot of suggestions while I was actually typing out some of the code pieces. So yeah, it is very, very helpful. It saves a lot of time for us. If I want to kind of set up a new project and all that I'll have to do is give Copilot enough prompts for it to kind of set up the project and then start with it. And recently, I mean, we also use AI in our product, so we have to test AI, and we were like confused about which LLM to use to kind of validate the other LLM. So it was a very tricky situation. So we use Copilot to kind of understand what is the best LLM that will work for our situation, and then it kind of spit out a few Python code for us to kind of POC and then test out the AI API that we had created to test out our LLM. So yeah, it was fun actually using one LLM to validate another LLM's response. And personally, I use ChatGPT a lot, and of course, I kind of share the same use case as George for typing out emails, or sometimes even if I have to type out longer, lengthy chats, I validate with ChatGPT to make sure that my tone is good and my language is good and things like that. So it's been very helpful. So it's become a habit. So I don't know what I'll do without ChatGPT.
Yeah, absolutely. And people in our audience also interested, also curious what your experience with all these AI tools, copilots, what I don't know, ChatGPT or Bard or I don't know, lots of stuff. And thank you, Sundar, mentioning that it's a challenge to choose which LLM you will use in your product, because product is something you need to deliver to your user and it should be stable, right? And Gil, what do you think?
Yeah, I still live in a cave, so I use like pen and paper. It's a very interesting question because I don't use that a lot, and I think there's a reason I don't use that a lot. And I am used to doing a lot of test first automation and TDD and stuff like that. So whenever I describe something, an automated thing probably will not say, it's not exactly what I wanted. I want to scratch that, want to change that. So thinking from this kind of perspective, I want to specify what I want first. It's very, very hard to get the answer that I want. So I said, I drop it, I'll do it myself. When it was useful, it was very closed tasks of refactor this code. Not in terms of the entire library, but like this class, like refactor it, make it better. Things that are integrated into our tools become much smarter and like create a better workflow. So I'm more of a user of features rather than asking the great Pooba for advice, which I don't like.
All right. Yeah. Anyway, paranoids survive, so don't worry.
Exactly.
Thank you for your answer. And yeah, next question. Is there any tool to help identify the possible impact of the new changes, or it's done manually by clicking the code change? Not sure again to who of speakers, but anyone, please.
So that might be.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gil, you go for it. No.
Okay, thank you. Again, this is very interesting. A lot of I know a couple of companies that are actually working on that to understand the impact of the change. And this is where I think a lot of AI can come in, because to understand the code base, let's say maybe not simple, but it can be done. Like we can see in our mind how it can be done, right? Because you have automated tests, you can close the loop and see which you need to run again. A lot of tools are already doing that. But moving from there to words, to LLMs, to understand what the requirements has changed. Maybe they have not changed. George can talk about the model. What exactly has changed and what kind of impact it has. This is where I think this is going to be interesting in terms of like companies doing stuff.
Yeah, I think so. You sort of hit on there. I was going to talk a little bit about the model. being able to sort of relate those code check-ins back to a visual workflow. But so I think we see it social, just being able to pull out the code and put it in a format that people can understand. Because I think when people are coding, we get deep into the code. Often it's kind of difficult to abstract that and for other people to know, okay, well, I've done this code check-in. Where else could that touch? So having a visual explanation of that, very, very useful.
Thank you very much. And the interesting question, it's an intriguing question for me. As for me, when selling a project to a client, they always ask an approximate delivery time. How do you estimate how much time it takes to implement E to E in a project? Any methodology, any percentage based on the project time?
It's a lot times 3.
Yeah, any suggestions? Because I reminded that it's a junior track. Yeah.
I mean, I base it on previous similar projects. That's kind of what. There's only so much guesswork you can do, but if you can base it on some real thing that happened 2 years ago, and as you say, Gil, times it by 3, and then you're safe.
All right. Any other ideas?
It depends on the technology, on the people that you have, on the skills that they have. If you have a stable code base and you add something to it, it becomes different. Like it's you can guess whatever you want. It will probably be a lot longer than you think it will be. If you checked any of the boxes anyway.
All right. And let's jump to next one. Which different tools do you like to use during API testing, exploratory API testing tools? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the exploratory part, it's Postman, Insomnia, things that you can actually do, like see things Postman's great about it. You see something very visually, and you can see the differences, and you can find things and they pop into your head, and you move on to the next one. Automation, though, I'm more going to the developer side. Things like having, I don't know, Rest Assured or Rest Shop, whatever you're testing with, Access, whatever framework you use, because once you know what you want to do, and it's easier to create in code something that is easier to manipulate data, to compare data, rather than go to Postman's undebuggable giant JavaScript thing and unmaintainable. So when I do know what I want, I move to the IDE. It's a lot easier there.
All right. Thank you. Nice question about modeling. Who could be responsible for preparing test cases with your test model? Could it be PO, BA, Dev, QA, or maybe all? Nice question. I love it.
So I would say everyone is responsible for the model, and the model produces the test cases. So the testers would be the ones that click the generate button and create the test scripts and run them from the pipeline, but all of those personas would be involved in the model at some point, but each persona gets something slightly different from them.
All right. If I'm guessing right, the button is responsible for all of this, right? Just push the button. Someone, CEO, come and push the button. Yeah. Thank you. And the next question is that to you. Can we get Playwright test report in case hooking up Playwright into JUnit as Java test runner?
Um, you may not be able to get the Playwright test report in that case, especially if you're running JUnit as your test runner, then JUnit will actually end up creating the test report and not Playwright. So in this case, Playwright becomes a library within JUnit, and it runs the test for you. It runs the locator search and clicks and actions and all that. But it eventually gives the results back into JUnit, and then you'll get the JUnit XML. And then maybe you can use the JUnit XML to generate something. One other trick that you can do is to kind of use Playwright to kind of read this JUnit report through the command line. Of course, it is provided in the Playwright documentation as well, which you can actually use to kind of read the report and then maybe use that to kind of understand from a Playwright perspective how the JUnit reports look like. So that's possible. But natively, it is not possible. You'll have to do an additional step to get this done.
Thank you very much for this answer. And this was the last one. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here, for sharing your knowledge, your experience, your energy, which is, I believe, the most important. Answering questions, being here just to give this feeling to the community. Thank you. Thanks for questions to everyone who asked. And I guess we have the next moderator is on our backstage, Dmitry, and I will invite him. Again, gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a nice rest of your day or night or whatever you have at your side. And Dmitry is here. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I'm excited. You'll like replace me over here.
Yes, that's right. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. So where are you now, and how is it going? What do you feel?
I'm currently in Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. Well, it's pretty sunny here, 27 above zero in Celsius. So yeah, it's pretty good here.
I can imagine that. My jealous to you, man. Anyway, thank you for getting on the board of this awesome conference, and the stage is yours. I'm wishing you good luck and nice conference and nice speakers and everything. Yeah, the stage is yours. Good luck.
All right, thank you, Ed. Okay, everyone, make yourself comfortable. For the next couple of hours, we will have 7 speakers with us presenting their topics on a QA. I hope you're all excited and in a pleasant and safe environment. Let me know in the chat from which city and country you are from and how long have you been into quality assurance. Please prepare your questions to which the speakers will answer on the Q&A panel, and do not hesitate to share your opinion with each other in the chat and be open to new knowledge and ideas. And now I present to you our next speaker. It's Andres Sacco. Yes, hi, Andres.
Hi, welcome.
All right. Andre came today with the topic of experiences in risk management. He has a long experience in QA, and he currently works for Alten Netherlands BV. Okay, so we've got the presentation ready. So the stage is yours, Andre.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so thanks all for joining me in this presentation. Indeed, I'm from Alten, the Netherlands. I will show you on the next slide.
Andre, hello. Sorry for interrupting you. Something not actually correct with the sound. Maybe it's not plugged enough or something like that. So we can hear you, but the quality of your sound is and I can hear the echo. Maybe we could improve it. It's not a problem. Just take a minute or two.
Okay. Is it already better like this? I just tried a bit with the connector, but if not, I will change to the headphones. I think it's better.
Pretty same.
Still the same?
Paul is here also, so yes, I know what's the problem. So we have the loop from your, Andre, we have the loop from your speaker. So if you can turn off the sound, because like the microphone picks up the sound from the speaker. So
okay, yeah.
if you can turn off maybe the stream or mute the tab with the stream, because of the loop, the software tries to
better?
cut the noise. Yeah, and
Although I
it
cannot
should
hear you anymore, like it's better enough if I mute it. So just let me know in the chat then. Okay. So this is good. Thanks. So yes, this is me. Working for Alten for close to 10 years now, but for more than 30 years already in the field of testing and integration. All kind of roles, but always in highly complex technical environments, R&D environments, as you can see from the slide. But this is not what you're looking for. You want to have a story about risk management. So let's go to the topic. And risk management itself, I think we all know what a risk is, of course. Risk, the possibility of a negative or undesirable outcome or event, as ICTD stated in one of their syllabi, and it's mentioned in multiple syllabi and overall in the literature. I think we all know what a risk is. A risk is something that can happen. We don't know if it will happen, because if we would know, it's not a risk, it's just a fact. But yeah, maybe it happens, and if it happens, it has some negative impact. It has some negative outcome and some undesirable outcome. So that is a risk. And the relation with testing is often that we want to identify risks because we want to do risk-based testing. And risk-based testing in itself is, of course, not the goal. But the reason that we want to do risk-based testing is that we already know that we cannot test everything. It's just simply impossible to test all combinations. This morning we had the session on the model-based testing, and there it was also about the how do you call it, the explosion combinations, so the exploratory combination. So that's it's just impossible to test everything. So we're looking for ways to test the most important things, and therefore we want to do a risk assessment to focus our testing on the most important things. But what I learned over the years with all these projects and all these environments I was working in is that we have some problem in doing that. And the problem is in all stages of the process, in the risk management process. It's about how to identify the risk, how to deal with the risks, how to assess the risk, and all these phases we are facing problems. And I've seen a lot of environments and a lot of projects where in the beginning people did a very good job in trying to identify the risks. But it was mostly about the risk of the entire product, the entire system, and working in highly technical, complex products. It's like doing a risk assessment on an entire X-ray system or an entire luggage handling system, and that kind of things we can often think about risk because we see a lot of risk in relation to safety or to risk related to the overall quality for the end user, but we're also doing all kinds of projects where we have iterative development models. We work in agile, and we also want to do a risk assessment on a certain feature or epic, and that's a smaller set of the things we want to do, and then it becomes more difficult. So what I learned is that we should maybe take a step back and see what we can learn from other environments, where we can think about, okay, what is now actually the risk that we want to deal with.
Andres, excuse me.
You have a question,
we still have this.
Sorry. Just a moment. I did mute my sound, so I'm not sure if there's an issue with the sound still. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we have this weird like a once in every second, like some kind of noise, like a pulsating, like beeping, something interrupting the sound of the microphone. So if we can try. Now it's okay.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Or is it still there? I did mute my system again, so it's difficult for me now to hear. Okay. So thank you. So let's continue. what I will what I've learned over the years is that we should take a step back, as I said, and think about other ways in dealing with these risks. And what I learned is it's always good to look at other domains and other ways of dealing with technique. And what I find is that one of the nice things to use when it comes to risk assessment is the rule of threes. And the rule of threes is actually something which is very well known in communications. It's a very old rule. It's the rule of threes, of course, coming from the old saying that all good things come in threes. And I'm not going to dive into the details and the knowledge about this communication technique, what it really means. But the rule of threes simply states that if you can divide something in three statements and three messages in three parts, it's always worked best. And the reason is because that's how our brain works. Our brain works very well in terms of dividing things into threes. And that's the nice thing that you can very well apply to risk management. So let's have a look at how that can be applied to the risk management. And looking at the risk management process itself is already complying with that rule, because the risk management process is already a process with 3 steps. So it's according to the rule of threes. We just have 3 steps. It's about identification, about analysis, and about evaluation or control. So the first step, the identification, is really having the initial notice of the risk. So what is the risk? What are we talking about? Where do we see a risk? The analysis is then about assessing it, giving it a name and a number, you could say. Yeah? So rate the importance of the risk. Is it a very important risk, or is it less important? So that kind of things. And evaluation or control, 2 different terms for the same thing, actually is just about dealing with the risk. So let's dive into these 3 steps, starting with the risk identification. And as I said, risk identification is often easy, well, to some extent easy if it's about the entire system or entire product. But when it comes to small parts of it, to features or user stories or whatever we're dealing with, and the things that we want to assess for risks to think about our test strategy, it becomes a bit more confusing. So how can this rule of 3 help us there? And I think the way that it can help is by 3 steps or 3 parts of this initial notice, and that starts with 3 concepts, 3 words, and 3 techniques. And the 3 concepts is really about, okay, what is the important things that you need to state when you're talking about risk. So if you want to say something about risk, is that you really describe what is the effect. And so what could really go wrong? What is its impact? And what is the cause of the risk? So what does lead to that effect? And what is the control? What can already be done to prevent that? What I saw a lot in projects is that people do talk about risks, but they do not really write down the risk, but they write down something that can have a risk. And something that can have a risk is then like, okay, the accuracy can maybe be a risk of the calculation part, or the we have this group of requirements about the interface. So the interface can be a risk, but that does not say what the risk is. It only says where a risk could be. But I think we all know that. So what is really important is that you really write down what the risk is, or that you try to identify at least that risk. And by thinking about these 3 concepts, can I identify what the effect is? Can I state what the cause is? And can I also mention something about the control, even though the control itself is not relevant for the risk, but later on for the mitigation part? But can I state what the effect is, what the cause is, that really identifies the risks? But maybe you think that's still too abstract, still too vague. So how can this rule of 3 help us more? And that comes with 3 words. And with the 3 words, from a testing perspective, I think that should be 3 easy words that we all know. So let's just use the given, when, then. And of course, we use the given, when, then a lot in combination with test automation, with BDD, with the Gherkin style description of our features, and maybe also from our requirements, if you do it well. But it's specification by example, so it's also requirement. But you can easily use this given, and then also to identify or to state what your risk is. And just a couple of examples. And here you see again this effect and cause coming around. And so given the system or application is in a certain state or situation, so when a cause is triggered, what is then the effect? So if you start writing it like that or try to identify it like that, it becomes more concrete. And the good thing is, I think, as we all are very well able to state our specification by example, by the given and then from the positive point of view, what it should do, it shouldn't be too difficult to state also at the same way what it should not do, or what you're afraid of, what it could do, what you don't want. So what is the behavior you fear, or the behavior that you absolutely don't want? And you can state that also in this given when then format. And this is just 2 examples to deal with that, with cause and control and effect. So making the abstract notice of the concept a bit more concrete. And if you think this is still not concrete enough, okay, then we go to the 3 techniques. And the 3 techniques, as a tester, just look into your toolbox and what techniques do you have in there. You have a lot of test design techniques. So let's just take 3 of them. And I take, for example, the state transition, the control flow, and the data combination test. And it's not just some arbitrary selection. Of course, it's a well thought of selection, because the state says something about the current situation. The control flow says something about the behavior, and the data is something about, okay, how does the behavior lead from one situation to another situation? So what data is coming out of that flow? So that's, if you have states and you have flows and you have data, you have most of your system already covered. But using these techniques and then the 3 concepts and the 3 words, you can even make it a bit more concrete using the approach with the given and then, like from a state transition, given system is in a certain state, when a certain event is fired, what is then the effect? Or from a data combination perspective, if your software is running and you combine a certain set of data, what is then the effect? So just as a helper to really write down or to really identify what the risk is, and not just stating that there is a risk somewhere in a feature or in a specification part. And as I said, it's just 3 techniques that you can use for a toolbox. And from a testing design technique perspective, of course, there's a lot of techniques available. So just use the ones which fits best in your project or in your environment. So as a summary, how can the rule of 3 help in the identification? Make sure that you stick to these 3 concepts, and a risk should be identified by an effect and a cause, and preferably also by control. You can use the given when then, the 3 words, to really specify what the risk is, to make it very clear what the risk is. And as a helper, you can use the test design techniques and use just 3 techniques, make your own choice to make it even more specific with either the states or the flows or the data or the equivalence classes, whatever you like. So that's the first part, that's the risk identification. And then we go to the second part, which is the risk analysis. And the risk analysis is really about the rating of the importance of the risk. And also there I see a lot of problems in the field. And that's mostly related to the fact that we try to assess risks with all kinds of schemas and methodologies, like rating it on a scale from 1 to 10. Or we're trying to use the impact and the likelihood as different scales, and then also looking at the different factors that could influence the impact or that could influence the likelihood, and we have the weights for those factors, because not all factors are equally important, and not all factors are equally important for all risks that we identify. So we have a lot of calculations and schemes, and then we come up with risk numbers that could range from 1 to 20 or 1 to 1,000 even, and nobody understands at the end what it's really about. And that's where the rule of 3 comes in very well again. So let's take this rule of 3 to help us assessing those risks. And again, just 3 things. It's 3 words, again 3 words, but 3 different words. We're looking at 3 levels and 3 techniques. And the 3 words this time is good and is and enough. And there's just one sentence that you can make with these 3 words, of course, that's good is good enough. And what I really mean is that these are just 2 examples that I've taken from risk assessment we've done in the past in certain projects. If you really look at these risk priority numbers that we might know from approaches, just like in a failure mode and effect analysis, where we also work with risk priority numbers. We keep on multiplying the severities and the effects and the causes and that kind of things. And this is an example where we have a rating, I think, from 1 to 5, but it ends up with numbers like, or it's 1 to 10, maybe even like 18 or 21 or 6. And yeah, of course, a higher number is a higher risk, but what does it really say? And we also see that people struggling with this because there's always a discussion about, okay, but this high number, is that because of the likelihood or because of the impact, the severity? So we want to have that separated, but then we get these kind of matrices where you say, okay, we have the impact and likelihood plotted, and then we have all risk identified on this graph, like, okay, is it a very high impact or very high likelihood? But what you see is also that everybody understands that something with a high impact and a high likelihood is a high risk, and something with low impact and low likelihood is a low risk. But what about the middle? And if you see the graphs like this, and this is from a tool that's used a lot in technical environments, you have this these 4 quadrants in here, and everything there in the middle, there's a lot of discussion, because if you only assess one of those 2 or maybe 2 of those parts just slightly higher, and something which was in the quadrant at the bottom left, which was seen as a low risk, can suddenly move to the quadrant at the top right, and then it's suddenly a high risk, because it just crosses the borders, crosses the axis. And yeah, and we also have numbers like 45, 51. What is that really meaning? So try to find the way that is just good enough to identify, is something a high risk or a medium risk or the low risk, because that's the rule of 3, just 3 levels. And that's then my second part, so just 3 levels, because our brain works in 3. So the only thing is that we need is high, medium, and low. So just assess them as high, medium, and low, and do not try to scale them, but just, and that's what the icons here represent, really list them as a list of risks which are in a certain group, because it does not make sense to try to plot them. Is it something which is higher than high? Is 51 and 51.1? Yeah, do we really need that difference? No, just if you only need high, medium, low, I would suggest use the left part. So the, oh, sorry, I'm looking at left. Yeah, you as well. That's just high, medium, low. And sometimes in regulated environments, it's more common to use a different visualization of impact and likelihood, then still use just high, medium, and low. But do not try to plot it in the graph, but just list the items in the right group of risks. Because otherwise you will keep on having discussions on, okay, but it's close to the border. Is it really high, or is it maybe just medium? So now just keep the rule of 3s. Your brain just thinks in high, medium, and low. Your brain doesn't think in high and low plus plus and medium minus minus, that kind of things. And to get to this, of course, you need 3 techniques to do this. And actually, it's not really techniques, but you can use risk poker, of course. Risk poker is just like the planning poker, but then just with high, medium, and low. And if you don't have risk poker cards, just take 3 cards from your planning poker set. Yeah, maybe the 1, the 3, and the 5, and use it as high, medium, and low. And just in one go, like you do the planning poker, just do a risk poker on, okay, what do we think? What is the risk of this item, of this feature or user story or whatever level you're assessing? If you really need the graph, like I showed with the impact and likelihood separate, it's an impact and likelihood assessment. It's you have to assess them separate from each other, but actually it's not that much different as risk poker, but the only thing is that you do it twice, once for the impact and one for the likelihood. Although I would always advise you to have slightly different group of people doing the assessment. So it's best to have people who are knowledgeable about the business side, the customer side in the impact assessment, and the more technical oriented people, the developers, the testers in the likelihood assessment. And the last technique that you can use is the lean risk wall of fame. And that's something I'm going to show you later on after a couple of slides. So again, to summarize, doing the risk assessment, so really trying to rate the importance of the risk, use the 3 words, good is good enough. So don't make it more difficult than it is. And therefore just use 3 levels, no scales like 1 to 10 or 1 to 9 or 1 to 5, whatever, just high, medium, and low, and use either risk poker or the likelihood and impact assessment or the lean risk wall of fame. And then the most important part, and this is where it often stops, to be honest, that we also have to do something with the risk. And I see in a lot of environments where they did some risk assessment in the sense that they identified the risks and they rated the importance, but then dealing with risk. Okay, what are we going to do? We really need to evaluate or control the risk. And of course, in formal approaches, that there are 4 different ways to deal with the risk. You can ignore the risk, although that's not often a very good suggestion, but there could be reasons to ignore just the risk. You can maybe transfer the risk. Well, you can only transfer risk, of course, if you have no means to deal with the risk. So that's examples are if the risk can only be solved or be mitigated by, for example, an IT department, then you can transfer the risk to that department. You can try to make a contingency plan. Contingency plan is about, okay, when the risk does become an actual event, what can we do to minimize that impact as soon as possible? So that's always a reactive approach. And you can try to do some mitigation, some risk mitigation. And risk mitigation is by trying to lower the likelihood of the risk, and that's what you do by testing. And by testing, you lower the likelihood, because if you test it over and over again with all kinds of different techniques, all kinds of different approaches on all kinds of different levels, you can make a statement, okay, we did identify that risk in the beginning, but in the end, it appeared never to materialize. So it's not that high, that risk anymore. So that's why you can call it the risk mitigation. So how are the rule of 3s helping in this sense? By identifying 3 steps that you need to take, by using 3 mappings and 3 visualizations. And the 3 steps that you need to take is, of course, you need to run the tests. And that's what risk mitigation is all about. You need to run tests. And if you have executed those tests, if you have ran those tests, you need to identify if that exposed any new risks, because that can be an outcome of the test, that you say, okay, based on what we saw and the defects that we found, we identified a new risk. And you have to assess then the risks, both the new ones, but also the one that you were mitigating with your test. So is this mitigation, is this really something that now leads to a different assessment of the likelihood or the assessment of the entire risk? So that's the 3 steps. So you need to start with running the test, and therefore you need, of course, to know which test to run. And that's where the mappings can help. And then we can back to the starting point where we set a risk. We describe it by effects, causes, and controls. But these effects is something that is something which is triggered by maybe an event, or by a state transition, or by a certain control flow, or whatever. And so an effect can often be mapped on a certain coverage item. Because if it's triggered by an event, then the coverage item is events and transitions. And so the causes can often be found in the function that is being executed, or in a certain workflow, or it's in a certain use case. So you can map those causes, you can map them to test levels. Is this something that you can address on a component test level? Is this something where you have to do an integration test because it's on an interaction part? So we have maybe it's an API or a contract test. So you can map the causes to test levels. And the risk levels that you assessed in the previous step of the process, that's something you can map on test design techniques. And this is a mapping. This is just shown as an example because there's no one type of mapping which is true for all cases. You can create your own mapping for something which is good enough for your environment, your project. And this is just an example. And if say, for example, the low risk, just take the top line. Not sure if you can read it, but it says on the low risk, it's like condition coverage, decision coverage, condition decision coverage. So then on the medium level, you're going to modified condition decision coverage. And on the high risk level, you go to the multiple condition coverage. Well, you can all think about steps like this. It's the same with state transition testing. Maybe state transition testing, 0 switch is medium and then 1 switch is high. But if you're in a very highly regulated environment, maybe the 0 switch is low and the 1 switch is high, and then the N switch the 1 switch is medium and then the N switch is high. So you can create such a mapping that helps you just to map all the test design techniques that you know and the ones that you're using in your project, in your environment, which are well known enough by the entire team to use, map them on these 3 risk levels. And if you have then identified what the level is, you have a selection of possible test design techniques. You have the causes mapped to test levels, so you can look, okay, is this test technique, is it something that I can apply on an integration testing, for example, if it was an interaction? And this effect is one of those coverage items. Is that something that I see in this potential list of test design techniques from this risk level? So which one is then the best to choose from? So making the selection of these 3, so you have the coverage items, you have the test levels, and you have a selection of test design techniques which are applicable to a certain test level. And then you can make the combination of those 3 elements, and then you have one test design techniques which is the best one to do those testing. So that was to come to the testing from this first step, where you say, okay, the first step from the 3 steps is do the test. And of course, you need to have some visualization, because if you're doing risk management and you have identified risk, you also need in the end to show that that you did something with the risk, that you really did some mitigation. So you need visualizations. And in the end, the visualizations that you need is just what is the initial state, what is the current state, and how did we get from the initial state to the current state? So the trend or the transition in between. And how you can do that, I will show you again in this Lean Risk Wall of Fame. But to summarize on the risk evaluation or control. So again, rule of 3 steps. You have to test, identify, and assess or reassess. You have the mappings from effects to coverage, from causes to test levels, and from risk levels to test design techniques. And you have the visualizations. Initial state, current state, and the trend to get there. So that is the whole process of risk management. And I mentioned now the Lean Risk Wall of Fame a couple of times. So how can you make this practical, this whole idea from using the rule of 3 for your risk management? So let's say you have identified a bunch of risks, and you identified by, as we showed in the first part, by using those 3 concepts, effects, causes, and controls, using those 3 words, the given, when, then, and a selection of test design techniques to help you to make that even more concrete. So you have a list of well identified and well described risks, I would say. And then you just take one of them, it doesn't matter which one, and you just put it in the middle of a board, a whiteboard preferably, or a wall on your in your project room. And you say, okay, this is our first risk, and it's this level. You just take the next one. And of course, this is something that you do in a brainstorm session with all stakeholders involved. And you say, okay, compared to the one which is already on the board, is this risk, do we assess it as higher or lower as the previous one? Well, okay, let's assume we assess it as higher, so it ends up there. It's above the one which was already there. And here again, think about those 3 words. Good is good enough. It's not about how much higher it is. It's not what the gap is in between. No, just it's higher. You do that for all the risks which are still to be assessed. And every time you say, okay, is this higher than that? Or is it somewhere in between? So maybe you have to reshuffle a bit. But at some point in time, all the risks are on the board, and no risk can be at the same level as another one. They all should be different. So that's the only rule that you have to apply here. So it's always higher or lower than another risk. And that's why I call it the Risk Wall of Fame. And so you get this this list of prioritized or let's call it prioritized risks. And it looks a bit like the Wall of Fame from Top Gear, of course. Next step you're going to do is you start from the top and you say, okay, is there any chance that we can accept this risk? And of course, all your stakeholders will say, no, you cannot. So you just go down to the next risk and to the next, till the point that somebody says, okay, maybe at this point in time, this risk, under certain circumstances or under certain conditions, well, maybe we can accept that. So there you draw the top line and you say, okay, everything above is unacceptable. You do the same from the bottom up. So you start at the very bottom and you say, can we accept this risk? And there's often at the bottom, there's some risk that you can accept, and maybe there's another risk that you can accept. But again, there will be some point that your stakeholders will start saying, but now we cannot really accept this risk. There's always a condition that it cannot be accepted. So, okay, again, you draw a line and you just say everything below is acceptable. And so you have 2 lines, unacceptable above and acceptable below. And of course, you see here we have the 3 levels. So again, the rule of 3s, we have the high, the medium, and the low. And then you start mitigating, then you start controlling your risk, and you do that by testing. So that's the first step. And you really move the risk on the board, and preferably you keep a placeholder risk from where you started. So also to keep on showing what the initial status was. Where did we start? And you just show, okay, we're testing. Of course, use those 3 mappings to identify what the right test is, which test technique to use, how can we do that. Next step is that you assess it again. Is there any new risk? And the current risk that we mitigated, what would now be our assessment? And you start testing on the next one. Of course, you can do more tests in parallel, but let's assume we do them one by one. So you do a reassessment, and the initial risk of the one we started is now below the top line. But the other one, we just started testing, and you do that again, and you do some assessment. And for that one we just tested, we even identified a new risk that was even slightly higher, so it's on top there. We start testing again, and you keep on repeating this until everything is at least below the top line, which says unacceptable above. And from there on, you just have discussion. Okay, how much further do we want to mitigate before we can really close the system? So if you summarize it as well with the rule of 3, so you have the risk identification, you order them from high to low on the board, on the wall of fame. You identify what is the unacceptable level and what is the acceptable level, and you start mitigating by running the test, by reassessing them, and by visualizing. And as you see, by putting it on the board, by keeping it like this, and keeping also the placeholder where the risk is assessed, you have also the visualization from the initial state, the current state, and how it get from the initial state to the current state. And that's what I think is a very helpful and lean approach to risk management. And I hope you can benefit from that. So far, my question, I would say, time for questions.
Thank you very much, Andre.
On the audio again, of course.
Thank you. It's been very educating. And we will meet you on a Q&A session in this blog. All right. See you, Andre, on a Q&A blog. And let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Jonas Menesklou, who came today with the topic of leveraging AI to build stable tests in a twinkling of an eye. Jonas is the founder and CEO of SQI, a Germany-based startup that uses AI to automate software processes. Okay, meet Jonas.
I'm Jonas from AskUI, and today I'm going to talk about how you can leverage AI to build stable tests in the twinkling of an eye. And what I mean by that, I will show in the upcoming slides. So we are mostly talking about computer vision here. So in the recent developments, all of you knew there's this AI hype going on in the test automation industry, and everyone's asking, okay, where can I use it? How does it help? Can it generate tests automatically? And there is also some advancement in computer vision, which I wanted to highlight on to show you how that can be leveraged for creating automations. Who am I? My name is Jonas. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AskUI. We are a startup here in Karlsruhe in Germany. We are also in the test automation space, built a library for automation. We happen to do also a lot of computer vision stuff. That's why I'm presenting this topic, but I will mostly leave out what we do in the following few slides, but rather give a broader overview over the whole topic. So what are we going to talk about? So first, some basics in AI and computer vision. Then we will talk about why you should not use computer vision in your test automation scripts. And then we will talk about why you should use it. Because it's not black and white. It's not like you should use it or you should not use it. It's bad or good. As with almost everything, there is an in-between where some cases it makes sense, and others it doesn't. And in the end, I will show a bit about GPT vision. If you haven't tried it out yet, it's pretty interesting what, for my example, OpenAI, but really any other multimodal LLM is kind of capable in that, how you can use that, and what tricks you have to do to be able to create very stable tests with that. All right, let's talk about the basics. So we will really start in the basics of test automation because I think it's probably everyone knows it, but just to be sure so that we all have a common understanding of what we are actually talking about here. So first of all, let's talk about how test automation actually works. So what is test automation? Let's just have a look at the first text. So I came up with the definition of it's comparing predicted outcomes with actual outcomes by performing a set of instructions on an application. What does that mean? It means we have an application which we want to test. Okay, this makes sense. We have a set of instructions or some kind of workflows, some kind of test cases, test steps, which we want to perform. And if we perform those, we predict some outcomes. And we actually check if we execute those instruction steps or whatsoever, we will check if the actual outcomes are the ones we predicted. So if you check on the bottom left side, so there is basically this set of instructions. The test steps, they always consist of some kind of object where I want to perform some stuff on, and then also an action which I want to perform on this kind of object. What can an object be? An object could, for example, be a button, and an action could be a click on this specific button. Now, the object is like the key part for this following talk, because basically that's one of the crucial things in test automation a lot of people talk about is like, how do I actually get those kind of objects to perform actions on there? We call them selectors. So the object has a selector for finding a specific object. And then later on, we have expected results versus actual results. We call it assertions. If they equal, our pipeline mainly goes through and we have a green check on it. If it doesn't equal, like we have a failed test. And then we know something is wrong and we have to figure out what is wrong exactly. So to double down on that, if something is green, so the expected outcome is the actual outcome, everything should be fine. That's a requirement we have basically for our pipeline. But what happens if it's not green? So if pipelines are red, from our understanding as a user of those tooling, there should be then a bug within the application, because the error should be in the way, or the test should indicate that there is something not happening correctly. It can happen that actually the pipeline, or there's some flaky tests all the time and stuff like that. So you all probably know that it can be a different case. So to make sure that this is not happening, we have some requirements to our test automation frameworks, which I basically put down into 3 words. So it's all about reliability, stability, and speed. What do I mean by that? Reliability means if nothing changes, if I repeat a step, it should always be the same outcome if nothing changes. Which means, for example, I'm testing on a specific environment, nothing changes, I repeat this test 100 times with the exact same stuff, it should perform, the outcome should be 100 times the same. That's called reliability. Stability is how stable is my test in changing environments, in dynamic contents, in dynamic websites, or dynamic applications. So if some stuff changes, which really doesn't change that much on my test, how stable is my test? And obviously we want to be like as stable as possible. So changes which are not changing the way we perform actions and stuff like that shouldn't change the outcome of the actual results of our test. And last, speed of the execution. So we should perform this, basically the tests in a way that they are very quick and as quick as the user, so we get quick results. And talking like onwards, we will always have those 3 requirements in mind when we compare different kind of approaches for selectors, and also for using AI for doing stuff like that, because AI should also be reliable, stable, and very quick for if we use it in test automation cases. All right, and yeah, as you probably have guessed, if that's not the case, we call that flaky. So basically, it's all about coming down to, is the approach I'm choosing flaky or not flaky, and when it's the case. So we evaluate basically those kind of different approaches in that specific, for those specific cases. A classical test automation ways prior to the AI, there were some computer vision approaches as well, but the main approaches right now, which are completely fine and very stable actually, and very reliable for web, if they're used correctly, can be, for example, XPath selectors, code selectors, some IDs of test objects, stuff like that, CSS selectors. There's actually multiple ways. Best would be if your developer creates your automation ID for you, and then you can use that for your automation scripts, and then you have a very stable and reliable way of automating, and it's also very quick. But there's more to it. So let's talk why computer vision approaches are there, how they make sense, and when they don't make sense actually. But before we jump into that, let's talk about computer vision. There is this definition, which I just Googled basically for Microsoft Azure, where it says computer vision is a field of computer science that focuses on enabling computers to identify and understand objects and people in images and videos. Okay, so let's break this down a bit. So it's a field of computer science, so research topic kind of. Oh, actually not like it, it's just a field of computer science. But more interesting is it focuses on enabling computers to identify and understand objects. Let's put away the people and just like focus on objects in images and videos. So what are we actually testing or trying to achieve as a test, like with test automation? We are trying, as I mentioned before that, one key principle is identifying objects on applications. How do we see applications as humans? We look at them. So we basically look at an image of an application. And one of the key main goals is the computer has to identify and understand the object, which could be a button, for example, in an image. So computer vision seems like a very good approach for the overall challenge of test automation. But there are a lot of cons as well. But let's go through those kind of approaches. One of the oldest ones is template matching. It's actually still widely used. If you ever heard of Geekle, that's the approach they are doing. So basically, what is template matching? You crop out part of an image, call this a template. It's basically an image repository, and then you look in the image for that specific cropped out image. And if you find it, because the pixels of the cropped out image matches the pixel on a specific location in the overall image to a very high degree, can be percentage based or whatsoever, but typically to a very high degree, we know, okay, that specific image or cropped out image is located on position X and Y. Can be super nice if you want to test for a very specific image, but there are some downsides to it, because if you think of it, it's pixel comparison. And if let's think in reliability, stability, and speed. So speed actually is pretty slow because we have to check a lot of different kind of pixels. Then how reliable is it? Okay, actually pretty reliable because it's a deterministic algorithm. So if the environment doesn't change and I know that everything is exactly the same, it will run through 100 times out of 100 times. But what about stability? If the environment changes, if the resolution changes, if the image changes a bit, it's an absolute nightmare. So as we have this requirement in like today's applications with like changing environments, different kind of resolutions all over the place, like different kind of devices, that approach will probably fail you a lot of time and create a lot of frustration. Okay, so what else is there? There's a new iteration which is called feature matching. I linked also this article which you could read through, but basically what is it? It's basically a way of finding objects with different kind of angles. So they took the problem or tried to find a solution for this problem of stability when the angle changes, which is kind of the same like when the images looks a bit different. So if you look at the image down there, which I have example, so you have a different angle on this kind of building, but it's still able to find it. And why is it able to find it? Because of different features which were defined on that image. And those features are those points basically with like different colors. And what you do is basically you crop out a specific point of an image, normalize it and check the area of that specific point and calculate basically a representation of that. And then on the new, you do the same thing on the new image and try to check if those features are the same, and then only those features need to be the same and the other view angle stuff and whatsoever can change. So it's way more stable. So we can check it again for those kind of 3 requirements which we have. So way more stable, but maybe not the most stable approach. But it's reliable as the first one because it's a deterministic algorithm again. And speed, again, not so much, but also depends on computing power. So it's a better iteration, but maybe let's look further. All right, and then there is neural nets. So what are neural nets? So it's basically the AI part, which you think like the modern deep learning approach, where you basically don't have a deterministic algorithm, but rather a probabilistic way of classifying different kind of images. So basically, how does it work? You have a lot of data, for example, of cats and of dogs. Can be a lot of data of buttons, of icons or whatsoever, and you label them and you say, okay, this is a cat, this is a dog. And then you just put it into one big algorithm which figures out a function which is most likely to predict or classify a new image into those categories you provided with the labels. So cat or dog. And the more data, the more accurate. The thing is, this will never be 100% accurate because it's a probabilistic method. So yeah, let's maybe check for our 3 requirements. So speed, quite slow if you don't have a lot of GPUs, but that can be solved actually. We are making progress there. Reliability, actually it's not it's like worse than the others. Really depends on how much data you have at hand. If you have a lot of data, it can be very reliable, but you have to know it will never be 100% reliable if you need that. And stability on the other side is pretty good. It's actually the best approach for stability out there, because this approach is not dependent on resolutions, different kind of settings, different changing environments. It will just look at specific images and will find it and try to classify it. So on the stability side, it's very nice, actually. All right, and how does it look like? So for example, if you train neural nets on user interfaces, so I brought this example here, you can see that there's a classifier, so trained on user interfaces. You can see those bounding boxes where the model found stuff. And you can see that's not perfect. So the bounding box for down below new user register here is not like through the whole text. So it probably will only detect like 80% of the text of the whole text there, which is fine if you know how it works, which is not fine when you think you need 100% accuracy on the text all the time. So yeah, but this is like an example how it could look like. And yeah, and I talked already about it, if it's reliable, stable, and fast, because here are some kind of approaches on there. So for example, we are in that space, but rather like SQL template matching. Then there's the OpenCV library, where you can find algorithms for classical computer vision approaches, such as feature matching and template matching. And then there's GPT-4 or like other LLMs, which really have like vision parts in there, which I really jump into as well in a few minutes. But yeah, the question arises, is it really reliable, stable, and fast? And I talked about it already. Yeah, so downsides of computer vision, let's talk about that a bit. Template matching, let's have it on one look. Is reliable, but not really stable, not fast. Feature matching, semi-stable and reliable, but not fast. Neural nets, generally semi-stable, more stable, probably the most stable approach of those, but semi-reliable and not really fast at all. So why aren't we just sticking to classical selectors, code selectors, XPath, CSS selectors, and just use those? And now we are approaching the part why I say we should think about using computer vision in test automation. There are reasons for it. And yeah, I want to talk about them. So let's look at the classical selectors in a way. I said like they are, for example, if you have automation ID, it's very reliable, stable, and fast as well. This is true, but probably all of you know that when you build automations, you're not always have access to those kind of selectors, depending on the application you want to automate. Let's say you're developing an application on a third-party system where you don't have control over the source code, and you develop a plugin for that, and then you're testing it on a Windows environment as a native application. You're gonna have a bad time writing those automation IDs. So classical selectors in that case, they are very much focused on web and web only. Web, they are pretty stable, yes, and reliable, but everything beyond the web, and even web has some tricky cases with like images and iframes and canvas elements and stuff like that, where those classical selectors fail. So I'm really advocating for a hybrid approach here, but yeah, let's look at that. Then the other upside of computer vision. I mentioned like the definition of computer vision, and actually what do we want to achieve as testers? We want to check the application the most human way possible, which is like checking applications and automating it such as we as human testers see them, and that is with our eyes. And the most or the best approach, which is most close to that approach, is just using computer vision, because computer vision is kind of simulating our eyes and is really looking end to end on the objects visually, which is how we check on applications. This allows us to find rendering bugs, given that the computer vision approach really is stable and reliable and quick. But this allows us then to find also like implicitly visual bugs, which cannot be found all the time with, for example, classical selectors. Then the other thing is, in the past, we often relied, when we talked about computer vision, on those template matching, feature matching stuff, which has a bad reputation because it doesn't check all the requirements. But with enough data, with enough fine-tuning, enough computing power, we can get reliable, stable, and fast tests. Maybe they will not be like 100%, but maybe they will be like 99.9% stable, reliable, and very quick with enough computing power. There are numbers that, like the classical selectors on average, are nowhere that accuracy or that reliability and stability because of those other different kind of things which can come in between. They are like at 70 to 80%, but also depending very much on the setup. So so just like ask yourself the question, if I would have a model which can detect elements with like a 99% accuracy and is in 99% of all cases very reliable and stable with new environments and as quick as the classical approaches, would you use it? Would you not use it? Would you still say, okay, it's a bad approach? Up to you for decision, to be honest. And last but not least, I said web only is like most classical selectors are very much focused on web. Basically, we can test everything which we can see with our eyes if we use computer vision approaches. And that is actually one of the coolest things, because we don't care about like the underlying code, if there's restrictions, if we can even look at it, if there is security restrictions with not looking at code and stuff like that. We could just check it with our eyes. Everything what is user facing, we just see it. It will be a black box test purely, but if that's what we want, then it's a very nice approach in doing so. Yeah, so I'll just quickly show some stuff on the GPT vision. So all of you have seen probably, I'll jump in after the slide in there, into where you can upload probably screenshots to GPT and it can explain everything. So we are looking now a bit into LLMs and some tricks to make them very good for a computer vision task for automation. So what do we actually need? So we need the LLM to be able to locate elements, objects on the screen. And on the left, we asked LLM, or there was the challenge that the LLM should localize images. If you ask the LLM if what it sees there, it can actually describe very well, okay, there are multiple people walking on a crosswalk, on a street, they have different kind of shirts and so on. But if you want to say where are those people, it's really bad in locating it. So we actually did this in a prompt here, so localize each person in the image using a bounding box. And what I came up with were actually bounding boxes which are not even close to like finding the people. And that's also the issue with if you want to locate elements on screen. So there's a little trick for that. So if you, before that, use a computer vision approach such as YOLO, which just basically labels each input element, like you can see it on the right side. For example, you could use segment anything model of Facebook for segmenting every image and then just put numbers on it. You can then feed into the LLM, and the LLM can like combine, it's called crowning, combine basically or check which number fits to what description. So for example, the user could ask here, what is on the left side on the right laptop? And the GPT-4 vision is then, with that approach, able to say the lamp, which has the number 12. And we could now find the lamp, the coordinates of it, because we know where the coordinates of 12 is. So I'll just quickly show that, also how we did it for UI. So I jumped into ChatGPT here and just got this image. So what we did is like, we performed a computer vision task on all the elements on a screen and then just draw through all the bounding boxes and label them from 1 to, I don't know, 200 or so. How many elements? I don't know how many elements are on there. And then we just said, I want to log into this app using info@askui.com and hello123 as password. can you give me a sequence of actions on the elements with the respective numbers for that? And what he came up is click on element 124, type info@rcui.com, click on element 147, password input field, type hello 123, and click on element 149, continue button. It actually came up with the correct sequence just by saying, I want to log in here, and it figured out that there is a text field or two text fields and a login button, actually a continue button, and it actually said like, okay, continue button, click on 149. Yeah, and that's pretty much a very nice way of coming up with out of a prompt with a sequence just by providing an image and actually finding, locating elements just using vision, because we have such a large training data set here that you can find and locate those objects. You just have to give the LLM or the AI a bit more context by providing numbered labels to work with, and then you can do like crazy stuff like that. Yeah, that's it from my side. So if you want to reach out to me, you can find me on LinkedIn or use this email address. And happy to discuss some approaches. And yeah, looking forward to the other speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonas, for your talk. We will meet you on the Q&A session as well. And now I'd like to present our next speaker. It's Karen Amaro, who came today with the topic of navigating the challenges of managing testing teams in diverse organizations. Karen is a QA manager at CES with almost 10 years of experience working on automation and performance testing. All right, meet Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Amaro, and I've been working in testing for almost 10 years at the Sundaresan Software. CES is a foundation of the engineering faculty of the Uruguay Public University, and it was founded with the main purpose to contribute to the quality of the software of the country. Thanks to our close relationship with the academy, we pioneered the first testing career in Uruguay. And with that, we train a substantial number of specialized professionals that are working on the industry nowadays. In addition to this, our team works in a large variety of companies here in Uruguay and abroad. I started my career as a junior functional tester here. On that time, I was studying at the university and doing my testing degrees on CES. And of course, I tried to learn as much as I could from my colleagues and coworkers. Working on CES, I tried a lot of different things in testing. As I told you, I started with functional manual, and I thought that that was my thing. But I'm a little bit curious, so I had my approach with automation in different projects, and I realized that was not my passion. I have a nice relation with accessibility testing. I also participate on performance projects and discovered that was not my main path. But in that journey, I realized of two things. First of all, I really like quality. I really like testing, and I was in love with the idea of being part of the process of create and improve the software that surrounds us. And secondly, but not less important, I love working with people. So I started to join these two things together. I've been working as a tester manager for a couple of years now. Using some of the tools that I learned on the PMP courses, I participate on a variety of projects with different realities and approaches. Different kind of products, since banks to medical systems to games, with different size of teams, sometimes two people, sometimes 10 testers, different necessities, different testing approach, sometimes managing and coordinating manuals and automates and functionals and parafunctional, etc. So now, in this talk, I want to share you something that I learned. Some of them were learned in books, some others were taught by amazing colleagues, and others came to me after I made some mistakes. So, let's start. First of all, what is a team? A team is much more than a group of people. A team is a united group of individuals where each one brings the unique skills, roles, responsibilities, capabilities to achieve a shared goal, ultimately contributing to the overall quality of the product. The synergy generated by the combined effort of the team results in an outcome that surpasses individual achievements, yielding results beyond universe individual capabilities. In groups, 2 plus 2 is equal 4 and there is no war. But when we're talking about teams, we combine our capabilities and that results in increase. In testing, our teams are responsible for planning, executing, and overseeing the testing process during the whole project. Always having the quality, the reliability, and the functionality of the software as a primary objective. For that, we need to cultivate a positive working relationship, nurturing a collaborative environment, and valuing each team member contribution. There are diverse ways when tester works in different organizations. For example, there are some companies when they got the tester works quite closely with the developer, but not as part of the same team. Just like different teams that share the same goal, that is make the software in the best way as possible. But there are others where companies are more like product focused and testers, analysis, developers, and so on work together in the same team. They could be using different approaches. For example, they could be using Agile or not, but they are always working together. Effective teamwork within the testing team is characterized by transparent communication, mutual support, and shared commitment of the team's success. I am here also a phrase that I really like, that is, together everyone achieves more. That is how we spell team. Then, team management. To manage a team, there are some knowledge important, and I'm listing here some of them. But for me, the most crucial aspect to consider is knowing your people, understanding your team members' interests, their skills, capabilities, and once you know that it's essential to know your product. So you need to be clear about what are the project needs. When you know the required tasks that need to be done, you are already able to assign and prioritize them. As manager, I think that we are always looking for having the right people doing the right thing at the right time. And this is something that I believe that brings us closer to our goal. When you know that, you can be sure that half of the path already walked. As our team is working, we must always be close to them, helping them to balance the workload, setting the estimation and the status of the task, and obviously giving them support when they need to develop or improve any skill. We, as quality analyzers, tester, quality experts, and so on, we're always working for the quality of the product overall. And that is very risky. So it's crucial to have a clear understanding about the project about the team. This clarity enables us to identify the potential risks that we could face and develop the best strategy to address them to every stage of the project. And after that, we must be sure that we are always keeping an eye on them and they are on our mind. Or even better, we are keeping them on our risk register. We should monitor them, understand their policies, and be ready to take the consequence of our risk management strategy. This proactive approach ensures the integrity and the success of all the quality effort through the whole project. Now that we work without effective communication. Effective communication in testing team is crucial for the success of the testing activity and the overall quality of the software being developed. As testers, we are working not just to detect if the software is broken or need an improvement. We also are working to let those issues that we recognize be already and actually improve. And of course, it's impossible to do that if we don't understand the requirement or without doing the correct and complete bug reports. However, that's just the beginning of what we need in terms of communication. When we talk about effective communication, we must understand that as give everyone all the information that they need in the correct time and in the correct way, and make us sure that information gonna be understood for all the stakeholders involved. And for this, there are some things that we need to do. For example, I truly believe that we can communicate effectively with someone that we don't trust. We need to work to make a nice relationship with our team members, and for that, to be honest and transparent. By doing so, we can set up the confidence among all our team. Everyone on the team, like every organization or every project, are different. So all members need to know how to treat that differences, being able to adapt themselves from that. And that includes aspects such as language, non-verbal communication. In order to minimize the misunderstanding and all the risks associated with that, we need to take care of the communication. For that thing, communication must be planned, coordinated, managed, and continuously monitored. Another important aspect that we might always want on our teams is the collaboration culture. But what's that? When we're talking about collaboration culture, we are referring to an organizational environment that prioritizes and encourages the teamwork, the open communication, and the collective problem solving. In this, individuals across diverse teams and departments work together, sharing ideas, information, and resources to achieve their common goals. Collaborating culture is essential for driving innovation, enhancing problem-solving capability, and creating work environment that make everybody feel valued and motivated to contribute their best. It promotes the sense of belonging and the collective ownership of the organization and project success. Here I have some things that for me are really important for creating collaboration culture. For example, the flexible work environment, because that helps us to work more comfortably, and I really believe that makes us work better. Talking about inclusive decision making, for example, when decisions are made by the team, the individual participates on them and takes the ownership of the responsibility more openly. So this helps us to create the commitment needed, the sense of responsibility, and belonging. Here I give you some good tips, but we all know that there are challenges that we face. There are challenges that we face every day and everywhere. So let's start. Well, when we're talking about teams, communication, collaboration, this is a challenge that may arise. The motivation and conflict may occur independently, but there are a lot of times that one occurs like a consequence of the other. We are saying that good environment is essential because the team needs them to grow, but conflicts are inevitable. There are two different kinds of conflicts. First, there is the functional. It's the one that we love because team members can have disagreement or difference in opinions, but that opens the door for a constructive debate, focus on the issues and the ideas, and the team improve the decision making, stimulate the creativity, and when this issue is already resolved, it emerges a stronger and a better team. Because all the members learn how to work with differences and overall contribute positively to achieve their goal and enhance the team performance. On the other hand, there are dysfunctional conflicts. In this case, they are not focused on idea or issues, they are more focused on the people. And this is the bad part. They start to be personal, hear the open communication, and don't let us grow. It's more like the opposite. To address this challenge, it's crucial to work to increase cultural conflicts and resolving or avoiding totally the dysfunctional one. Techniques such as negotiation, establishing ground rules, moving can be employed. As a manager, it's essential to monitor even minor conflicts. I mean, to transform them into a functional component of the team dynamic. The functional conflicts can lead to motivation because who wants to work effectively when you have issues with your colleagues? Or on the other hand, if you are not motivated, you are less likely to engage in debates trying to improve the team. But as I mentioned earlier, these issues don't always appear together. There are two different types or kinds of motivation, and there are a lot of factors for each one. First, there is the intrinsic motivation. That's the one that stems from the work itself. And to enhancing, we can assign individuals the tasks that we know they are related with their interests and skills. In contrast, there are the extrinsic motivation that are driven driven by external factors, so we can actively work to make these factors work on our favor, fostering a positive work environment and encourage the team members to perform effectively. Motivation helps individuals to perceive to face the challenges. It acts as a driving force to overcome the obstacles and the setbacks. There are some factors that can influence a lot motivation. Firstly, there are the individual difference, because they play a crucial role as the people is different. Their motivation by various things based on their personality, values, interests, energies, and so on. So it's important to understand our team in this context. Secondly, goals and expectations come into play because clearly defined goals and expectations can provide a sense of purpose and direction. And of course, the social environment factor contributes as well, as I already told. The ability to maintain the motivation during the difficult times is often a key factor in achieving long-term success in teams. Another thing that can happen are the conflicts of priorities in concurrent projects, referring to situations when teams members are required to divide their time and effort among multiple projects leading to challenge of determining which project take precedence or is more relevant in a specific moment. This can manifest in several ways. For example, the time allocation, that is where the team grapple with the challenges in effectively dividing their time among multiple projects. Conflicts arise when there is ambiguity or disagreement about which project deserves more attention or holds a higher priority or needs more emphasis, potentially leading to uneven workload distribution and conflicts with the team. To prevent these issues, maintaining an honest and transparency with the team is crucial. Clear communication regarding workload expectation and project priorities, provided at the right time, of course, helps us to ensure that everyone is on the same page. Additionally, a well-structured resource plan shared with all relevant stakeholders can contribute to fair workload distribution, considering the estimated effort for each project and the strengths of each individual member of the team. Regular checking on schedulers, progress, and challenges provide us an open space for team members to express the consequences and their concerns about collaboratively find solutions. Flexibility and adaptability are key. Connecting that project priorities and workload distribution may need involve over time. Being flexible in adjusting assignment based on challenging project requirements, deadlines, and even team dynamic is essential to managing the balance of the workload. By implementing these strategies, you can create a collaborative and supportive environment that addresses workload imbalance, minimize conflicts, and allow our team to work cohesively on concurrent projects. Regularly releases and refine these approaches based on the evolving needs of the project and the team. Deadline pressure, for example, represent another significant challenge. Conflict may emerge when conflicting deadline exists for different projects. Teams might find themselves torn between meeting a deadline for one project and fulfilling commitment on another, leading to the highlight stress and potential clashes. Proactively seeking information and strategically managing deadlines are crucial to mitigate conflicts and maintaining more harmonious workflow. Manager is essential to manage the stakeholder expectation, not just our team expectation, especially regarding timelines and resources assignments. Having resources contingencies or plans or project buffer can be invaluable when having challenging situations, but we know that it's not always possible to have a buffer. Another critical consideration is the project importance, because this could vary the perception of the importance or priority of each project, and that can lead conflict. It's essential to establish a consensus on which project should take precedence in terms of strategic priority, business impact, and debate them with all the necessary stakeholders at each time, not just once and one. In the current landscape, another of the challenges we face are the difficulties to maintain our team stable by reducing the staff turnover. We all want our team members to improve their skills and grow professionally, but sometimes that involves leaving the company, and that, of course, means impacting the project team. In the dynamic field of software testing, with a well-working environment, effective communication, and motivated team members, we can reduce the chances of them to leaving. However, there are some cases where we can prevent individuals from pursuing new challenges or opportunities elsewhere. In such instance, having a well-structured knowledge transference plan specific to our project and testing process become indispensable. In testing, it's crucial that the knowledge transcends individual boundaries. I always say that shouldn't be person-dependent, the knowledge. Therefore, information must always be shared and organized in a way that every team member could easily access. I often emphasize that if it's not documented on our testing platform or on our SharePoint, that information simply doesn't exist. When referring to knowledge management, I'm talking about the process wherein we identify, organize, and store and share all the relevant information, experiences, and good practice contributed by each individual team member during every stage of the project. This process leverages the collective experience and enhances the efficiency of the entire team. For this, we may include, of course, building a shared knowledge repository where we add proven practice such as methodologies, techniques, strategies, encompassing the lesson learning document, the risk management plan, the onboarding and training documents, and of course the requirement and everything that we think that should be there, of course. Knowledge transfer programs work to facilitate the smooth the workflow and the flow of the knowledge within all the testing domains, enabling the new team members to learn from the experiences reached by their colleagues, adopt the good practices, and enhance the testing capability. This program uses information that we collect in our knowledge management process and combine it with mentorship, training sessions, practices, and so on. For example, fostering a learning culture is integral, and the continuous presence of each team member contributes to significantly to our collective growth. It enables us to gain insight from both success and challenges, fostering an environment where knowledge is not only transferred but continuously generated by the benefit of the entire team. Striking the balance between employee development and the organizational stability is the key to build a resilient and successful team. Here, I'm showing you a real life case that is really common in teams nowadays, and that is something that happened to me for the first time a couple of years ago. There was a team where not everybody was located in the same country with the same time zone, and we used different languages. Now, being honest with you, at first I wasn't worried about the future of the project because I thought that was the same as every other Scrum project and there was nothing different. But I was wrong. In this case, I was the team lead of the testers involved. In my role, I used to talk and work closely with the business analysis. I've been really close in contact with the product owners because I already worked with them before, so I had already walked the confident path and the effective communication and so on. Coming back to the team, the members who share language often chats or talk in their native language. And occasionally, it's more efficient to copy-paste something rather to rewrite that. But when they do that, sometimes that leads to conflicts. Moreover, during meeting, the language used initially will switch, causing some of the team members to feel demotivated, and they seem like a loss of understanding to unfamiliar words or vocabulary. Another thing that we did was schedule our daily meeting at 12 a.m. Uruguayan time, and that was 5 a.m. for part of the team. So when the day ends, some of the team were about to have a lunch, while others were about to close their laptop, ending their working day, and at first, that worked for everyone. But you know that during these daily, there are some topics or some things that are need to be discussed or worked with part of the team later. And that made some of the team had to end their days a little bit late. Some days they were necessary to ask someone something, but they arrived at 10 a.m. me, but there was my 5 a.m. And take us some time to realize that we need to do some agreements. We had to negotiate this agreement to find the best schedule for each team member to let them be able to be on every meet they need. For example, don't have to edit up the days later. We have to agree what was our most effective communication channel, when we are going to be available on them, and even in which language we are going to communicate. We need to define how was going to be our own effective communication. For example, we decided to use Slack as a translator plugin to help us in some cases when we find some idiomatic barrier, because tools are usually good friends too. When we make jokes on dailies or meetings, we have, and some of the teams things that didn't have much sense, we explain them the jokes, and in the opposite way, we learn a lot from their cultures. Here you're gonna see my team. This is mine. For me, a team is a collective force combining diverse skills toward a shared goal that surpasses individual contribution. Effective testing, teamwork, relies to a positive relationship collaboration and recognizing each member's value, including all the actors involved. Whether closely aligned with the developers or being part of a product-focused team, successful teams are led by individuals who understand the importance of clear communication and fostering a learning culture. Effective team managers involve understanding their individual skills, doing a clear task assignment through communication, and cultivating a shared understanding of mental models. However, it's crucial to always remember that we are part of that team. So we need to understand and work on the mental models that help us to think and act in a different, better way. Mental models are like glasses. When we work, when we need, we see everything through our own glasses. But if we switch to a proven and objective glasses, we can face situations and challenges that were previously unknown to us. They give us and give our way of thinking, providing us with access of these lenses or formulas that we wouldn't have through our simple experience alone. We can use them to enhance our problem-solving skill and expedite and simplify the decision-making process. The team leader, in particular, serves as a guide of shaping those mental models, ensuring we are aligned with the project objectives. For me, being a manager is about helping the team to find their better ways to doing the things and letting them grow in that process while we are being part of the creation and improvement of the software that surrounds us. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen. We are moving to our Q&A session now. Okay, here we are. And the first question will come to Jonas. Jonas, is it possible to get stable and concise test results with screenshot tests, or well known as snapshot tests?
Yep. Thanks for the question. So I probably would need to understand more what you exactly mean with screenshot tests, if you're referring to visual regression tests where different kind of screenshots are compared to each other. Then yes, but there's always a human in the loop because you have to check on the existing results. And on the other side, if you're talking about like really having a it depends on the approach, but if you have a neural net or like the classical computer vision approaches where you use those kind of approaches for automation, then it really depends on the quality of your model, to be honest. So it depends. You probably won't get to 100% accuracy with like a baseline model because it's machine learning. So human in the loop would be good, but you can get pretty close to that if you have a very large model.
And there's a second part of this question. So we'd like to know whether the screenshot tests are failing because of a bug or the new feature. So is there a way to integrate any AI solution for that type of testing?
Yeah, so what we are trying out a lot is to actually just provide the context of the image of the application, and large language models are already very good in understanding, okay, this should be probably happening or this should not be happening, if by just looking at the iteration, like a different kind of set of screenshots, so like screenshot 1, 2, 3, like throughout the life cycle of the application. And then you can ask the LLM. But you can also work with classical assertion that you expect some behavior, and if that is not happening with that screenshot test, then you can assume it's a bug, because the new feature you would have introduced into your test before that.
Are you probably aware of any solutions that we could use on any framework or any programming language?
Everything is pretty new there in the market for those kind of AI solutions. So I would just probably call the OpenAI API for that and just integrate that in my framework. I don't know any framework which does that very well out of the box right now, to be honest.
All right. And more complicated questions for you. Is it possible to perform actions with elements identified by computer vision? The idea is that, computer vision, you reach some identifier, etc.
Yeah. So how would you do that? So you want to locate the element on screen, and you actually perform the action then through the operating system or to the web browser API. So you look at the screen with computer vision. For example, locate the blue button because it looks like a blue button, and then you get the position of that blue button during runtime. So it's like still dynamic like position, but you get the absolute position during that exact moment when you take the screenshot. And then you would perform through a low-level API a click action through, for example, the mouse or through a keyboard if you want to have a type action. And so you basically don't perform through the code selector an action or that API, but you rather find the location on screen and perform an action through the operating system then.
So I think it actually answers the second part of the same question. Yeah.
Yes, right. Exactly. So that's no problem. Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, a question for Andre. Hello, Ed. Andre, can you share specific experiences where effective risk management had a significant impact on project success?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. Good question. Can you really say that it has a significant impact on project success? I think you can say it has a significant impact on identifying the steps that you need to do and to create your test strategy. So where it has impact, if you have a clear, very good risk management, so a good identification and a good assessment of your risks. You also have a good initial test strategy, so where to put the effort. And if you then also take the step of really checking the mitigations, am I going to towards my end goal? Am I really using the test strategy to mitigate my risk instead of just testing? Then you see that your test strategy also pays off in the sense that it also becomes more plannable. And that's what I have seen in a couple of projects. Indeed, if you really do a good risk management, so a good identification, a good assessment, but also keep track of the mitigations, and so not just do the test, but really after each test session, check can we really say something about the current state of the risk. Then also your test efforts become more plannable, and that's I think
the most impact you have on the success of your project?
So, all right. The next question for you as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I see the question, the latest question from chat. Dmitry, can I just get all this farther, because we have today we have some new idea for the Q&A session and panel discussion and everything. Don't you mind?
Sure, take it over. All right. See you all guys later.
Yeah. Thank you for moderating this part.
Yeah, we actually thought maybe Dmitry can stay with us and help us with the panel discussion.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind, if you don't mind, because it looks like he muted himself and exited.
All right, folks. The idea of today's Q&A and it is combined with the panel discussion, because we have questions from our community that people really want to hear your thoughts of leading experts who contribute Geekle on AI stuff, on trend stuff, right? So that's actually why we invited you all here. But the last question from chat, it's this one. I think we should answer it before we'll talk our stuff, right? Karen, what tools and frameworks do you use for team management?
Well, personally, I use Notion, but there are a lot of tools that could work for us, like Odoo, for example, and all that thing that you can register all the information that you regard from your team members and the projects, and you can share that with stakeholders if it's needed. So that are examples, but there are a lot, and these two, Notion, for example, it's free, so I think that it's a good option to start, at least.
All right, that was the answer. Maybe someone wants to add something to this answer about frameworks, or maybe not. Then I say hello to Jonas. I'm not sure I know others well, but we are not first time with Jonas. Thank you, by the way, for connecting again.
Yeah,
Dmitry, if you don't mind, I pulled you out of the backstage, because our idea was that we finished the Q&A session and we have a panel discussion. So if you have another 15-20 minutes to stay with us, and we'll have your presentation tomorrow, and meanwhile, just to talk about some things that what do you want to discuss today? Do you want to discuss the AI, or do you want to discuss the transfer? Because we have both questions. We have the questions about AI in QA process and transfer the upcoming 2024. So how do you want to do this?
I was saying hello to Jonas for the first.
I'm lagging. Excuse me. Yeah, we have major issues with internet, so pardon for jumping in.
People, let's talk about AI. Let's talk about AI because, it's a buzz, right? It's a fear, right? It's some, I don't know, impact on IT industry because we have some troubles now, turbulency the industry regarding to salaries, regarding to new job openings and everything. And there's a question actually in the air, what's going on? What's going on? What's coming up? And everything. What's waiting for us with all this AI story? Because one of ideas is that we will have soon some button test everything. Button will go and test everything. No, it's I'm kidding. It's not possible. And you as engineers understand what I mean, because it's not about the code or tests or techniques. It's about practices, and it's lots of everything. It's testing the whole world. testing. But anyway, it impacts, right? So, Paul, what questions we have from our community about AI, and let's talk about that.
Yeah, so the questions that we have, this is the question, which can sound like pretty broad, and the answer could be a lot. But yeah, so what role does AI play in enhancing the quality of training data for testing, and how is this impacting data integrity and testing accuracy? So Jonas has some certain parts in his presentation that touch this, and so maybe we can start with Jonas, and or with Ed, or with me, or with Jonas.
I'm just changing layout.
Happy to start here. So thanks for the question. So it depends really on what kind of aspect of testing you're talking about. So I talked about a lot of like training data for language models and for computer vision models, which make those approaches the first time in history, I would say, valuable, or even just make them possible in use for testing. But I think the question is more about like testing data, or is it? In like, for example, testing data, if you have a certain database and you want to enhance the quality of your test data, I think you can now use AI. I've seen the first companies do that, where you use production data, which you actually want to test, like which you in theory want to use for tests, but you cannot do that because it's production data, and you just use the production data as the data set for coming up with a data set, with an artificial data set for testing. And you can also train then data on that specific data set, which is not real production data, but looks very much like production data because it's trained on that. And that will actually, I've seen very good results in using that as testing data and in creating some models for testing for that. So, but I think there's we just started this year with researching on that field. So I think there's a lot more to come, but those are the first results. So I'm seeing exponential accuracy gain in those fields.
Add something, maybe anyone has maybe someone has something to add on this matter. So if anyone has the experience with this, so I see a couple of people nodding their head. So if this means yes, you want to add something, just let me know, and we'll pull you up to the stage to add something into this discussion.
Well, I'm not going to say I have experience with it, and I can imagine that if you use production data, and currently we do production data often with anonymizing or scrubbing it and making sure that it doesn't contain any actual data for privacy reasons. But with AI, I can imagine that you also can create data sets which are useful for both the valid data and the invalid data. Because if you use production data, you will have valid data only most of the time. And I think that's where AI can help to have a broader data set for your testing. So I do see some benefit for that. And also if I refer to the technical environments where we use test data in different forms, but test data for complex parameter settings of systems, I also think that you can use AI to have a very broad section of or a broad selection of data which verifies both the let's say the good weather and the bad weather scenarios, even though I don't like that terminology.
Thank you very much. Anyone to add something?
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zilberfeld. By the way,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The sound is real low. We cannot understand.
You know.
No worries. Just take some moment.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better, right?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Okay, so I just wanted to add to what the last speaker had mentioned. Yeah, my name is Zilberfeld. I'm joining from Nigeria. Okay, so two things that I've used that I think AI can support with is one for, I would say, synthetic data generation. I believe that AI can still help to generate some data that are closely related to the real world word data that you want to use, that you can use to supplement, training your data set and generally improving the model for generalization and data accuracy. I would also say that it can also help with continuous monitoring. So what AI can do as well is to monitor and assess the quality of the training of data, meaning that if at any point the standard of the data quality that you have set deviates from what is actually happening, there's definitely going to be a trigger. There's going to be a correction actions that is set into place. So I know that yes, for synthetic data generation and for continuous monitoring, AI can be of a great use in training data for testing.
I saw I saw that Sundar was extensively nodding. Maybe he can add something because, like, I was like, I was able to like define a couple of words that look familiar to me from what Ivorenke just said. So maybe Sundar, you can add something on this.
Sure, I can add from my experience. I may not be an expert in AI, but we use AI extensively, and we use GitHub Copilot for our coding needs. It has made us ultra productive when it comes to writing our automation tests and or setting up our what is that, code base and things like that. And our developers use GitHub Copilot a lot to debug their what is that, code, and to also kind of locate any bugs that otherwise would have gone unaware. Coming to the training data, while I may not have a particular use case to talk about, we use ChatGPT a lot to actually generate quality test data. So our framework is, although on Playwright we also use Cucumber as a runner. We don't use Playwright runner, although I advocate a lot for it. But yeah, coming to the test data, for whatever Cucumber test data that we use, we generally look up or prompt ChatGPT to kind of give us a good amount of test data. For example, we also take these conditions of boundary analysis, equivalence partitioning, and things like that, especially to fill a form and other things. So we give these prompts and let ChatGPT generate this test data for us, and then we include that in our test cases. We are also trying out what is that, report portal. Report portal, as you might be aware, is one of the up and coming portal where you can actually keep all your automation reports, which also uses some amount of ML to kind of understand what's going on behind the scenes. So we're also using report portal to kind of understand how understand the quality of our tests and how frequently it passes or fails. And hopefully we'll leverage the ML model that comes with report portal to kind of understand how successful we are in terms of our automation. So yeah, net, while we do not use any sort of training data for our AI, we use AI to kind of generate the data that we want for our automation.
Cool. That's awesome. And it leads us to our next question. And it's simple as I am. Do you use any AI tools in your day-to-day routine? And Sundar just told us his truth. And who's first? I'd love to hear everyone. What do you use? What do you feel? What's the projections or I don't know, expectations of using all this stuff? Who could be the first?
So if you don't mind, we have this question is a little bit like the same question, but it's a little bit like thicker. I would say so. So this is pretty the same. Yeah. How is transforming the traditional QA process? So yeah, we'll keep
No,
it
was
question.
from me. I actually wanted to know what particularly these guys do use actually every day. That's interesting for me. And yes, I would ask you to start from to start sharing, Karen.
I think that nowadays we are always using IA tools, even if we don't know. For example, when you write an email, you have the IA on them and they suggest you things to answer, for example. So I think that maybe we must start to realize that the IA is not, there are not just tools that you can choose to use in a specific field or in a specific test, for example, here, but they are part of our life right now. So not just for the tools, but I think that that is important thing, that we are on this. We are all on this, using it every day and teaching things every day from the EA. So that was just a little bit introduction for what you want to say.
Yeah, and particularly you, especially I don't know, copilots, ChatGPT, and what for, or what's your experience, or nothing for now?
No, I use a lot ChatGPT. For example, yeah, writing. For example, when you have to write something to someone and maybe you are not in the mood for writing that, to change the mood, I think that it's really a particular objective point of view when you are alone and you say, maybe this is not so okay. But in testing, I don't use it every day, so I let my colleagues to
All right.
answer that.
All right, thank you. Who uses any AI tools for testing, for work? Yes, please.
You want to go first?
Let's go.
Okay.
Here.
Okay, so I would
Donkey.
say I use, I would say I possibly use the virtual assistant, to reply messages, to respond quickly, to most of the inquiries I get. I use it for social media as well, especially for creating content that I want to post on social media, because again, I'm not really so much of a social media person, so sometimes it can be a lot to want to keep up with what you want to post. So yeah, I do use it for AI, social media, and yeah, I've also used ChatGPT for even Google Translate, basically to use them for language translation. So in a situation where I'm in an environment and they're not speaking my language in that environment, I just have to use my the Google Translate to hear what the person says, and it can communicate back to me in my language. And yeah, I'm safe, I'm fine.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
And for testing, maybe Jonas will share with us some thunder.
We use we use GitHub Copilot for writing unit tests a lot, and like every engineer has access to it. We also use ChatGPT and the OpenAI API. I think not only ChatGPT for writing content and coming up with stuff, but we rather integrate the the OpenAI API in a lot of tooling which we have. So we write our own end-to-end tests with prompting combined with some other frameworks, as well as our own framework where we use some computer vision models. And then of course, it's kind of almost every tool out there is integrating AI into their stack. So it's okay, if you use Notion, you probably use also an AI tool, because Notion itself would describe itself as an AI tool now. So it's really hard to differentiate right now. But I think, it's almost everywhere right now. So, I mean, we were using AI before ChatGPT as well. So with a lot of other machine learning models, which were in our daily life with Google and stuff like that. So,
cool. Yeah, and you mentioned you work a lot with OpenAI APIs. And do you already use these instructions they presented on this last conference, or how do you deal with stability of results?
Yeah, so it's clever prompting. So we are thinking also of using different kind of models which correct each other. So you basically have like a model workflow where you use like a Mistral model and then an OpenAI model, and they correct each other. You can do that, like prompting in between those. But you're talking about the GPTs. So we played around with them, but we haven't find a very useful case yet for them, to be honest. We tried a bit in the beginning because you can use APIs together with them, but it didn't work. I think they were maybe released a bit too early, not sure. Maybe we are using it wrong. But for us, the API is more valuable right now. But maybe GPTs is a great idea. So
yeah, cool. And who else? Let's see. Who didn't say? Andre, I'm not sure if I would like to ask you, do you guys use any of them in your day-to-day routine?
No, at this moment not. At least not specifically for testing it. So what Karen says, of course, there's AI in things like translation and correction of spelling. I think we have some tools also for on the requirements management part, where there's some improvement in how the requirements are phrased, but that's about it. So most of the environments I'm involved, there's still a tendency of being very reluctant of introducing such tools because there's people are waiting for regulations and they need to be validated, the tools, and how do you validate an AI tool and that kind of thing. So in our day-to-day jobs, there's not much use of AI tools, even though I do see benefits for creating test models, etc. So I think it will eventually also be used in the technical and regulated environments, but not at this moment, at least not to my knowledge.
All right. That was your hand. All right. Now
that's what AI does. What everybody said that it's in the tools that we use. Karen started with it, and I think it has a lot to do with our workflow. I'm trying to think like, where do I use that, and where it's integrated with the tools that I use. It's easy to use. But if I need to get out and use ChatGPT for Google supplement or doing something like I mentioned refactoring. I tried a couple of times to submit a piece of code, make it refactor, get it back into the IDE, and then start fiddling with that. If it is okay with my workflow, it's probably because smarter people have thought about it and put it in the IDEs and tools like that. If I need to go out and search for something and try to integrate it back, it becomes harder. So, for example, things that I did do a bit was something around documents, like changing the voice of a document or trying to formalize a bit, but it's like a separate thing. It's like I'm working on a document now and I can work between this and Word, for example. But if I start like moving pieces of code around, I just don't want to do it. So I'd rather like stay with the old things that I do. So as long as the things are getting into our tools, and then I think this we're seeing it all the time. I think this is where we'll see it, like integration into our workflow, rather than going out of our environment and like hunt for stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone wants to add something? Because we have another question which is kind of related to this, but it sort of introduces a little bit more nuances which may actually hint us into the direction that we can discuss. So here's the question. So AI and ML in QA. So basically, we know that this involves the utilization of artificial intelligence, machine learning to, as we see, the revolutionize the QA process. That's what Ed mentioned, because we think that it can change the scope drastically through this shift from automating testing frameworks to predictive analytics and software development. So basically, that's what the trends for 2024 and beyond. So basically, the predictive analytics, how QA of the QA, how would the results come out, and basically integrating this into this analytic, the predictive analytic, into software development. So if you have any thoughts about this, maybe I saw a couple nods from Dmitry, maybe he can add something. So
yes, I think there is some movement in this area. I mean, the biggest problem with automated tests is that sometimes we get flaky results, and AI could help us get rid of this flakiness to get some concise results, to get less distracted on false reports. And I've been thinking about it. It might be difficult at the moment to get rid of it, to train a model to understand when the fail is failing because of the flakiness of environment or because of the bug. So I think in some time, probably not the next year, but a couple of years later, we will have a solution that will allow us to get some concise results, concise reports, all right? So that's it for me.
Okay, anyone else? Maybe Jonas, maybe Sundar, Gil,
Yep.
Karen?
I can add something because I'm seeing something there. Oh, sorry. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I think it's right that you probably get rid of flakiness, but I also think like the predictive maintenance is, or the predictive part of it is more when you run in a pipeline, you have like your pipeline only can cover this amount of tests. So I think where AI can really help is like based on previous results of tests failing in your pipeline, you can predict very well which tests in your pipeline should be prioritized. So you don't have to go through all the tests. So we are seeing some approaches there where you say, okay, I look at historical data of my pipeline, which features, which tests were like failing more often due to a lot of bugs, or which is really like a crucial part of the application. And then you start prioritizing and running them first in your new pipeline runs to just optimize and predict basically which tests to run in the future. And this saves quite a lot of time because you don't have to cover the whole pipeline anymore when you're releasing like frequently. And it's really about like how quick can you really push something and get to production. And we think that's pretty valuable.
Yes, one more input from me. Actually, there's a feature in most of the test runners that you can set a number of tests to fail the whole run. All right. So usually it's turned off and you just run all the tests, but you have to somehow determine when you want to fail the entire run. So how can you determine if that's an environment failure, for example, yes, or it's a connection problem, etc. So there could be a solution for that as well, I think.
Sundar?
I have something to add here, and this is a problem that that we face on a day-to-day basis. Actually, our developers do multiple code pushes per day, and we kind of push about 6 to 7 times a day to production. But of course, behind a feature flag. So there's one thing that we have been trying, and it's still in its infancy, is using this tool called Launchable. Launchable is built by the creator of Jenkins, Kosher K. So the tool actually looks at your code changes, and then it also kind of identifies the test cases in your automation, and then tries to map which test case is relevant for the code chain that was made. And that's really what I think could actually help us to kind of optimize the execution of our test cases during our especially when we run it along with our CI/CD. Currently, when a code is pushed, we of course run our test cases as well, mostly our sanity and the critical tests, but that takes about 40 to 50 minutes. And hopefully, we are trying out Launchable, and hopefully over a period of time we'll be able to kind of bring this down to fewer test cases, so that we do not have to run the entire set of test cases, but just the delta that really went into the developer's code change. So that's one thing that we have been trying from an AI standpoint. We'll have to see some success in the future. It might take some time. And also on addressing the flakiness, that's a very, very important problem statement for all of us, right? When it comes to automation, I do see a good number of tools that are coming up. For Selenium, I did use Selenium. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It is Selenium, which of course tries to predict the changes in terms of the locators over a period of time, and then and reduces the flakiness in case if the locator ID or something else has changed. I'm also trying this tool called ZeroStep.ai, which also is predictive, and this can be plugged into Playwright actually. The idea is that if a UI changes or a locator changes, then zero step will actually identify what has changed, and then predictively try and continue to run the test cases so that the flakiness will actually reduce during your automation execution. So I just wanted to kind of talk about these two tools that we have been trying.
Yeah, that's actually that's deep. That's I think that's beneficial. So you mentioned few services you've been trying. Could you please share in chat of the conference links with everyone, so community could try themselves and make some conclusions. Sorry for interrupting, but
another hand from Gil.
Yeah.
Yeah, another hand from Gil.
It has to do with this, by the way. Like, if I put my developer hat, I agree with all of you. Everything's cool and it's going to be cool. Putting the tester hat on, like letting something that's not deterministic decide my pipeline, which tests to run, this is very frightening to me. Because at the end, we want a quality product. And if we can't understand how we're determining what is going to be tested and why, and let's face it, most of us will not. We'll just eventually we'll take a tool, plug it into our pipeline or whatever, and work with it. And it's going to decide decisions for us. And even if we don't know it. So this is quite frightening for me. Also for the deterministic part, but the non-deterministic part, very frightening.
All right.
Any comments on this? Yeah, any comments on this also?
No, I think I understand, and I also have the same skepticism when it comes to using a tool like Launchable, which determines which test needs to be run. But nevertheless, I think it's also model based. Maybe it could work. And again, I'm talking from a very, very skeptical mindset, because we just started a month back, and we are yet to kind of have enough number of data before we can actually unleash the beast, so to speak, to kind of understand the code changes and then run the test. So yeah, it is going to be experimental for sure, and maybe I don't know if it might work or it may not work, but we still want to experiment it no matter what. Because at the end of the day, if it saves time and kind of helps us be productive, and also, software development is all about pushing that value to the customer as frequently as possible, right? So if that helps us to kind of achieve that in a shorter span of time, we want to do that.
Sure. And short question: if you, by the chance, know any large model is being trained especially in testing matters, in testing methods, and everything for testing. Please let us know in chat or my LinkedIn or whatever. We're looking for that kind of specific trained models to follow them, to track what they do. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah. So and I have one last question. So this one is not like really on the QA sort of the QA. I mean, not on AI part of things, but it's about the QA process, because like we see more and more like automation, and lots of companies like automating, even though before they were using like manual testing excessively. And with that, the question rises about one of the biggest trends that I saw when I was kind of researching this topic. So it's the data quality in QA process. So the emphasis on ensuring data quality in QA process, focusing on aspects such as accuracy, completeness, reliability, relevance, and timeliness. So because like when you try to automate stuff, and when you don't have this like I would say maybe it would sound weird, but like human oversight, when the person can look and say, okay, this is old data, this is not relevant anymore, this is not reliable. So when you don't have this oversight, how we can like what we can do to improve the data quality for our tests. So please, who wants to add something about this?
I think the question or idea or the topic needs some clarification, because not obvious. What do you want to hear from us?
No one.
It's a tough question, I think.
Maybe it's a tough question. Maybe Gil, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'm thinking like before, like 1 year ago when there was no AI, right? How did that process look like? There are people, testers with enough experience and subject matter as expert, who prepare, let's call this, test procedures with its data and so on. And we trust these people because they're experts, and that they know how to test and provide results that we trust. And we need the same process, but with complex, much more complex systems and much more complex data. So I think that the question asks, can we have these tools to like regulate what kind of data, both input data and reference data, are going into our testing system? And we need to do that, right? Because this is how the future, maybe present pipeline looks like. How do you know the data that you're going to test with is good enough or relevant, like you said? So unless you put a set of eyes or electronic eyes that you trust on it, you won't be able to say, well, what comes out of my testing systems is reliable. So I agree that we're probably looking at like meta tools that try to help with the process. I'm not sure if we can get away completely from the humans inside, but maybe we can.
So I guess we kind of heard the where I was basically heading with this question. So if anyone wants to add something after Gil's like clarification over how he understood the question. So the trend. So if anyone wants to add something, maybe Dmitry, maybe Sundar, Jonas.
Yeah, I can add something there. I mentioned it in the beginning. So, I mean, if you look historically at test data, as I mentioned before, so the best data to probably work with is like data which looks like production data, because it simulates real behavior. And we always try to get too close as it gets to that. And I think where like the recent developments really helped in like creating some synthetic data, which looks very close to production data and is very high quality in regards to those kind of things like accuracy, completeness, reliability, help a lot. So I think like it's due to the fact that the models get better and the data quality gets higher, our synthetic test data gets also better in quality through those developments. I think that's what I could add to this question, but it's really like more about the aspect of where the question is really headed towards.
Okay. Thank you. If anyone wants to add something on this matter, because we're coming close to the end of our panel discussion. If no one wants to add something, we're gonna have a short break, and then we will start with our third block of presentations. Maybe someone wants to add something just to wrap up the discussion, just to like closing two sentences to like this whole QA of AI and QA, maybe QA in DevOps pipelines, because we also mentioned this. Please.
Okay. All right. To close, I mean, generally what I want to share with QAs is that we should be open to AI tools, know when to implement them. Of course, they can't replicate. I don't think there should be any fear that AI is going to take up your job roles. Definitely, it's not going to do that. Be able to be open to using any of these tools and maximize the use of them. AI is definitely there to support and make most of these activities easier, and lessen the stress. So it's something we should be open to, and it's something we should maximize. And of course, not to have fear that it's taking up our job, because it's definitely not going to do that. So yeah, that's it from me.
I'm sorry, yeah, I was muted. Yeah, it was our first attempt to touch this AI topic at our conference for quality assurance engineers. We've heard some tools that already tested and maybe work somehow, and some are reliable. And I see the question in the chat, how reliable have you found AI tools? Some of them are actually, right, that are not using kind of, these fancy modern LLMs, but using old good algorithms and training data, especially for some special purposes, not the common one. Some are not really, because it's just some proof of concepts and trying to make it actually happen. So we need to be wise. Thank you for joining here. Thank you for being with us, for sharing your thoughts. Anyway, if any final advices on some specific tools that our community needs actually to try out, or some maybe you will remember right now and can share any use cases, how AI improved, like and was a game changer in something, please feel free to add. If not, we'll just wrap up and go to our next part of the conference. Sorry, that was me, Paul. I'm sorry. So
yeah,
no additional words.
Yeah, looks like no. And while we were talking, we received a couple of questions in the chat, like that were addressed to both Karen, Jonas, and Andrea. And I heard from our team that we were like one of the presentations running a little bit shortly. So if we can take just a few minutes to ask a couple of the most interesting questions. So if anyone needs to disconnect, thank you very much for your for joining. But yeah, just a couple of quick ones. So this one is Ed. Thank you for joining. Bye. Goodbye. So this one is for Andrea. Andrea, how do you involve the entire team in the risk management process, and what benefits does this collaboration bring?
Okay, that's a very good question, I think. So the way I did so far involve the entire team is first of all have just an information session just to explain what the whole idea is about risk management and what the benefit could be for the team before we really dive into the technical details of doing a risk assessment for a certain feature or epic or whatever. So that really helps explain upfront to the team what could be the benefit at the end. So comparably actually with the whole presentation I did. The benefit is mostly that if you combine it with also explaining the ideas about, okay, how can the risk assessment also be used by identifying on what level to test, on what and what coverage to use to search for, what effects or what coverage item to search for, that you really see people start thinking, especially from the development side, like, oh, that's interesting. So we don't have to wait to the end to do the risk mitigation. We can really start upfront, so people get more involved, because it's also beneficial to do it in maybe even already in unit testing or in component testing or depending a bit on the type of risk. So you bring the collaboration actually by just by being advocate of the approach. I think that's the most important thing. So keep on teaching people and using the experience from a previous team, from another team, to bring in for the next team to show them how it worked. And yeah, that's how you can get this collaboration and get this involvement.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also we have another question, which is not directly, but is also tied to involving the whole team. So Karen, this one is for you. What unique someone unclicked me. What unique challenges arise when managing testing teams in diverse organizations, and how can they be navigated? So if you can, from your experience.
I don't think that there were unique challenges, because there are a lot of different challenges that could appear. For example, one thing that could happen are the difference between the diverse organizations. For example, I don't know, their approaches. Maybe when you start working on a new organization, you must to learn what is that organization culture that don't always fit to your organization and your team culture. And that sometimes when there are people that working in more than one project for more than one organization, they have more than one culture on those projects. So that thing, for me, is one of the most challenging things, because sometimes you have a procedure in one project for one thing, and in another, I don't know, maybe if you have a problem in this company, you have open communication with the whole team, and you can to chat with the developer or the analyzer or the people involved on that issue. But in the other company, there is completely different. You maybe need to ask for permission to talk with someone, or you are not connected with that people. So being able to adapt you to those realities, first of all, you must identify those realities. That is, it's not always so easy. But when you already identify that, you must be able to switch your mental model, for example, to fit on that things. Because sometimes that can lead to make someone feel uncomfortable, because if a developer is not used to talk to someone, to chat to someone, I say, do you have 5 minutes to talk about this? And for my culture, for CES, for example, or for mostly of my clients, this is really normal. But for others, it's like, oh, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I want. So that is one of the most important challenges. You must to identify the culture and adapt to that culture when you are working on them, and switch your mental model or your ideas to be able to work effectively on that things. There are a lot of challenges, and there are a lot of challenges that I don't know because I didn't face it yet, at least, but that's one.
Yeah. So, anyone wants to add something? Because this is, I believe this is it. Because like we have a couple of questions for Jonas, but he disappeared. I don't know. Maybe you can comment on this, because you're pretty experienced with AI and you commented on AI. So yeah, don't give me that face. Yeah, so maybe you can try at least. So what do you think? So
I actually more experience with the management and modern AI. I agree completely with what Karen said. The first thing is the culture. In Israel, we have a lot of collaboration with teams from other teams around the world, and we also always see this. I won't say it's a clash, but it is a set of differences in communications, in behavior, in confirmation, in disapproval. So all these things we either generalize sometimes, but like Karen said, it's like first you need to identify this is what happens, and it happens a lot. Therefore, we need to be different, and we can't make them different because it won't work. Even if I'm their manager, yeah, it wouldn't work. So we need to understand that, and that includes a lot of change, and people don't like to change. This is where the challenge comes from, I think, because once you understand the gap, then motivating the people and yourself and ourselves to change, this is hard. But the benefits are, of course, great, because when you go over that, you actually make better connection, make better results.
Yes. Sometimes
yeah, but
you are the one that need to change, and they need to explain the reasons why, because we as manager, sometimes we are wrong too.
Yeah.
And we are not knowing something that they already know, and we must always be open to let that thing happen. So I think that gap always is present, and as Jill said, that is more common when you are working with people that don't share your country culture, for example, your language, your ideas, and so on. Even when you are working with your colleagues that are even your neighbors, you have difference on your culture because you are different personalities and values and so on. But when you are working with people all around the globe, that is something that happens nowadays because teams are not just allocated on the same times. You must try to take a little time to understand why they are doing this and what were their experiences before. And if you know that, well, you have a bad experience with this, but it is proved on another cases that this works, I think, as Jill said, it's really hard to make someone to change. But we try our best always to convince him, giving them the information. Like sometimes or our job is just let them know that, well, this happened here, this happened here, this happened here. This was how that thing was treated before, and these were the approaches, and this was the results. I think that this could work for us because this and this and this and this and this, and our capabilities and our skills, and maybe if you have no, sometimes people say no, I don't want to change because they know something that I don't know, and I don't know if it's right what they are saying. So maybe that people need a little bit training on some things, but the only thing that we can do when we are facing, for example, for a client that is stuck on a mood, is to give them all the information and let them choose. Maybe they don't choose the best option for us, but we must work with that sometimes.
Sometimes the problem. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it just just came to my mind in one of the projects that I used to work with. We had one developer, Ziv, and he would say, like, the manager would ask him, Ziv, so are we gonna have the commit today? Are you pushing to production today? And he says, well, Bezat Hashem, maybe. So that's what he would say, and that's it. And it's like when you understand the culture, it's okay. Like, but when you have people who like they doing they follow in the strict the strict sprints and like the Scrum sort of thing. And they would say, it's like, what do you mean? He says, well, okay, I'm working waterfall. Okay, don't push me. Like, so that's
yeah.
So, Gil, you wanted to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the problem is not big, it's not cultural. It's like Karen and I are working in the same building, but you're not. So we had a couple of discussions, and we tell you, well, this has to be like that because we already discussed it. And you weren't in that discussion. So we assume that you'll know why we're getting to this kind of decision, but you're not. And again, we need to explain the process and the discussions that we had to get you into the pictures. But sometimes we don't have time for that. Like, we made the thinking for you, right? We're saving you time. So yeah, it's sometimes it's a big thing like culture, but sometimes it's like the motivation. Yeah.
No, it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for staying like longer for the Q&A session, and it was our pleasure to have you. And thank you for your presentations, and thank you for the input into the community. And I hope you will join us for the next year edition. And thank you. And we'll take a short break, and we will be back with our next vlog. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Thank you.
Bye
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so I have our production team saying that I was mumbling and rumbling for way too long, and we have our next presentation. So I'm going to be the moderator for the next block, and we have a presentation from our dear friend Andres Sacco, and we will be talking about mocks for integration testing. So let's start with Andres's presentation.
Hi, and welcome to this talk about help. I need mocks for my integration test. And perhaps the titles sound funny for you at the beginning, but the problem behind the scenes, it's not funny. But first, let me introduce me. My name is Andres Sacco. I work as developer since 2007 using different languages. Most of them are connected with the JVM like Scala, Kotlin, and Java. I also used another languages like PHP, Node.js, Haskell. I participate as technical reviewer on some of the bigger editorial around the world. So the editorial sent me a manuscript of a book, and I need to read, analyze if there is some kind of problem, and suggest some improvements on the different chapters. Also, I publish some course and books. Some of them appear at the bottom of the presentation. And last, I participate as speaker on many conferences around the world. You have my contact information on the presentation, my email, my LinkedIn. So if you have any doubts, any question after the presentation, after the QA, contact me by LinkedIn, send me an email, and I will try to help you as soon as possible. So let's start with the context of our situation. You have a large number of microservices with a lot of tests, but you have some kind of problems because the microservices interact with another ones. The main benefit of the use of microservices is split a complex business, a complex platform in a small parts, but these parts need to interact. So at some point when you create the test, you need to find a way to solve this problem. You need to create different scenarios, the scenarios where everything is okay, the scenarios where something failed for some reason, some business constraint or validations. You need to create, and this is so uncommon, but it's okay that you do, you need to create some scenarios where you test the latency or the errors on the other microservices. You need to simulate the interaction and the problems that the other microservices could have. Because in most of the situation, perhaps the HTTP request works okay, but in some situations, perhaps the other microservices start to fail or increase the latency. The latency is the time that you take from one microservice to another microservices to communicate, do the request, and obtain the response. So if the time between these requests increase the latency. And we need to find a way that is not connected with one particular languages, because perhaps in some companies use different languages. It's like perhaps at some point some teams use Java and another ones use Scala, or another one use Go or Rust for different purpose, and you don't have the possibility to find a solution that, okay, this works perfect on Java, okay, and with Go and Rust, no, you need to find another solution. And we have multiple solutions for the same problem. You need to find a way to solve these kind of problems. So why it's important for us to create the mocks or the stubs? Why? First one, because you have the possibility to repeat a scenario. The main problem when you use the real microservices, imagine that you do a post and your microservices receive some post or HTTP request with a post, communicate with another microservices and also do a post. Okay, the first time perhaps everything works fine, but imagine that you do execute again the test, perhaps this could fail. And this is not the best scenario for integration or a unit test. The idea is that you can execute many times without any kind of problem. You need to find a way that isolate the code that you want to test. Is like, okay, my focus is just in this small piece of code. What happened with the other microservices is not my responsibility. It's not my business that if the other microservices at some point fail, okay, you need to check how your system, how your application, your microservices have the behavior of that kind of situation, of that situation. This is okay, but it's not your business. Okay, these microservices at that time fail. Now, the other microservices have their integration test. The mocks are not connected with just one particular type of testing. You can do for integration test, you can use for unit test. It's not connected just, mocks or the stubs are only valid to use in this part. In the other part is not, is prohibited. It's not the idea. And reduce the time to connect with another application, because at some point, imagine that you have different kind of problems. Imagine that to connect with another microservices, you need to have turn on your VPN So imagine that you need to remember, okay, I need to turn on my VPN or connect with my VPN and execute the command to run my integration test locally. And what happens if something bad happened with the communication, your test will fail. So all this time is latency. You need to remove that kind of problem. And you need to reduce the risk that something bad happened during this integration. Again, the VPN could fail and the other microservices could be down for some reason, or perhaps the team responsible for the other microservices is at that moment is deploying a new version and all the instances are down. So this could happen. It's not like, oh no, this no will happen. So which are the possible alternatives to cover this situation? First one is Hoverfly, is one of the oldest solution. The second one, which is the new one, Microdocs, which offer the possibility to create mocks, and the idea is to parallelize the work when two teams need to create or need to interact at the same moment, and one team can't wait until the new microservices is finished or not. Mockito, because it's like a way to create mocks on Java, could be or replace for any kind of library in your languages, and WireMock. And why I choose WireMock? Why? First one, because offer the possibility to create an HTTP server, so you have the possibility to simulate many kind of requests. You can simulate a REST API, a SOAP protocol, you can simulate a JCP or a GraphQL. So you have many alternatives to create different kind of servers. You have the possibility to create dynamic response using the request. And what is this? Imagine that you need to find the information about the product number 1. And you have more or less some kind of template of the response. But you need to remember that on the response, the ID need to match with the ID of the request. So you can create like a template and say, okay, use the ID or the parameter that appear on the HTTP request and replace and on this template and return as a response. And you have the possibility to record and play back a series of requests. It's more or less like the same approach that Selenium. Instead to record what happened in the UI, in this case, record what happened behind the scenes with the request and the response. So you can reuse it or create mocks with this record information. It's agnostic to the language because it's just a tool. It's not connected with Java, with Rust, with Go. Of course, you can have the possibility to use libraries. For example, in Java exists one which simulate or create a WireMock server inside of my application. But it's the same tool. Just instead to start or stay outside of my microservices in some particular server, I have inside of the application. Support the possibility to have delays and timeouts, which is great in the case that you want to test if your application is resilient or not. And it's open source. And just one little comment about this. There are two versions of WireMock. The open source version, which have most of the features, and there is another one which you need to pay and offer the possibility like a repository where you can push or upload all the mocks and give you a UI with a particular host and URL, and all your application, all your team could do the HTTP request to that particular host. It's the same that if you create like a repository on your company and push all the files inside. So most of the cases you can use the open source. So let me do a comparison between all of the alternatives to understand why I choose YMOC. I give some reasons a few moments ago, but let me give you more reasons. All of them are well documented, have a lot of information on the official website. You have information about how create the mappings, how create the different kind of things of the request, simulate the latency. So here is not a big difference. The second point is like have a big community of the user. And here the winner is YMOC. And why YMOC? Because Hoverfly is one of the oldest solution. MicroRocks instead is one of the newest. YMOC is in the middle. Well, because Hoverfly at the beginning are very close to the JVM community. So the other languages, when need to use like a server of mocks, choose YMOC. So at that point now, most of the people use YMOC instead of Hoverfly because more or less offer the same features. The next one is the possibility to create like a stack or a mock in a simple way using DSL. And the winners are Hoverfly and YMOC. MicroRocks offer the possibility to that. I want to create an API using this JSON. Please give me the endpoint, which is great. But it's at some point complex to create different kind of scenarios or mocks. It's agnostic to the languages. All of them have the same benefit because you can use it. Support multiple protocols, and the winners are MicroRocks and YMOC. MicroRocks offer most of the protocols and offer the possibility to simulate a queue, a SQS, or a Kafka. In the case of YMOC, it's not possible, but you have the support of GraphQL, Protobuf, or GCP, REST, and many other kind of things. And have a UI to configure the request and response. MicroRocks and YMOC offer the possibility. In the case of MicroRocks, is free, and when you download MicroRocks, you have the UI. In the case of YMOC, you have two different alternatives. You pay to have all this kind of repository and the UI, or you can use others UI that exist in the community, which are open source. So, which are the possible use cases of this? To simulate an external communication to another microservices, you can check some kind of failure scenario, simulate that application that are not finished, two teams working at the same time, and the team A need to test if the communication with the team B it's okay, but the team B is not finished, not create the endpoint, so you can use YMOC. And to simulate rate limiting scenarios, so if you receive 10 different requests, please return for an exception. So let me show you this repository. On this repository, you will have all the information about which is the version that you need to use. You have a microservices. You have the final solution. But let's start with this scenario. This is the repository on my IDE, IntelliJ. This is an API reservation. Is a microservices which use Java. It's just for the testing purpose. And inside of the API reservation, I put this Docker Compose. And why I put this Docker Compose? Because remember, I mentioned that one microservices need to interact with another one. So let's do this Docker Compose app. I will start this microservices, and here on the test folder, I have some kind of integration test which need to cover different scenarios. Need to cover the scenario where everything is safe and okay, but before to save, need to check if these cities exist or not. Another scenario where a city not exists. And I need to simulate latency problems. So let's show you what happened when you use a real integration, a real API. My test will fail because, okay, one of them passed, which is which have the cities that exist, the first one, and the other one fail. And while this fail, well, the main problem with these failures are connected with the problem that I can simulate an exception, a problem. I can simulate a latency using a real scenario, a real microservices. Of course, you can do it. You need to modify the other microservices and say, when you receive a request with this kind of headers, increase the latency. But this is not the solution. So let me stop this because it's not necessary. Let me create a file here, which is Docker Compose sham. And inside of this, I will put the following instructions. This one I will explain little by little. Here is a Docker Compose, and I will use the official image of Docker of Wiremock, the container name, and here I create the volumes, and I will include the files. The files are the possible answer, or if you have a big volume of response, perhaps a good approach is put in a separate file, and the mappings are the mocks. I expose 8080 and I execute the entry point. So let me create like a folder here, Wiremock, and let me create the files inside mappings, and the other one is new directory. Okay, and this need to be at that point. Okay, I create this, but I need mappings, the mocks. So how you can do this? My suggestion is create a directory for each microservices that you want to simulate. In this case, I want to simulate API catalog, so I will create this mapping. And in the case of the files, please do the same. Remember, mappings contain the mocks and files contain like the possible answer, the responses. So I close this And in the case of files, I have more or less everything. Let me show you. I have this one. It's a simple JSON. It's not something new. It's okay. I don't show nothing strange. It's just a simple JSON. And in the case of the mappings, how we can create, well, try to split on different scenarios, on different files. My suggestion is like, okay, if you want to check the success scenarios, create like an operation success and the other one an operation error JSON. Two different files, two different purposes. And for the case of the error, you need to create these kind of things. You need to define that this file will contain a series of mappings. This is an array because you can have multiples mocks, multiple steps, and you want to simulate a response or a request on which use this method. This is like a matcher. Okay, the request need to be a get on this URL with this parameter, and what you need to do after that is complete with a possible response. Okay, I want to respond an error with the context application JSON. And let me show you another, which more or less show you the scenario of a delay. So this is more or less the same request, but with different parameters, different CT. And okay, the response will be okay, 200, but I include a delay on the response. And look here, I will load the file on this part. If you don't want to do this, you can do on this approach. Like this. Imagine that this response is not the best scenario if you have a very large HTTP response. So my suggestion is put the answer outside. And in the case of some element not exist, I include this wildcard. This is a wildcard, okay? If you put 3 numbers consecutives, I will return a not found exception. And as you can imagine, I can do the same with the success scenarios. So look, a mapping or a mock is so simple to do it. It's not something strange. But let me show you how we can see these mocks. Docker compose app. And okay, you have the different mocks here running. And in the case that we do a request on this, let me show you in the browser, localhost 8080, and this URL. Yep, we have a response. And if we have put this, fail 400. So with this situation, with this mocks, you can create different scenarios. It's so simple. And I include in the Docker Compose file a possible image. I build my own UI using a repository that exists on the community. And here you can integrate using localhost. And I think the number of the server, localhost, I don't remember if it's okay or I need to put wiremock instead. I think here. And here you have all the mappings. All the mappings that I built using the UI, you can check here. Let's, to conclude, do the same, but on my API, on my microservices. I will stop this. We have the mappings and we have the API reservation. And I will, let me include the dependencies. You need to include this dependency, this wiremock dependency. And on my test here, I need to do some modifications. First one, I need to change the port where I will do the request because the wiremock will run on 8080. Second one, I need to modify this test, including the following modifications. Here, I need to include, at the top, I need to include the server of wiremock, and I need to include two different methods. One is before all the execution of all my tests, I need to say, okay, on this directory, on test resources wiremock, you will have all the mappings and the files, and please start my server. And when all my tests passed or finish the execution, please stop. So, as you can imagine, if I need to create a folder here on my test with the name wiremock. And what we put inside of this new directory is I will copy and paste the mappings and the files. And with this approach, if I go to my terminal here and I put men test, look, I stopped my other microservices, the catalog, and everything works fine. Use the right mocks to do this. So let me conclude with my presentation. Some best practices of this. Please split on different folders. Try to not put all in the same file on the same directory, because when you have one mock, everything is okay. But when you have tons of these mocks, it's impossible to follow and understand what is the idea of each of them. Use wildcard in the case that you want that in certain scenarios which are dynamic, throw an exception or do a specific behavior. Use condition like the matchers that, okay, the get need to be this and the URL need to be this. Load the files outside, like in the directory files, because the idea is reduce the size of the mappings or the mocks. Use Docker to reduce the problems. At the beginning of my presentation or my code example, I use Docker. And try to use the UI. I show you the worst scenario where you need to do everything using a command line and IntelliJ, but you can use the UI. Here are some additional resources connected with the patterns, different kind of testing, and some kind of problem, and different links of blogs which contain a lot of information of different kind of mocks, different tools, not just wiremock. So thanks for assist to this talk. Bye.
Thank you, Andres, for your presentation. And if you have any questions, regarding this presentation. It was pretty technical, so if you have any questions about how to implement certain parts, please write your questions. We're going to have Andres for the Q&A session after this block. And now we're going to have Justin Bailey's talk from City. And we will be talking about the career of software tester, of QA engineer. So let's listen some career related stuff. Let's start.
Hey guys, today we're going to talk about your software testing career being a journey. These are our topics for today. I'm going to have a brief introduction, talk about career paths, talk about my experiences working in startups versus public companies, job hopping and prioritizing your learning, setting goals, finding mentorship, joining communities, and I'm going to finish with the concepts of work-life balance. First off, who am I? My name is Justin Bailey, and I'm currently the lead software developer in test at a company called City. I have 8+ years of experience working in the field for both startups as well as some global companies. A little bit about my journey, because I mentioned software testing is a journey. You have to be in it for the long run. I graduated a long time ago with my undergraduate degree in computer science. And here's the thing, in college, I had never heard of QA or software testing. So you may be wondering, how did I get into the field? Well, right after college, I got a job as a software developer. I had a computer science degree. I know how to code. That seemed like the next logical step. So I worked at a manufacturing company for about a year. They had a new software application that they were trying to push out. And they brought me along on the team to help get it out. So I helped them develop it and deploy it to the customers. I then built some desktop applications for the customers to ease the user experience with using the new software. After working there for about a year, I then joined another company. This time it was a consulting firm. They had a job for software developers, so I applied. I got hired, and then I found out about the role of software development and testing. And I was going to be a test engineer. So this company had a internal boot camp where they taught me the QA skill set. I already know how to code, so I combined my coding experience with my new QA skill set and now had a manual as well as a automation QA skill set. And then this consulting firm released me out to different clients. So I worked at some big companies here in New York like St. John's University, which is a big college here, as well as the electrical company Con Edison. I also worked for some smaller companies in my tenure with them. I was with the consulting firm for about 3.5 years. I then joined a startup. After being there for about a year, they had a big announcement. They were going from being a private startup company to going public, which was an amazing experience, an amazing thing to be a part of. We not only saw the company growth, the company like tripled within a year or two, but you then saw the benefits of now being a publicly traded company in a stock exchange, such as stock options, and then company stock just being a part of my total compensation. I stayed there as well for about another 3.5 years. And then I recently just joined City as a lead software developer in test. As I mentioned, it's a journey. It's not a one-stop shop, everything to come together. No. Things take time to form, to process. you take time to actually develop and learn your skill set. We'll talk about all those things more later in this talk. If you want to connect with me, here's my YouTube channel, my TikTok, my Twitter, my Instagram, and LinkedIn. I'm always open to if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or just need feedback and some guidance about your journey. Now, let's quickly talk about my first hackathon. Because honestly speaking, this was one of my, biggest milestones while working in this space. A hackathon is when different people come together and compete for 24 hours. Some have it for a week. And then at the end of the time period, different teams show what they worked on. And in this instance, the company that I worked for flew me out to Tel Aviv. They paid for my flight, my hotel, food, and everything for a week. So it was an amazing experience. Then the actual hackathon was 24 hours of nonstop. We might have slept maybe an hour or two, but we just determined about creating a new product for our company and competing against other teams from other parts of the globe. I got to meet people with different skill sets and different backgrounds. We worked together for a common goal. And that was a wonderful learning experience for me, which is why it's one of my proudest moments working in this space. What is a QA manual tester, automation tester, and software developer in test? A manual tester is a person who manually tests the software how a regular person would use the software, meaning they're using the mouse or the keyboard how a regular person would. If I'm a regular customer on a website, I'm not writing code to do transactions. No, I'm going to use the search menu. I'll search for sneakers or a shirt. I'll then add that item to my shopping cart. I'll pay for it and complete my transaction. As a manual tester, I'm doing the same thing. I'm testing a website or software from the perspective of a regular customer. And I'm seeing, does it function correctly in the user experience? We then have automation testers. Automation testers write code to do what manual testers just did. If something is a repetitive test or a task, it should be automated. If it's a one-time test, it's faster to just do a manual test. We then have software developers in test. And it's simply a developer who specializes in testing. It's very similar to QA automation, but usually they have a stronger coding background and focus on optimizing their solutions and may create more complex code compared to regular automation testers. For example, a regular automation tester may just focus on getting something to work, whereas a software developer in test has to focus on optimizing their solution, worry about the big O notation and time complexity of their solutions. High level, most companies will use them interchangeably, but there is a slight difference. Now let's talk about possible career paths. The main two career paths are the manual route and then the automation or SDET route. In both, you start out as a entry-level position. You then become junior level, then mid-level, then senior level. For most people, this is where they reach. This is their peak. They're a senior manual tester or a senior software developer engineering test or a senior automation person. Then they want more of a leadership role, they go to be a QA lead. If they want a more technical side, they can be a QA architect or a staff person. And finally, if they want to manage teams, they can be a QA manager or director. But like I said, most people stop around the senior level positions. And the thing with automation and manual testing, you don't get stuck on one side. Let's say today you're a manual tester, but you learn the skill set of automation. you can at any point pivot to the automation side. Try it out. If you like it, stay there. But let's say you don't, you can always come back to the manual side, so you don't get stuck on one side. The option is whatever you're most comfortable with and most confident with. But there's definitely a higher ceiling pay-wise on the automation side. Now let's talk about working at startups versus public companies. First off, a startup company is a private company. Usually they're young, they haven't been around for that long. A public company is a company that's traded in a stock exchange. So most of your bigger companies are traded in the public companies. Here are some of the pros and cons of each. In startups, you can wear many hats and have different roles. And that normally includes many learning opportunities. When I worked for startup companies, I wasn't just a tester. I would develop things. I would do this over here. I would try new tools. I would experiment. I didn't have a just defined role. Depending on what my team needed that day, that was my role for the day. But there are also some cons with startups, especially if you're new to the field. Sometimes they can be unorganized. Like I said, you can have a different role every day of the week. And there's no clear direction in some startups, which lead to a lot of startups having a higher failure rate. A lot of startups aren't cash positive. They have evaluations, they are just burning money. So a lot of times your job isn't that reliable. You could have it today and then tomorrow, or a startup went bankrupt. You're let go. Now let's talk about public companies, pros and cons. Public companies are usually bigger and have more money, and they're organized and have structure. From day one, you have a clear role set aside for you, and you're going to know what you're doing. Also, because the teams are bigger, they have senior people to help guide you on your journey. Next, the cons for public companies. You may not get the exposure that you got with a startup company. Whereas with a startup company, you are wearing different hats. With a public company that's structured and organized, they're going to say, no, your job is just to do this. We don't need you to do the other things because we have people for that already. You may also use legacy or outdated technology. Some company wrote their code or have technology from 5-10 years ago. And because they've been using it, they decide to just keep using it instead of trying new technologies they may get exposure to in younger companies like a startup. Now let's talk about job hopping. Always focus on developing your skill set first. Everybody wants this big paycheck, but if you have no skill set, how can you justify demanding this pay? So in your first job, try to stay there as long as possible and learn as much as possible. But when you feel you've reached your peak or you're selling your potential for growth of the company, you may decide to job hop. Let's talk about job hopping versus staying somewhere for 20 plus years. Each have their pros and cons. With job hopping, you usually can maximize your earning potential. But I would suggest staying at places for at least 2 years. Because normally with your salary, you may get a 3% raise each year, or even a 5% every year if you're lucky. With switching jobs, you may get a 10 or 20% salary bump compared to what you were making. So to optimize your earning potential, job hopping may be something you want to do. But don't do it every year. Because if I'm interviewing you and I see on your resume every year new job, I'm going to think, hold on. That means with my company, if I hire you, you're going to be here for a year, then leave also. That's too hectic. By the time I teach you everything, you'll be on your way out. I'll hire somebody else who's more reliable. So like I said, try to stay places for at least 2+ years, get to learn new things, new technologies, don't let your skill set go still, stay up to date with latest technology, and then if you feel you want a higher paycheck, want to develop more of a skill set, think about other jobs. On the other hand, I know people, I've worked with people who've been with companies for 20+ years in the QA space, and they love it. They know what to expect day to day in. Their job is safe. They have no stress. So depending on what your goals are, where you are in your life, will dictate if you want to job hop or stay somewhere for the long term. Now let's talk about setting goals. Here we have a map. You wouldn't go somewhere for the first time without using your GPS system or a map, or you'd get lost. The same thing applies for you in your career and your journey as a software tester. Try to set goals and have a destination, and then see what direction or map you can take or a route you can take to help expedite your process. As I mentioned, have something to aim for, whether it's a senior position, a lead position, a manager position, whatever you want, just have something to strive for. If you actually make it, cool. If not, at least you're going in the right direction every day. If you get there one day, perfect. If not, take it day by day and at least know you're progressing in the right direction. Create a plan, a realistic plan. Try to set a timeline and milestones. Say, okay, within the next 2 years, I want to be a mid-level tester. Or the next 5 years, I want to try to be a senior level tester. Or in 10 years, a lead or a manager. Try to have a timeline and milestones along your journey. That way, you're not just shooting for something that's super far away. Say maybe in a year and a half, I'll do this. Or in 2 years, I'll do this. Or in 3 years, and so on. So have your end goal and then have little milestones along the way. And for right now, no, it's not set in stone. It's just your direction that you're going towards. Because you may start out as a automation person and say 2 years later, it's not for me. And then you pivot to be a manual tester and then create a whole new path from there. Now let's talk about finding mentorship. Find someone who is where you want to be and learn from them. This will help expedite your process. This is something that I struggled with early on in my career. I didn't have access to other senior people to say, okay, how did you get to that position and what can I learn from you? That way, it might have taken you 9 or 10 years, but if I hear certain lessons that you learned along the way, my process might be only 7 or 8 years because you taught me, don't try this instead, and I'm learning from your experiences. If you can, check LinkedIn. If you have a job, buddy up with a senior person. Social media, Twitter. Find senior people in a space and buddy up with them. Ask them to mentor you and help you along your journey. Now let's talk about joining communities. The more you get involved, the more fun the field becomes. Join social media groups, blogs, and forums to become immersed in a space. When I first started out in a software testing space, I knew nobody else in the space. Even in the software development space, it's a lonely space. All my friends had other regular majors and jobs. I felt lonely, honestly. It was kind of discouraging. But now with the emergence of the internet, social media, meetup groups, try to get involved. Meet other like-minded people. That'll help push you along your journey. You can network. Maybe you're looking for a job. You can network with other people who have a job and they can say, oh, my company is hiring. You can apply there. Like I mentioned, there's meetup groups, there's Reddit, there's social media, there's Facebook groups, whatever you can, even LinkedIn groups, whatever you can, network, and then just meet other like-minded people. It's so much funner when you're not doing everything by yourself. And finally, last but not least, work-life balance. Be careful of the golden handcuffs. That's when you make this high salary, but with that high salary, you're working a lot of hours and you have an expensive lifestyle. So you can't even quit your job because you need your job to afford your lifestyle. And here's the thing, there's a lot of money in tech, which is why things like the golden handcuffs occur. When you do make more money as you move up to senior and lead positions, just make sure that lifestyle creep and inflation don't affect you too crazy. Try to still live modest, enjoy life, but try not to live check to check when you're making a high salary. That way, you have more flexibility with your job. And as you move up, you'll learn that balance is hard, but it is possible. You may have to find a new company that's a better fit. Maybe instead of working 5 days in the office, you find a hybrid role or a fully remote role. Now, instead of you commuting 2-3 hours a day, you're spending extra time with your family and loved ones. And most importantly, like I started, it's a journey. You have to enjoy it. Don't try to rush through everything. No. Take it step by step, make some friends along the way, and enjoy your journey. Once again, thank you for listening. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, want to reach out to me, want to connect, I have my YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn here. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you everyone for tuning up for this presentation from Justin. And we have our next speaker with us. We have Robin joining us. Good evening, sir. How are you doing today? Let me unmute you.
There we go. How's that?
Yeah, that's way better. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the presentation. We'll be waiting for you during our Q&A session, and yeah, we'll start the presentation for now.
So are you doing the recording?
Yeah, we as we agreed, we can do the recording, or you can do live, whichever you prefer. So if we
I'm here, just tell me how to get my slides displayed.
You can share your screen. So there should be a button called present with a plus. So you can do the, yes, you can do the live presentation.
Okay, share screen.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. So, yeah.
So I guess I won't cause you any extra work. So let's go ahead with the pre-recorded one, and we'll just talk to you during the Q&A.
Fantastic.
All right? Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Robin Goldsmith from outside of Boston in the U.S. And welcome, everybody. We're going to be talking about international standards, specifically the International Standard for Software Quality Assurance, and what I have been involved with on that and helping it progress toward what I call proactive software quality assurance. Let me share with you what I see as the objectives for today's session. First of all, I want to describe what it's like to participate in and hopefully influence a standards working group. Secondly, I want to show you some of the current and likely coming changes to the International Standard for Software Quality Assurance. and very briefly discuss the relevance of international standards today. That's a much bigger topic than we can address in any depth today. If you're not familiar with international standards, let me share with you the process that they go through. You start by somebody identifies a new standard that they feel is needed, or there's an existing standard that's going to be updated and revised. And most of the standards work is revisions of existing standards rather than creating new standards. And the standards organization forms a working group that will, in fact, do the work on creating or updating the standard. They appoint a chairperson. They, in whatever manner that they feel like, they do or do not notify various people about the availability of this working group. And typically that's those notifications are extended somewhat ununiformly, I think, to members of the Standards Association. Other people sometimes find out about the working group, perhaps through a member of the working group who invites somebody they know to participate. The working group then meets a number of times to discuss and draft the document that will become the standard or the updated standard. When they feel that document is ready, they submit it to the standards organization for review and comments. And there's a series of these review and comments which ultimately lead to balloting of the Standards Association members on whether or not this document should be accepted as the new or revised standard. And or the balloting group could decide not to accept it, and then the effort would be discontinued. But if it is accepted, then it gets into this cycle of being reviewed and revised every 5 to 10 years or so. I was fortunate to be involved with 5 different standards working groups so far, and each of them was different. And I'm not going to dwell on this, but I will say that the first one that I was involved with was for 829 for software test documentation. That happened to be a standard I was familiar with. I've used it and I've taught it. And the standards group was fairly good sized. All the meetings that I was aware of, I came aboard somewhat late. And the update, this was a minor update. It was primarily focused on making the standard more readable, primarily through adding some diagrams and trying to counter the perception that the standard was simply a mandate for more busy work and documentation. And I don't think that the group really had much success in that latter objective. The group, so far as I could tell, while I was involved, even though there were quite a few members of the group, there didn't seem to be much interaction. There wasn't really much, if any, revision to the text of the standard that I was aware of. And I think it was largely driven by the 2 or 3 leaders of the working group. And the rest of the people, I don't think really got involved very much. That was markedly different from my experience in 2014, or the standard that was ultimately released in 2014 for software quality assurance. And there, that was an one of the earliest, if not the earliest, software engineering standard that IEEE had produced. And this group had, I'll say, more than 12 active members contributing, participating to the effort. We had a combination of online meetings and in-person meetings. I think I attended at least 4 in-person meetings, each one typically for 2 days and in various locations around the country. Fortunately, some of them were in the Boston area, so that made it a little easier for me. But this standard originally was just for software quality assurance plans, and in the 2014 version, the charge from IEEE was to make the software quality assurance standard, align it with the standard, the 12207 for software life cycles, which was the main software engineering standard. This was a very, very active, very productive, very high energy, and I think very rewarding experience. Currently, I'm involved in an update to 730, and that update is occurring because the standard is about to run its course. They typically need to be reaffirmed or updated every 5 to 10 years, as I said. And now the main charge from the standards body was to make the IEEE standard part of the ISO standard community, and there are some differences in how things are approached. We had to do that. So that was the major charge. This standards group has met only online, and it's been a much smaller group than the 2014 group, and the active participation in drafting has been much less than it was with the 2014 group. Okay. One of the things that happened was that the chairperson was very conscious of deadlines to try and get through the standards process so that this standard, in fact, could be published before the 10-year time period was up. I think that caused a little bit of rushing and somewhat less attention to content than I would have liked. This working group chairperson felt that we should be putting everything in Microsoft Word documents with track changes, and that was actually something that interferes with communication. Okay. This is in contrast to my experience in roughly the same time with IEEE standard 41062 for software acquisition, which was also being moved into the ISO world. And this was a standard that had been around for a long time. Okay. And here the group, once again, a relatively small group, about half the people were actively contributing and half were there with smaller contributions. And the difference was that this group put the documents into a Google Docs document, and therefore everybody in the group was able to update the Google Doc, the single Google Doc, and everybody could see all of the suggestions together. And I think that worked out much better. And I think that the think the chairperson was much more reliant on the group, and yet at the same time, the chairperson took a very hands-on approach and would move things through the mechanical processes to get changes made and so forth. The fifth group that I was involved with was for software non-functional sizing measurements. This is basically an offshoot of function points. And I'm not an expert on function points, but I was interested in it. And this group was entirely different because there were several people within the group that had markedly different perceptions of what needed to be done from the other members. And so there was a lot of more heat than light, I will say. Once again, this was a standard that had negligible changes to the prior version, and they were kind of pushed through. I think my perception was that these members who were, I'll say, dissenting, probably didn't get a fair hearing of their ideas. Okay, but I wasn't technical enough to know really about the merits of a lot of their issues. Now, let me share that I went from being a totally passive participant in the 2008 standard for software test documentation to actually being a major participant and contributor to the revisions of the 41062 and 730 that are coming out in the coming months. Now, I think that there were some real keys to influencing a standard's content. I think that the working group's chair is a major factor in the extent to which participants, members of the working group actually do contribute and are productive in that. What I found was that the key to influence was, instead of just talking about what needed to be done, to actually do the work, draft the text that I felt should be there. And once that was in people's hands, A, it was easier for them to understand, and B, the work was done, it was a lot more likely that they would accept it largely. Okay. We had members of the group who talked about what should be there, but never actually contributed text. And I think that their talking didn't really lead to much influence. Okay. The other thing was that I made sure when there were drafts that I reviewed them and edited them, made a very conscientious effort to make sure that the drafts were as good as they could be, and that they accurately reflected what the group, or in many instances I was leading with, so that they were reflecting those attitudes, those ideas, those concepts. So 730 started as talking about software quality assurance plans, and that had been updated in a very minor way through 2002. And then in 2014, it was significantly revised, and the title shifted from software quality assurance plans to software quality assurance processes, where plans were just one part of the process. Okay, and as I mentioned, that was perceived as coordinating the standard with the main software lifecycle standard 12207. Okay, and now we're significantly revising it again, except that the ISO group didn't really expect that. They thought that this was, once again, simply a kind of a mechanical and clerical coordination with ISO, but I used the opportunity to add some of my ideas. So let me share with you some of the places that where the standard sits as of 2014 and where it is heading. So, definition of quality, focusing on meeting established requirements. Now, established means formally accepted, formally established by the organization. Okay? And the view of SQA was to give a justified statement of confidence that the software conforms to the established requirements. I would say that that's a very reactive approach to SQA because it's an after the fact examination of a product to its established requirements. And the standard in 2014 defined the scope of SQA as assessing the development process, evaluating conformance to the processes, and evaluating effectiveness of the software processes. Now, there were some areas where I was able to exercise greater influence. One of them was to emphasize evaluating the effectiveness of the software processes. Okay. And the other place where I emphasized was not only that the things were conforming to requirements, but that in fact the software processes can and actually do produce software that conforms to requirements. Okay. The 12207, the main standard that we had to coordinate with, said the purpose of SQA is to provide assurance the work products and processes comply with predefined provisions and plans. Once again, it's a very reactive approach. It's a checking situation, but that's the starting point for the 2014 revision. Now, the 2014 revision hasn't been completed yet. We've submitted a first draft, and it's got some comments that we're going to be reviewing shortly. Okay, but let me tell you that it reflects a lot of my proactive software quality assurance methodology concepts. So, for instance, this is from my proactive software quality assurance. Okay, and the working definition of software product or systems quality is the extent to which it meets relevant weighted stated and implied exterior, interior, and future real business requirements of all affected internal and external stakeholders, consistent with standards of design, workmanship, and performance. The shorthand version of that is it meets relevant real business requirements consistent with standards. How much and how well? The more of the relevant requirements that are met, the more demanding the standards are with respect to meeting them, the higher the quality. We're saying quality is absolute. The amount of quality one receives is governed by other stuff, available resources and priorities and constraints. And value is the perceived benefit of quality received relative to the costs of producing and receiving it. And I think you'll find that these definitions are embodied within the forthcoming standard. Also, the difference between quality control or testing, which examines products, okay, typically through dynamic code execution, and quality assurance, which assures that the processes producing the products are producing quality products. And to some people, that means examining intermediate products, such as requirements and designs. Okay, and there's often compliance with standards and procedures, the traffic cop approach, but recognize that these are also quality control. They are examining products, they are not examining processes. And system quality, in the view of proactive software quality assurance, really comes from three areas. Now, the impact is greatest from how well quality is defined. Next greatest from how well developers implement, and the lowest impact is how well testers detect defects that do exist. In terms of effort, though, what happens? The bulk of the effort that's expended in the name of quality is testing. Okay? And the emphasis upon how well developers actually develop, and more importantly, how well quality is defined, tends to be much lower. So proactive software or system quality assurance, okay, really says, let's make sure that the process is defining appropriate methods and techniques and assure that all projects use them well. In other words, we have an environment that promotes quality. That projects do indeed test all development deliverables, not just code. Okay, and they examine the methods and techniques used to create the software product, make sure that they're appropriate, as well as ascertaining whether the product is delivering software that works properly and, in fact, meets its needs. And the value, the greater the value is from the process, then the project, and the least value is from the product. But the product testing is an integral part of evaluating whether the process is working. Now, let me share with you two other aspects of proactive software quality assurance that are within the changes that I've suggested for the forthcoming standard, but these are much less explicitly present. Okay. But I would contend that the ones that were consistent with the prior slides, plus these, really together make the standard relevant today. So, proactive software quality assurance establishes an environment that promotes quality, covers conception through retirement, it defines when, what, and how to do things, and how to test them. It addresses requirements, design, workmanship, and management practices way beyond what software testing does. And ultimately, it's there to identify ways to improve and prevent errors. But at the heart of it is quality control, because that's how you determine ultimately whether the processes are producing suitable products. And proactive software quality assurance has 6 functions: defining quality assurance plans, what to do, defining methods, practices, and standards, how to do it well, assuring systematic quality controls of processes and products to make sure it gets done right, maintaining quality records to keep track of it, analyzing and reporting on quality so we can learn from it, and directing attention to improving quality so we encourage it. And I would say that these are all things that can and should be part of any software development process, whether it is agile or something else. And the key to assurance is that you're assuring that these things get done and done well, as opposed to the SQA person being the one who necessarily is doing all of this. So, repeating, hopefully you've seen something about what it's like to participate in and influence a standards working group. We've seen some current and likely coming changes to the International SQA standard, and briefly discussed the relevance of international standards today. This is a diagram of some of the courses and consulting that I do, including on proactive software quality assurance. This is some of the information about me. This is my contact, robin@gopromanagement.com. And special free bonus opportunity. I'm currently in the process of writing the successor to my original book. This one is called Write Agile User Stories and Acceptance Tests. If you would like to be an advanced reviewer, send me an email at robin@gopromanagement.com with the subject Write 12/12. Tell me something about you and your experience with Agile that is not going to have any impact on whether or not I accept you as an advanced reviewer. If you apply, you are accepted. And then I will send you information about how to access and comment on the drafts. So thank you very much. And join you in the questions session in a little while.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And while we waiting for our next speaker potential to connect, I think we can go ahead with the Q&A session for Robin. Thank you very much for the presentation. If you don't mind, we can start with the Q&A for you, so we don't populate your day with extra waiting time.
Take it away.
Yeah, so here's the first one. Robin, are there any changes for standards because of AI? If there are, what are they?
Okay, so an excellent question. And as people have been pointing out all day, getting a feedback here, I'm not sure why. As people have been pointing out all day, AI has basically been in the public domain for just the past year or so. And the standards process tends to move much more slowly. So for instance, the 41062, which is coming out in the next couple of months, we've been working on that for, I would say, more than 2 years. So a lot of the standards maybe are getting AI injected into them, but that maybe wasn't part of the initial thinking. There also undoubtedly are standards being initiated now. There's one that I'm aware of that I'm intending to join the working group for on the use of AI. And I can't remember whether that's specifically for testing or in software development in general. But that is a group that is forming. And once again, it's going to take probably 2 years for the results of that group to get issued in public.
Okay, so here's another one. Robin, how can we get involved with the standards draft? Is there maybe a form of application or?
This is one of the mysteries of the standards world. First of all, realize that there are several different sources of standards. In the original issuance of standards was pretty much done through the IEEE, the Institute for Electrical and Electronics Engineering, which is a volunteer body of, I think, over 400,000 people worldwide. And one of the things they were most prominent for was forming these working groups to develop standards on a variety of things, not just in software. And then more recently, ISO, the International Standards Organization, has gained prominence. And IEEE and ISO have worked, I'll say, together for some time. And now what's happening is that the IEEE standards are being merged into the ISO family. And that's, there's a slightly different structure for how things are done. So for instance, the standards that I've just been involved with have gone through an IEEE process and then an ISO process. So they're being double reviewed, if you will, but there's a lot of overlap. Now, the first way that you can get involved with standards drafting is to join the IEEE Standards Association. And that's something that costs a nominal amount. I think it's $35 US. It's not a huge amount of money. But when you join the Standards Association, then you get more direct access to these activities, and you can tell the standards organization general topic areas that you're interested in, and presumably get notified of upcoming standards as they're forming the groups. I am still not entirely clear how accurate that process is, because I know that I've been a member of the Standards Association for a long time. And when they developed the ISO version of the successor to the 829 test documentation standard, I was not notified. Fortunately, I happened to be familiar with and in contact with one of the editors there. And so he subsequently brought me on board, but it was after those ISO versions had already been released. So I'm hopefully on board for subsequent updates of those. So it's hard to say for sure. And within the ISO community, I really don't know how it works.
So when we have this question, which is sort of related, maybe we need to look better. I would add just a short sentence at the end. So why are the ISO IEEE standards not free to be read online? Or if there is a way to browse the standards for free, can you please share it? So
the simple answer is I don't know. I have my suspicions that there is an expense to the organizations for maintaining the standards processes, and selling the standards is undoubtedly a source of revenue for them, and I don't know what other sources they have. And frankly, that's become a bigger and bigger problem. When I first got involved, you could buy an individual standard for, I'll say, $20 US. But there was also a compendium of all of the software engineering standards that you could buy for perhaps $100. And originally there were, I don't know, 15 of them, and then it moved up to 40 of them. And then I think it just became overwhelming. But originally you could buy the whole bunch of them. Now these were printed books, but you could buy the whole bunch of them for a relatively modest amount. Now each individual standard in many ways is priced, in my perception, prohibitively for individuals. And so I think the consequence is that far fewer people are familiar with the standards. Only, or largely only, organizations tend to buy them for their groups. And I think that that's really diminished the impact of the standards. I know that with 29119, which is the successor to 829 on software test documentation, that there was a big outcry on the internet. A lot of people were whining and complaining about how awful this standard was. And it turned out that practically none of the people who were complaining about it had ever read it because they didn't have access to it. And I think that that's really doing a disservice to the community. But I don't hold out much hope that IEEE and ISO are going to listen to me on making it more accessible.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for joining and shedding some lights on the standards. And maybe it will, I hope we all learn something, and maybe it will influence the way we test our software and how it's developed. And I hope it will improve the quality, and it will help to make the software production a better place to work in and to use also. So thank you very much for your time, and yeah, have a great day. And
now, are we going to continue with questions and answers in about 15 minutes?
If you, I think maybe we will have some additional questions. So if you don't mind to hang on the background, because we have Juan, he joined us. He's on the back end, so he has his presentation, and right after that presentation, we're gonna have an additional Q&A. So if we have questions, I'll let you know. I'll ping you in the private chat over here. So if you don't mind, and if you have additional time,
I'll be hiding here in the background.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so we have our next speaker. We have Juan, and I'll try to. Yeah, hi, Juan. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining. And pardon for
Hi.
like.
How is it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's going great. We're enjoying our diverse set of topics, like starting with some hardcore automation and mocks and stuff in API exploratory testing, and yeah, lots of stuff in managerial talks, and then the standards from Robin. And yeah, and let's hear about the how to control and avoid risks in our QA process and in our QA teams. So the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Actually, I want to present, so let me just quickly select my presentation.
Absolutely, and I'll help you to share.
Just 1 second, and please let me know once it is visible for you guys.
Yes. So I'm on the back end if you need something.
Okay, actually, I have sent this on their email, so I don't know if maybe you guys can help me with the presentation on your end. Is this cool?
I'm not sure if we can simultaneously present with you. We can share the slides, the presentation slides with the community afterwards. So is there any?
So I'll share it on my end. No worries.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me just open it real quick. Please let me know when my screen is completely visible.
Yep, we can see it now.
Is it good to go?
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yes, we can see it. It's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, guys. So, well, a little bit about me. I'm Juan Felipe Valderrama. I'm actually an industrial engineer. Have plenty of certifications regarding Lean Six Sigma, Scrum, Agile, other methodologies that I like to apply on my day-to-day basis. I've worked on different departments all over the corporate world. I have worked with the AI, I have worked in QA, I have worked in project management. Actually, I'm working as a business analyst for process, which is a supply chain enterprise around the globe. And well, I'll talk to you about the how to control and avoid risk in QA. We all know, for example, that QA is a very extensive path. It's a very extensive topic, and certainly it's quite difficult sometimes to manage and control the risks and mitigate a little bit of that risks with the current threats that we received under a QA basis or under QA ambience. So we're going to talk about some few topics, for example, the risk assessment, test planning, requirement analysis, change management, metrics and reporting, and of course, UAT, which I would like to explain a little bit further along the presentation. Well, quick introduction. Quality assurance is a very important part of the software development process, and managing and mitigating risks is crucial to ensure a high quality product. I guess that you all guys know that the QA basis is really important actually for every part of the process. We've gathered different topics when we talk about the QA, but there are some specific topics that I would like to mention in this time frame. Of course, I have divided into three main topics for the risk assessment part, which is number 1, identify, number 2, categorize, and 3, evaluate the impact. It's really important to identify which are our risks when we're in a QA ambience and we're trying to test new products, new things, new softwares. Of course, we know that we first of all need to identify all these risks. Okay, we need to identify the risks and categorize them in the impact of those risks. It's really important for us when we're leading projects to understand that risk always will be there, but it's our strategy, it's our planning, it's our mainly focus on how to mitigate and create a proper risk assessment in order to avoid all those failures, all those defects, and all those risks that might come up along the project. Actually, and extending a little bit the topic, I would like to share a fun story that I have working in the past. I remember that, and this was quite a long time ago, but I was working with a developer industry, right? Construction and all these topics. And I was part of the risk management team. So I remember that the owner of the company wanted to buy a land to build a 12-story building. And the land was perfect. Everything was going smoothly. All the requirements, the permissions, the accesses, all the planification of the building, everything was going pretty good. But there was one quite funny thing about this story. The landfill was full with trees. I forget the name of that tree, but I remember that tree, that specific tree, lived a bird that here in Costa Rica, for example, where is the place that I live in, they conserve. So when the project was about to kick off, and these people were about to cut these trees off, the ministry came up and said that we're not able to actually cut these trees because of this specific bird. So what I want to say with this story is that it doesn't matter the type of project that you're leading, could be in a QA ambience, could be in a testing ambience, could be in a software development ambience. The thing is, you never know when these risks will impact your project. And that's why you need to always identify first and categorize, because you never know the huge impact in this case that, for example, a single bird can cause here in Costa Rica. And at the end, this project was, thrown to zero because we couldn't cut the trees. So it's really important to always evaluate the impact. In this case, using the same example, we didn't know that this bird was so important for Costa Rica. And we didn't know the impact that it would have on a project. We already raised the money, we already raised the clients, we already raised everything. We were just about to go. So this is a really important topic, and I want to express the importance that is for the QA. Sometimes we just passed by, but let's get into it. Okay, here is about the testing, which is another important part of the QA risk avoidance. Of course, how to develop a good strategy. I think that when you're leading a project, whenever you get the opportunity to, it's always about the strategy. A good strategy could always avoid and implement a good risk assessment. For example, we got the test planning, we got the test case design, and the test automation, which is three main parts that I have selected during the test. Of course, during the test case design, it's really important to develop a very detailed and effective test cases that cover all the aspects of the software. In this case, if we are talking about any software, and consider boundary conditions, edge cases, and negative scenarios in this test case design, which for sure will have an impact on the project. Regarding the test automation, it's very important to use test automation to improve efficiency, for example, and repeatedly, because when you repeat the process, and I know that many of you guys that are into QA know that the part of the test automation is really important because you get to test the software plenty amount of times. You get to see all the different failures that it could potentially have. So having a good test planning, okay, what are you gonna test? How are you gonna test this? In which environment are we going to test this software or this project? Having it in a structured case design, and of course, complementing this with the test automation will bring you to success. There are some requirement analysis that I think that they are truly important, and it is always important to ensure that all the requirements are well defined from the beginning. Whenever you're leading a project like this, it's always based on communication. So try to have the most effective communication that you could have. Be clear and ambiguous, and of course, keep in mind that the requirements should be testable and can be traced to test cases. When we talk about the testing and we talk about the QA ambience and we talk about the how to mitigate these risks, we came up to the same point, which is data. I know that many of you have worked with data, and this is a very important part of the project, for example, in the testing part. And also you'll see at the end of the UAT too, but when you're gathering data, you get to evaluate those results. You get to see the trends, you get to see the patterns, you get to see where this project is heading. And of course, the most important part to focus on is what could potentially fail with this project. So how to address a correct management? Of course, we have different types of things that I need to and I want to cover with you guys. That for sure, number one is continuous communication, which is key to having a stakeholder involved, all the engineers, all the people that be and could be potentially affected or impacted by this project. Is always a must to have them in the same track. And keep in mind to bring updates to the table. It's also good to have everyone up to date with the project. Regarding the QA part, we got the environment management, the defect management, training and skill development, and of course, the change management. Regarding the environment management, it is very crucial to have an ensuring and stable and consistent testing environment that closely resembles the production environment. What we want to do in this part with the environment management, we want to replicate the testing as much as the production environment. We want to see how this software, how this product behaves under a simulated environment, most likely similar to the production environment. And regarding the defect management, there's plenty of things that we can do. But for example, in my case, I recommend implementing a robust defect tracking system to capture, prioritize, and of course, manage the issues, which is important related to the defects. We know that every single defect that we encounter during the testing phase is really important for us to gather the feedback of what could potentially be wrong with the software or with the product in that case. And training and skill development, which I think it's really good to invest in training for QA teams to keep up to date on the latest testing methodologies, on the latest tools that they need to use. And it's really important to have an accurate training and skill development for the QA team, because they need to be up to date with the latest and most innovative ideas and mechanisms and ways to track and develop a good and correct deployment of this software and product. And of course, we got the change management, which it's basically implementing a structured process to handle changes to require our code. This change management process, the main idea of having this proper change management process is to assess the impact of the changes, right? We'll see further in the presentation that, for example, the documentation, it's really key important for the UAT part, and for example, for the risk management strategy too. And related to the KPIs, as I was talking previously, the data, of course, is the most valuable part of the project, because it's where all the feedback is located. So having good metrics and good reporting about the behavior and about the updates of this UAT process, it's also good, not for the understanding of the engineers and the people involved in the project, but also to give updates to upper management, to the stakeholders, and to the end users, which are also part of this project. And having a defined and track key performance indicator is crucial to enhance a good QA analysis and management, to have a clear control of the project too. Then we move to the contingency plan. The contingency plan is something that you create once you have identified all your risks, once you have identified all the possible things that could fail during the implementation, during the testing, during every single phase of the project. For sure, we need to identify the risks, prioritize risks based on their potential impact on the project. I know for sure that some people uses a risk matrix and a mitigation strategy plan matrix to make this part like easier, but it depends, and it's up to you. I know that some people in some different projects identify or map the risks in different ways. So my advice here is use whatever fits better on your project and would be the best for the end user and the end product, right? Of course, we talk about define trigger points, where we need to establish clear criteria that indicate when a risk is likely to occur. Trigger points help in identifying and activating contingency plans before risks escalate. These trigger points are basically like notifications that you get whenever a risk is most likely to occur, which helps you work preventive and not corrective, which is the best way for me to work on a personal perspective. I like to work on a preventive way than a corrective way, of course. When you work corrective, first you get defect and then you correct, but when you work preventive and you use the correct trigger points, you get to eventually avoid having those defects, which of course in a large scale industry, you know that all these defects translate into money, which is a pain point for the project. And testing of contingency plan, regularly test and validate contingency plans to ensure that their effectiveness in simulated scenarios to test the team's reaction. This is part of the contingency. As we were talking about the testing phase previously, we know that having a simulated environment, it's also good to replicate what could possibly be the behavior of this software when it is launched. And of course, by the end, we have the continuous monitoring, which focuses more on implement continuous monitoring of potential risks throughout the project. We're going to talk about the user acceptance testing, which I know many of you in this talk know about the UAT and the QA process. But basically, for those who don't know, since this is the junior track, UAT is a critical phase in the software development lifecycle, where the end users evaluate the systems to ensure it meets the desired requirements, and of course, the expectations. Here we have plenty points that defines what the UAT works, how does it works, what's the better path to follow, and of course, how to measure, communicate, and track any kind of behaviors, any kind of risks, and of course having the appropriate control of the risks in the QA environment. We also are going to begin with understanding the user requirements. It's crucial to work closely with the stakeholders, including the end users and business analysts, to gather and understand the needs and the requirements of the user, which is why you're working on the project. So having this effective communication with them helps you to understand better your project. Whenever you're trying to do a risk assessment or a mitigations plan, you always want to have this part as mapped as possible. I know that for sure some of you will think that the UAT part is the most important part, but in my experience, I know that understanding first the requirements of the end user, it's crucial to define how you're going to approach with your team, with the engineers, with anybody involved in the project, how to properly approach the development of this software or product that you're working on. Then we move to the defining scope and objective. Once you know what's the requirement from the users, you can now define how to approach those requirements. And this is where you define. Defining is a clear scope for the UAT. This must include the features, functionalities, and business processes to be tested. It basically helps you to understand how you're going to approach the requirements of the end user and how would you do this process, right? Then we move to the identify UAT testers and plan. Here we want to select the end users from the target audience to participate in the UAT, which is basically like a focus group that we created to have the stakeholder and the end users involved in the process. As we want to work proactive, we want to know how the traceability of the project and the ongoing project is working. We're gonna have the end user very connected to the project members to see how the advance of the project is going, and if there is any changes or any potential risks or bad behaviors that the end product or software is presenting for, so it can be addressed in the proper way before it gets to impact and has a bigger scale risk under the project. This is why we select the end user from the target audience to participate in the UAT process, where we basically develop an UAT plan to align with the approach and design the UAT test cases, which is part of the test plan that we were talking previously. Whenever we develop a UAT test plan that outlines the overall approach, testing strategy, entry and exit criteria of the project, testing scenarios, schedule, everything related to the testing plan and how we're going to test the project, it's really important to have that traced down, documented, all the characteristics of the environment, which is also good to have established and written down. Then we move to the environments and training that we was talking a little bit of that. We need to prepare the test data, which is also a very, very important part of the UAT process, where we basically ensure that the realistic and representative test data is available for the UAT. In this case, that we have everything set up to properly track and run the UAT. And of course, designing the UAT test cases, which is all the requirement and business processes that you know that might have an impact over the UAT part of the project. They're most likely to be traced and measured by the stakeholders, but of course, having your team involved into this part and creating a proper UAT test scenario, aligning with your, of course, identify and defining part of the project, leads you to a good risk mitigation strategy, which we're looking at. And we move to the execute, document, and track defect. This part, it's really important. I think that complementing the risks assessment and avoiding the risks along the UAT process of the QA environment, it's also really good to have a proper documentation. In some teams, for example, they are called the change management requests. They are called documentation part of the project. But the idea to have this is to follow a test plan, document that test plan, and of course, finally analyze the outcomes of those test plans. It's really important to use a defect tracking system to manage the issues identified during the UAT and have a appropriate track of the defects will help you to avoid them in the future. And then we move to the sign-off and post-implementation review, where we basically want to wrap up and make sure everything is approved by the stakeholders and then customer. This is the phase where we get to evaluate the UAT. When we have the sign-off is because we already have, of course, the test environment planned in the appropriate way, meeting the user requirements. We have defined our scope and objective. We have approached the plan correctly. We already executed the plan. We already documented and, of course, tracked the defects. And when we are up to this point, we are looking to the sign-off, which is basically like a formal sign-off from all the stakeholders informing that they are okay with the end result, that they are good with the result of the test, that they approve, that they are aware of the potential risk that they might cause, that they are aware 100% that the software, in this case, or the product that you're testing is completely good to go. And of course, we have the post-implementation review, which is normally a crucial part of the project where you get to test the development of the software or the product right prior you implement the post-implementation of the project. So the part of the sign off is just a wrap up, make sure everything is approved, and we evaluate the UAT process along the project. We then move to some advantages of having a proper UAT and avoiding the risks management. And I was talking about this in the beginning of my speech. I think that sometimes when you're entering different phases of the project, where you're trying to test different environments that you're not likely to know, or that in that case you're not that confident, it's really important to first of all have a proper risk assessment, which, as I was telling you, some people prefer to use matrices, some people prefer to use different approaches to this risk assessments. But of course, having the alignment, trying to achieve the user satisfaction, that's some of the advantages that the UAT process have. That we talked about this during this talk. Having the appropriate alignment to make sure that we understand the customer, which I know that for sure, 100% that all the companies that you work on, that you probably and could potentially work on, they want to be the most customer-centric as possible. So of course, having the appropriate alignment with the end users, having the user satisfaction, which is crucial if you're trying to be customer-centric, mitigate risks. And of course, one advantage of the UAT is that we prove and we enhance the stakeholder confidence. That's why we need to, of course, identify, address, and I want to move back my presentation to these three main points that I placed in the beginning of the talk. Of course, you need to identify, categorize, and evaluate the impact, because at the end, having an appropriate risk assessment and a mitigation plan gets summarized by these three categories, right? So based on my experience and the projects that I've been working on in the past few years, I know that for sure, having a data-driven mindset, being able to dive deep into data, which I know that for sure, if you are in the QA path, you're most likely to be an analytical person. I know that data means lots to you guys, so please focus on that. Have to create the proper environment to test your developments or whatever you're working on, and trying to replicate as much as possible as the production environment. it doesn't matter the amount of time that you have to run the UAT. It doesn't matter the amount of time that you get to spend testing this specific software or product. By the end, it would all be good for the production, good for the team, good for the upper management, good for the end customer. And sometimes we didn't notice that. Sometimes we know that we have project managers that are usually keeping track of time and keeping track of tasks, but sometimes as QA engineers, you need to stop, make a pause, and of course identify, am I 100% sure that this test will eventually have a positive impact or not? And that's where you need to go back, rethink, and try to implement all those step-by-steps mentioned in this presentation to eventually find the best outcome for your project. So yeah, I hope that this presentation is really basic for the UAT. I know that you guys might know about the QA environment, but this is something that you should focus on: risk mitigation, risk assessments. Run every single risk in a metrics or the way that you prepare you like, but try to identify as much risks as possible. And when you're under this environment, please remember the experience that I have with this bird in Costa Rica, which was completely nuts. The impact of this project was $1 million on it. But yeah, just the things that happen. Sometimes you just focus on the QA engines, but you forget about the finance part, you forget about the environmental part, you forget about all the possibly scenarios that could potentially impact your product. We'll also know that, for example, all of you guys know about the COVID that we have a couple of years ago, I'm sorry, and nobody knew about this. And the repercussion that it had on some testing was high impact risks. And I know for sure that many people didn't have these traced on their risk assessments, but I know that for sure from now on they will keep on reviewing and having acknowledged in this part. So it's always crucial and create very, very good relationship and bonding within all the parts of the team to identify as much risk as possible, so you can run your UAT properly, you can have good results, you could have, of course, a good KPI assessment and a good metric and reporting address to, of course, complement the final result of your testing. So this was me. Thank you so much for the time, and I hope that you learned something today. And of course, whenever you're starting a project, think of that bird and evaluate all the potential risks that you might have in the future. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for presenting, Helen. And we're ready for our Q&A session. We have also Andres with us. If you can, if you still have like 10 minutes to join us for the Q&A, that would be awesome. Please let me know if you are still available.
Yeah, I'll be here in the back.
We are ready for the Q&A session. This is the end of the block. So yeah, so we start with the Q&A now.
Can you see me? I know my screen got like blacked out.
Yeah. Just a second. I'll send a message to our next panelist, to Robin. Okay, so we are ready to start. Let me send. We are ready to start the Q&A. Okay, yeah, and we are going to start with questions to both of you while Robin joins us. So let's start with this one. Yeah, we have Robin with us. Good evening once again.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you once again for presenting for us and joining us for the Q&A session. So let's start with the questions. So we have first question to Andres. Can you use WireMock also for a GraphQL?
And the short answer is yes. You can simulate everything that you want, because it's multi-protocol. So if you can simulate any kind of request, HTTP request, and return that error that you want. If you want to return a sub answer, it's okay. If you want to return a JSON, it's okay. If you want to simulate a GraphQL, it's okay. You can simulate events like Kafka or SQL. No, this is not the correct tool. But for the rest, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question for Juan. Juan, how do you communicate and prioritize risks effectively with a cross-platform team?
Okay, this is a really good question. I think that the best way to communicate and prioritize risks is based on their impact. Of course, when you're trying to define those risks, the follow-up process that you need to do is set the impact of that risk, right? How could potentially this risk impact your productivity, your software, the end product? So I think that the best way to communicate that is based on the impact that the risk could have on the product, of course. And with a cross-functional team, I think that the best way is to have effective communication with the stakeholders, the end customer, and everybody involved in the team. Have active communication. It's also very important. Sometimes we're just focused on, having this testing part done, but we forget sometimes about having the acute communication with the rest of the team and the stakeholders. So my recommendation is keep on updating every single time that you get any news or anything that might be impactful, important for the stakeholders to know, and try to create this active communication between teams and stakeholders.
Thank you. So we have this question. This question is for Robin. So maybe this one has, I'm not sure if I'm seeing some notes of skepticism. So Robin, how has the evaluation of SQA standards influenced the overall software quality? Or I don't know, maybe I'm misreading this one. Maybe there's something that you can see there along those lines. So
I think that it's a very fair question. I think the answer is, first of all, not as much as perhaps standards should have or could have influenced the overall software quality landscape. As we talked about earlier in answering some of the questions right after my presentation, I think that the international standards have increasingly suffered from a lack of awareness in the community. There are a number of large organizations that I believe are aware of and use the standards, abide by them, use them as guidance and so forth. I think that that's especially true in some of the more regulated industries. But I think that the general thrust of the software development community has gone largely away from awareness of and use of and guidance by the various standards. I think that to some extent, that's not the worst thing that's happened, because I think some of the standards are probably not as useful for a lot of day-to-day work as perhaps they ought to be. But I think that standards represent a resource that many software development organizations frankly need to be aware of and are not. And that if they were, they could take advantage of thinking that perhaps they're not taking advantage of now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and we have another question for Juan. So this one is maybe to share a use case from your practice, or maybe use case from your work. So can you share a specific instance in your career where proactive risk management led to a successful project outcome? So
Yeah,
it's nice to have the concept and everything, but just maybe a short story from yourself, from your.
Yeah, I get a story. Well, a couple years ago, I was part of the Global Artificial Intelligence Department in Amazon here in Costa Rica, and we wanted to implement a new process related to robotics. And I knew that this project was so big because it will impact all the fulfillment centers around the globe for Amazon. So you can like kind of understand the impact that this project had in the company. And I remember that at that time we were in charge of the machine learning process of this robotic piece that was basically a robot that was placed behind the the product so they can be sorted around the fulfillment center. And I remember that to answer the specific questions where I have a proactive risk management like to have a successful project outcome, I remember that we had about maybe 300 people working on this machine learning part of the project. And the interface that we use to track and to, of course, measure the robotics machine learning part of it was not the best regarding user acceptance. I mean, basically for you guys to understand, we used imagine an application that we use in order to identify properly the machine learning part of the robot that was taking pictures in real time of the fulfillment center, and we need to identify basically where are the objects, where are the obstacles that the robot might need to avoid. And there was one single thing that I remember with this app, so-called app, that we used to track. It was the background color of it. It's something ridiculous. I mean, everything was perfect. The way that we track the data, the way we measure the data, all the testing part that we have with this specific robotics. But the one thing that nobody thought about was the background of the screen. And the background of the screen was so bright that these 300 people that we have working on this project, by the third month, they were already burned out. They have their eyes in pain. They suffer from headaches, and it was not the most user-friendly approach to have this machine learning part developed for the project. So I remember when we were testing this application, the first thing that I noticed was the color, and I tell everybody like, okay, this is not ergonomic for us. We work almost 8 hours on our screen, looking at the screen, and we have this bright color in our eyes. I think that this could potentially lead to some risks in the future. And I know this is not the perfect scenario, but nobody listened to me. Nobody wanted to listen because they say it's something absurd. We focus on the raw data, on the deep data, and all the analysis and all the numbers and everything. We don't care about the interface that we use to track this. And eventually, by the past of the 3 months, the attrition rate was going up. Everybody wanted to leave because, of course, they were not having the best conditions in order to do their work appropriately, and they wanted to move from the vertical because the interface was not quite as friendly as possible. And I know for sure that this risk is high on the company because, you know, if you work in upper hiring or hiring management, you know that when you have attrition, it's translate to money for you. Because of course, first of all, the most important part, the people part, and the synergy between the team gets constantly interrupted by the leaves and by the new people entering the project. Number one. Number two, the learning curve. Every time that somebody new entered the project, you need to train that person, and this takes almost like 3 months. So there is like 3 months of wasted time training this person in order to do the same task that the rest of the 300 person was doing in the previous. So sometimes what I want to say with this is sometimes you don't know, you don't get to see the impact of the basic things. But yeah, it was quite a fun story. At the end, they ended up giving me the reason. They changed the color to a better and ergonomic background that could potentially avoid pain in the eyes and headaches and all this stuff that was affecting the attrition and of course impacting the project.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have another question. So this one is for Robin. What are the key principles or advancements in the international SQA standard that contribute to proactive SQA? So what's how it's helping to think, like one of our previous conferences, we have the topic like shift left. So basically the quality assurance during development. So the proactive software quality assurance. So, yeah.
Okay, well, great question. And it's actually kind of backwards, because the proactive software quality assurance, which is the methodology that I promote and goes hand in hand with proactive testing, which is a related methodology that I promote. Those are things that I've endeavored to inject into the international SQA standard. And it's not that the standard is driving proactive SQA, it's that proactive SQA is hopefully driving the standard. Let me try and give a little bit more information on that. For instance, shift left. A lot of the term shift left is very often used to kind of talk about executing tests slightly sooner. And the way that that's typically done is by breaking the project into smaller pieces so that in real calendar and clock time, the tests are executed somewhat earlier than they might have been exercised previously. But that still is really not shifting left at all. Shifting left refers to moving your activities into a prior phase, that is design as opposed to test execution. And proactive software quality assurance, and to a greater extent, the related proactive testing, truly shifts left, because we use risk-based approaches and special techniques that are perhaps not familiar to most people, even those who use risk-based techniques, because these are oriented toward identifying the risks before the code is built so that the risks don't get implemented in the code, so you're not relying nearly so much on after-the-fact test execution, even if that's shortly quicker. Let me share with you an experience that I had in response to the question that Juan answered so nicely a few minutes ago, where I'd been doing some test training with a very large financial services organization. And I got contacted by the training manager, who said that they had this big workflow management project, and that the project was about to embark on its second phase. The first phase had occurred about 9 months, had finished about 9 months earlier, and frankly had been a quality disaster. The team realized that they needed to learn how to test better. And the training manager asked if I would work with the team to help them improve their testing process. Now, as so often happens when people get religion about quality, and I suspect Juan can share the same experience, people tend not to think about this until they're very late in the process and up against the wall. And so when I got involved, it was very shortly before they were scheduled to go into their testing. They'd done the great majority of the software coding already. And a lot of proactive testing is oriented toward catching problems in the requirements and design so that they don't get implemented in the code. But we had, in a limited period of time, the opportunity to apply the proactive testing, some of the proactive testing techniques. And one of the things that we came to realize was that one of the reasons that the prior release had been so abysmal was that every time something would pop in or come into the integration testing activities, it would kick out because of errors that should have been caught at unit test but were not. And they weren't caught at unit test because the developers didn't have a good idea of what to look for. And in fact, what they were encountering were a lot of design problems that unit testing was still not likely to catch very effectively. So we were able to turn this around so that even in the limited period of time that we had, through proactive testing design approaches, the team was able to identify the big risks and the medium-sized risks that they needed to be conscious of when they went into the integration testing. And through awareness of those risks, they were able to step back to the code and realize, hey, the code is going to fail with regard to these risks because we've got all these design issues. But they were able then to step back and examine what the designs should have been, correct the designs, correct the code, and they went into integration testing with just far cleaner code, which in turn enabled them to be much more productive and get through the integration testing much quicker rather than continually having to backtrack. That was one of the things that happened. They also learned how to use proactive user acceptance testing, which is something that I think Juan would love to learn about because once again, organizations tend not to do a very good job of user acceptance testing. It's a lot of effort and not very much effect. Proactive user acceptance testing really puts things from the user's view and is very risk-oriented, once again, identifying the risks rather than relying on the time-consuming test execution process. And the net effect was that this large financial services organization went from release 1, which was a real disaster, to release 2, which was a phenomenal success, so phenomenal, in fact, that that team won what is called the President's Award in this organization. Every year at their annual employee meeting, they give out some awards, and the biggest award is the President's Award, which this team won. You can go to their cafeteria today and find a plaque on the wall for this team listing all the members of the team. And they also, each member of the team got some cash as a result as well. And subsequently, we actually used that project as the case for the subsequent training of testing in the organization. So supplementing Juan's long answer to a short question. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a question for Andres, and this one is something like something regarding testing that you mentioned, Robin, but this one is from a technical perspective. So, what strategies do you recommend for creating effective mock and integration tests? How would you approach that?
First, I try to split on different files depending on the situation, because for the success, perhaps it's simple. You can add all the cases, and in most of the cases, when you want to create like an integration test that use different externals, APIs or microservices, okay, you have 3 or 4 max a possible answer, and it's okay. But in the case of the error, there are many cases or many type of errors, like latency, simulate the error on the processing. Perhaps the other microservices not just return an exception or return an error, perhaps give you some information that change the behavior of your microservice depending on the answer. So first, I create like a folder for each microservices or each external services, and after that, I create one or more file for the case of error, because it's more simple for me check or analyze. Okay, if I need to modify some scenario or some case, is okay, where is this scenario? In this file, because this file mentioned that are errors connected with processing my request, or random exceptions on the other microservices. Use another name for the file, please. But the idea is like split on different scenarios.
Something happened to my internet. I guess I just lagged, and I'm back like in 3 seconds, and I just see everyone looking at me. Well, Andres, thank you for answering. But this was just epic. Yeah. So this one is for Juan. This one's for fun. What strategies do you recommend for identifying and mitigating risk in the QA process? Just a quick recap, please. So if you can just break them down.
Yeah, I'll recommend, I think that could be possibly 4 mitigation strategies that I for sure know that will help. First of all, the risk avoidance. Try to eliminate risk as possible. I know that this sounds absurd, but try to eliminate risk activities, for example, or path that that they're not solid as the others. Try to avoid all those different situations that could potentially lead to a risk or having a big impact due to a risk on the project. This is number 1. For sure, number 2 will be risk transfer, shifting risk to third parties and reducing the impact of the project. It's also good. If you don't have the structure enough to have all the project in-house, controlled and measured and tested in the appropriate way, I think it's better to distribute the risk, right? Sometimes it's better if you know, for example, that you're not that good in the testing phase, and for sure that could be a potential third party that is actually good doing the test phase. So transfer those type of risks to third parties, so you can have as much as help along the project as possible. Third is the risk reduction, controlling risk occurrence, or trying to control the probability of the impact over the product. Having a risk reduction is always good. Once you have identified your risk and once you have categorized your risk based on their impact, it's always good to reduce the risk by understanding what could potentially trigger that risk. Once you have identified that part, I think that you could work backwards to avoid or mitigate the risk. And fourth, I'll tell that for sure is the risk acceptance, which I think that it's always good. And this applies not only for UAT, but I think that for every phase of any single project, whatever you're working on. But having acceptance of the risks is crucial because you acknowledge basically that this risk is or could potentially happen, and trying to look or trying to search to feel comfortable knowing that these risks might occur along the project, right? If you're not comfortable, your stakeholders are not comfortable with that risk likely to happen, then trying to change your strategy, right? But I think that for sure having the risk acceptance is always good. So I think that fourth in a summary could be potentially the risk avoidance, the risk transfer, and of course risk reduction and risk acceptance.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So this is the end of our Q&A session. If you don't mind, just a couple of closing thoughts, just a couple of sentences from each one of you. First of all, thank you for joining us. You're welcome to take microphone in an attorney one. Robin, maybe you can start.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. Let me reiterate the important difference between quality assurance and quality control. Quality control is often what people call quality assurance, and it's focusing on the product. The testing is the primary activity and characteristic of quality control. One of the reasons that our processes don't improve is because processes are the topic of quality assurance. And when people call something quality assurance, but it's really quality control, then nobody's paying attention to the processes. You need both. So.
Yeah, thank you. Andres?
Well, thank you for the space to talk. I only want to say use any tool that you want. In my case, my talk was about WireMock, but use every tool that you want to simulate the external communication. Try to not use the real microservices to simulate or to create your integration test, because at some point you will affect the entire infrastructure. So you won't use Hourfly, you want MicroRocks or WireMock, choose you want, but not use the real microservices. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Juan?
Finally, I'll first of all thank you all for having me here, having this space, being able to talk. Thanks to Robin, thanks to Andres. I know that during this 2 days will be amazing speakers for sure. And one thing that I like to remark is think of that Costa Rican bird that had a huge impact on that project, and try to avoid as much risk as possible. Try to elaborate in a safe environment, and put your energy towards identifying and be open-minded as possible to understand that risk could be literally anything surrounding you and could have very high impact on your project. So keep your project safe, do the correct triggers for these risks in order for you to be aware of what's happening, keep your team communicated, and of course, create a good test environment also to avoid all these risks. And that's it from my end. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much, every one of you. I hope to see you next year, and I hope to see you in our audience tomorrow the rest of our Q&A summit. No, QA summit, not Q&A. It's my 6th hour in the stream, so yeah, pardon. Have a great rest of the day, everyone, and thank you very much once again for joining us.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, and that's it for today, everyone. We will see you tomorrow, as usually with our standard time of our summit, starting at 10 o'clock UTC. And for now, this is it. I hope you enjoyed the summit, and I hope you learned something. And if you don't have a ticket for the tomorrow stream, here is the QR code with the promo code with a special discount, so you can grab yourself a ticket following this link, events.geekle.us/QA. And I'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Have a great rest of the day.